He is so...
Well, he was living on the edge right there, I'll tell you that.
He's so squishy.
Yeah.
That was the two supports and like a rocket that nearly ends up cleaning him up. Yeah, he has to be much more careful. Thankful for him,
Yeah,
he had that illusion, but...
That was a close one.
No tell also, since he did die, he's going to be able to fill up that bottle again too. But yeah, really seeing the fragility of the Hoodwink versus all this big burst damage that Secret does have.
Yeah, if they get eyes on him, taking nearly his entire HP out at the start of any sort of fight, Thompson's going to have to be the one to get the jump on them.
For most of the game, or for most of this early game, unless he buys some HP items, a laser, a rocket, and a power shot is pretty much going to kill him. So he's picked up the treads. We've seen that from Thompson before in the past, mostly in his pub game because he's mostly played that Hoodwink in the pubs. But this is usually what he goes for, so treads just so valuable. But 3K gold lead already for Secret.
Yeah, this is pretty huge.
Is trying to sneak into the Roche. He messed up. He actually did not get the hop over. And there was a Radiant scan that did catch Secret walking in here.
Okay, so Seb in the neighborhood.
But look at that's scary when two heroes can just walk into pit. A Medallion, Enchantress, plus an Ursa will easily sneak them. Yeah. So now OG's just got to keep a hero in the area the entire time now, just in case.
Yeah, they cannot let Secret take this away from them as early as they can here with this Ursa.
And already a blink now on Nisha, Magnus free farming as well bottom. A very good start for Secret. With a lineup that scales quite heavily with that empowered Ursa as well.
Maxed out, of course, here by Zai.
Yep. And still finding kill. And still looking to be aggressive.
I mean, he is. Zai showing his dominance down here, and again, the attention is split around. OG, they still sort of have 4 around this area top, but this time around, Secret's getting a bit more time in the pit.
Sumail is getting space to farm a quad ancient stack, which he does need.
They're going to try and get in it. Now drop the ult, but Secret, they'll step outside. And now Nisha's in the neighborhood as well. Roshan under half HP. Secret, they really want to get in and finish this. Zai's also turned up. Secret turning up in full force to try and get this Roshan finished off. OG, what can they do about this?
Sumail is not healthy. He's 200 HP. He can't get in the area.
I mean, it's just a distraction. It actually is a beautiful RP onto the two. The laser from Nisha. 2 down. Seb also to full side takes him out. 3 dead on OG. Secret, they get the space, they get the kills, they get the Roche, they get the Aegis.
I couldn't ask for a more picture-perfect RP there with the laser, hitting all 3 heroes too from the splash. That's
huge here. Saxa, he's trying to hide in the trees. Nisha, he's hunting. Here's the rockets in. And with this haste rune, he's going to be able to close in and pick up another one. Nisha with the chase down. 10 minutes in, we're already at a 5K advantage for Secret.
And their mid tower is already getting pressure too. Puppy's defending top tower versus the Sumail Clinks and already looking to make more rotations. Nisha does head toward top. He's looking for Sumail a little bit perhaps, but just goes to neutrals.
It's going to be a lot on Sumail's shoulders this game. He is top net worth right now. He has got to carry this so hard for OG after a struggling early game.
And it is not going to be, does not look like the easiest one for him either, with so many heroes that can just collapse on top of him with such an early blink dagger on Tinker. Clink, sure, your HP pool gets better and better as you do get the death pack levels, but early on, even with level 1 death pack, 1390 HP, like he's killable.
Just a little bit of a tease onto Seb, nothing else to come his way. OG, they're going to try and hit with a smoke.
They need to get something going their way. They've got the level 6 on the ET, so they've got Splitter online. They've got the level 8 on Hoodwink. They've also got Duel. Let's see what they can find, because it's into this Aegis of Secret.
Seb is going to try and start things, but Matu punch back into him, Zaxic, getting the spirit out. They weren't quite able to get the Jingu up here. Matu's got the speed to stay out of the range of Seb.
RP's back up in 20 as well.
So it's not going to be an easy tower to hold for OG. They are going to try. Opening onto Zai, but Zai is tanky as the Magnus, the Shackle, it'll connect. As OG, they've got no tail in trouble here. Drag back, taken out Seb, will put the whip in for the power strike, he misses. Zai's able to retreat. Matu just closes in onto the monkey kick, chasing down Seb. Seb will get away. Zai still alive. The Splitter from Saxa does finish him, but it costs Saxa his life. And Secret, they're ready to dive in behind the tower here. Thompson and Sumail, they've got to hide. The dust, it catches Sumail. Sumail will stay hidden in the trees.
He can't show his face.
And he just came down here. No TP to get out of this area of the map, Sumail. He is stuck down here, so for all his farm that he's had, it will slow down a little bit.
OG bringing all 5 heroes and still only getting a small kill onto the Magnus. It's still going to lose the tower there. And now for the next play, Magnus, he's got RP up. He's about to have Blink Dagger too. So Secret, they're going to look to hit right back.
Absolutely. And it's just been such a slow game here for Seb and Thompson. I mean, Puppey's just about 300 gold away from overtaking the farmer, Thompson.
Oh boy, yeah, that is a huge concern. Nisha's also halfway to Aghanims already too, so that burst damage that we're talking about increases even more in potential. That HP reduction that will be coming out. This is problematic. They need to find a way to stabilize the game, but it's not easy because of how much of a lead Secret got off of the laning phase, getting Aegis too. They're just hitting towers. We'll be able to eat the creep, stop that push. But everybody on Secret's farming, especially Puppey, of course, as he pretty much has Solar Crest done too. So now Matu, he's got steroids on his team. He's got the Empower, he's got this Solar Crest too.
Oh, yes.
Clinks has a steroid, but it's going to be coming from like press the attack, which isn't really traditionally the greatest for him because he wants more about that raw damage rather than attack speed, since most of his is going to be coming from the barrage. At least he has the ET Aura that will be coming out for him later, but they have good heroes versus ET Aura.
Nice out. He's looking pretty dead up here. Woo! Same time as well, they find Saxa around the mid.
They're running away with this game.
They are rolling over OG right now.
Another one too, Sab.
Sab. Oh
my goodness, that was close.
That was very, very
There's
close here, Matu. He's going to get him. He's going to get him. Another one here for the Timberman.
And they're starting to invade Triangle as well already because they took that mid tower.
They're taking
Clinks,
so much.
The place where Clinks needs in the game is now denied from him. As Zai will be able to farm that one up and setting up for another tower. 40 seconds still left on this Aegis. Just feels like OG can't do anything right now. And they just need time for the Clinks, but even when he gets time, is he going to be able to survive this onslaught? These heroes that all get on his face.
I mean, what is the recovery plan for OG? Is he going to get to the point where they just have to sort of continue to make space for Sumail, look for the high ground hold? I mean, is there any item that any of them are close towards that could set them up to make a play out on the map into Secret?
Not particularly, because this time around they didn't pick, they don't have that traditional initiator from the offlane. Their initiator is going to be coming from nothing really, right? It's going to be the Monkey King hiding inside the tree lines, perhaps getting a Wukong.
And he's struggling to hide it. He's being found every time. Seb again in the mid. They've got him. Another catch from Zai. They'll try for the duel here, but that's going to be a plus 10 to Puppey. Puppey walking away here with that bonus damage.
I think they're just going to have to wait for Secret to play over-aggressive and just hope for some type of stomp from Saxa with a splitter, because right now they have no real plays that they can make versus Secret. Secret has full control of the map, triple blink daggers on the cores, so they're much more mobile. It's really limited right now for OG what they can do and what they can find. And they're under vision constantly, Secret's not slowing down, and they're still keeping up that farm pace. Sumail still has yet to die.
He is. He's holding on here for the squad.
But is he going to be able to do anything when he does join the fights versus these bruisers that get on him?
As I say, if he's able to carry this is going to be carrying a game on extremely hard mode right now with the lead that Secret has against OG.
It's not easy versus Ursa either, because he just has a built-in enrage that can just tank up versus all the big burst damage that a hero like Clinks has. Zai ready to hunt.
Ready.
He's thinking about it.
Oh, Thompson's going to be found. Here's quick with a bushwhack. Jump forward from Matu. He finds no tail. Shackles in. Thompson to fall.
And that's the mid hoodwink who dies just like a support. All of Secret in the area again.
Puppey with the wraparound as well. OG, they're playing around this tower. Can they actually get something going here?
They got to be careful.
They're sort of looking to try and fight this, but it's going to be so hard. No tail. Shackle jumps him on by Matu. He's going to move over towards Seth. Seth gets the Wukong's commando. He's caught the two of them. Seth goes down. Sumail falls as well. Saxa surrounded by Secret. And everybody dead on OG. 19-2 here. We're just 17 minutes in, but Secret, they're completely running away with this game.
And there's just not much of anything that OG can do. Even around their tier 2, they lose everybody like one by one. They lose the Hoodwink, then they lose the Monkey King, then they lose it's too much for them. Secret with all these blink daggers after such a lead. Hey, it's 19-2.
Oh,
and look at Thompson again.
Thompson, he's on the run, and we'll live this time, but only just. A Secret, no reason to stop. They can keep running at them. They are so far ahead right now.
And they're OG's still trying to stack up Ancients, trying to still get Sumail all this gold, but gold for what? What's it gonna build into that's gonna be able to bring him to be able to fight for at this massive disadvantage? It just really doesn't feel like there's any hope. Nisha Ags onward to the next item for him too. No-Tail trying to perhaps find a wrap around Nisha, but
Nisha.
He's safe.
Very close though. Quickly with the blink. Saxa. Also having to be cautious. Seb, he has got his Deso done. They will have a little bit of damage. Obviously not really going to be saving him from dying though. Needs that BKB really before the next fight.
Might be able to. Ooh, Nisha, he seems to be aware.
Yeah, Nisha's playing very careful. Quick blinks here, but ooh, another blink out as well, Nisha. They can't catch him as much and as hard as they try.
And everyone on Secret now connecting.
And look at the tower here. The question is if OG get out in time. Secret not turning up, but so the eyes on Matuma man. Didn't get the setup though. We'll get the grab back with a stun. Quick jump off to the side.
Nice play by Yapsor. He's using, I've seen that twice now. Power shots the tree from that acorn shot so that the stun just immediately gets removed. And then they smoke. Roche, it's a long respawn. But Secret, they know their power.
Yeah.
They're looking to claim back that triangle.
They don't need the Aegis to fight. Saxa. He's going to be the first one to be jumped. Matu's in. Saxa's gone Zai over to the side. He's got the Yule set up, the skewer back onto No-Tail.
It's so hard.
Away from the rest of his team.
It's so hard to play versus these three Blink Daggers when they're at this disadvantage. They just can't even distance themselves from the heroes. Secret, it's just easy for them at this point. 2-21, constantly checking the Roche pit. As we said, it's a long respawn, so maybe a bit fortunate for OG that it is that long respawn, but Zai, he's still just hunting. OG trapped behind their tier 2s.
Still, it's just what they... The one death on Samel. Level 14. It's keeping on track sort of with the XP of Secret's heroes. The problem is it is all three of Secret's cores, of course. 15 on Nisha, Zai, and Matu.
Don't forget about the core Puppy as well.
Yeah, he's stepping it up.
Trickling up.
206, Puppy's having a great time.
Sumail. They're giving him the tome as well. They're just trying to pump him up with everything at this point. They know that he is the only win condition for the team.
On the hunt for Matu, he is on his own.
Stop clips, gets the enrage.
No-Tail's got the jewel to lock him down.
It's a short one though.
Splinter's going to be there to follow up. Have they got enough damage to take out Matu? He's going to look to run, but they got him. An important kill here for OG as they are able to take something away from Secret momentarily.
Big kill though, Tops as well. Thompson gets the last hit, and it is when Roshan respawns. OG, they can't go for him themselves, but perhaps they can catch something here in the next 30 seconds while Ursa is dead. Immediately though, Secret already addressing the lanes. Nisha hard pushing bottom. Rest of his team all set up around mid to Power Shot and Shockwave to ensure nobody gets caught. And we do have 20-minute timings coming in, so that is also something we do have to factor in when there is always a Legion Commander support. This is his timing. You get that shard, you're able to get these big press the attack buffs onto your cores. But still a massive uphill battle for OG.
A long way to go to try and climb back against how much of a hold Secret's had on this game so far. Top lane. Zai, he's got his eyes on Seb, straight back into the claws of Matuma man. Mid lane, OG trying to have a bit of a poke onto Puppy, but Puppy,
he's tanky.
Turn, just out of range of the barrage there. Sumail, not quite able to clip him.
And into Roche after that kill. Monkey King, probably the most important hero for that Roshan. Even though they have ET, he's a bit underleveled. Monkey King is everything, and they're going to smoke too.
Yeah, they are.
RP
Secret
at the ready.
They're going to look to...
And Seb's going to be forced to buy, so that will make Secret hesitate a little bit here about full committing.
They really don't want to let Secret get away with another rush. But it's still so hard for them to take a team fight. Zai. Oh, he misses the skewer
though.
Skewer whiffed, RP down. A little bit of fortune going the way of OG.
That would share for some ancient stacks being
That's a lot of money.
And they're going to smoke themselves, continue scouting the area.
No RP. Can they do anything with this OG? Walking into the pit themselves, but I really want to try and get a kill before they go for it.
Their lineup doesn't do the rush nearly as
Oh,
fast.
it's risky.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to attempt it.
Though. Let's see.
That Deso on 70 could be the difference maker, but no, they're not going to get the chance to.
It's too scary. Oh, and the push.
Smell is trying to get out with the shackle. They've got the center one of the two of them. Yapsop finds the angle. Ruthless Command does come out. Stu off to the side. Zai's been called in the duel. Smell, can he get out? He can't. But Tumaman takes him down. They've got the drag back onto Notail. 2 dead on OG. Secret still with a full squad alive here. As OG, Saxa tops it so low. Saxa dying outside of the pit as well. Tops it on the Robert side. Blinks in. Shockwave finishes him off.
They have full vision there for a second because Nisha blinks into high ground and just rockets and rockets and rockets. 3,600 damage from the Tinker. They tried to go for a bold attempt of even walking into the pit there, but Secret's just at the ready. Even without RP, they're way stronger.
Absolutely.
3 to 26, and now Roche easily secured.
It's all theirs. It's continued early time. He's just 24 minutes in. Secret getting so huge right now. Matu.
Already a Scotty finished up on him. Our Tinker here for Nisha has a Blink and a Shiva's. It's just getting more and more difficult, it feels.
Oh, he's going to feel the wrath of Zai here. Zai, another catch for Zai's Magnus.
And a dieback. 70 seconds, no 7.
Oh boy, I'm going to struggle to hold here. See how good, I mean, how good is the high ground for OG? How easily can they push back Secret?
They can push in pretty easy here. Without that Monkey King, not the greatest spam coming out from the side of OG. They've got the ET, so he's always pretty decent to get that stomp. With the triple blinks, they have to be careful.
This is a huge risk from Samael. It will be saved by Notail, but Notail, he's going to lose his life for it. Gets some damage with the barrage, takes out the agent, but Samael dies on the high ground. They have the vision, they see him up there. Samael's out for 50, no buyback available on him. As OG, they sort of just throw bodies at Secret in an attempt to stop the push. It's not going to work. 3 heroes, 4 heroes dying, in fact. Notail having to buy back. Secret, they're not going anywhere. Nisha, he's in. Thompson, he's been found, but Notail trying to save him here with the press the attack, but they've got the catch. Thompson's gone.
There's just way too much damage and way too much of a lead. 20k gold lead. Nice overwhelming odds will slow them down a bit, but here comes Nisha to bottle up his teammates, to barrier them up as well with the defense matrix.
We're seeing the jump.
The Gale
Secret,
Force.
they're ready to dive in. Saxa caught in the claws of Matumaman. Sam also to fall. Buyback comes out straight away from Thompson and Saxa. Now get the control onto Matumaman. Do they have the first note to try to inside? In with the RP. Stops Thompson and Notail before they can get in on top of Matu. And Matu's away. Nisha's out, and they're ready to return back in. Nisha back with Black Boxers, get caught out by the duel. Samel has got the damage. He's taken out Puppy. Now with Nisha with the shackle shot. Yapsor again. Beautiful angle, locks the two of them down. Everybody's dead on OG. It's 4 to 37. Just 26 minutes in.
How many shackle shots have we seen like that? Like, Nisha this time was dropping pretty low finally, but another shackle shot comes in, and yeah, Secret all just covering each other perfectly this game.
They really are. They're looking completely unstoppable here. This is the sort of performance so far from Secret that you know that Puppy's always been hunting for here to pull off flawlessly at TI. And here, game 2 of this upper bracket series against OG. It's looking pretty darn good. Seb caught out yet again.
26k onto the next one. OG just still sticking in it, even though the game is very much so over at this point.
It's probably hitting the 100% on the win probability, I would imagine.
We are at it.
We've been there for a few minutes indeed.
It's only 27 minutes in, and we have 27,000 gold lead.
That's insane. Oh, Zai!
Another one.
Oh, no,
and the Gale Force
2
as
minutes
well.
of the man of the burst. Taking out Saxa. There we have it, the second set of wreck. There's still a tier 2 up top. So the game may go on a little longer. But what can OG do? I don't know if there really is anything to be done here. Notail, another shackle. He's been caught. Sam tries to jump in, immediately taken out by Matu. They can't even get back to the fountain. GG is called. Secret looking utterly terrifying in this game too, as with that they secure themselves the series 2-0 against OG. They will be moving up in the upper bracket, and OG, they'll have to climb through the lower.
What a performance too, like every single player from Secret just hitting the nail on the head. Yapso with some clutch shackles, Puppy with being Puppy as his Enchantress decimating the laning phase, Matu of course coming in, and Nisha, what a performance this series.
Absolutely, Nisha game one on his Ember, this game as well, 13-0-18. You could not do it any better there, and everything just gelled together so well from Secret. As I say, this is the sort of level of Dota that Secret, when you look at what they've achieved in the seasons and stuff, this is what you expect them to be able to turn up and perform.
Absolutely.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game two indeed. Secret are definitely going to be moving on with a lot of confidence off the back of that win in the upper bracket. And as I say, we'll have to see how OG deals with being in the lower yet again here for this run. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Secret, the series is theirs, 2-0 against OG.
Thank you very much, OD, Pixel, and Fogged. Team Secret Twitter said 219 Lamau, and then it ended up with 542. OG going 0-2 and headed down to the lower bracket for the first time in 3 years of TI. Gentlemen, what happened here?
They didn't bring back the magic of the comeback. There was no, just have fun, boys, let's just have fun in the second game, because this looked very rough.
Yeah, that was definitely a Gaben level shellacking, of course, as you're very familiar with from the NADPC. I think if that wasn't OG, if this wasn't TI, there would have been a GG way earlier. That was a complete stomp. The laning phase was hugely in favor of Team Secret, and then it just seemed like one of those games where there's nothing to catch the Tinker. You just can't do anything to the Tinker. He shows up, kills your entire team, you can't catch him.
Put it into perspective for me. At what point would it have been a GG if this were not TI? At what point was it so far gone that they would just GG out?
I think after the dive at the bottom tier 2, where
I mean, there were
had
kind
the
of a lot
crazy
of
like
those.
skewer into the RP onto Monkey King and Clink.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that one probably would have broke the back. But I think this game overall, the hero of the game for me was Enchantress. I think this hero, like the story of this tournament so far for me is that it's very hard to snowball lanes into winning the game. But I think this is the one hero that breaks the rules. When you have Enchantress play like Puppy, he identifies perfectly what to do in the game, and he goes for the correct skill build, given that he has a lot of damage in his heroes. He went for a 1-4-4 build, which allowed him to sort of frontline, so all his other heroes who had long-range poke could keep poking OG and then getting ready to commit at the correct time that they wanted to.
Meanwhile, speaking of frontline, on one side you have Enchantress, you have supports, everyone wants to go, everyone wants to make plays. On the other, you have Clinks and Hoodwink for your position 1 and 2. These heroes, they want to be as far away from the fight as possible, at the start at least. And they're doing the same thing, they're building into this Maelstrom that kinda brings up damage, but not necessarily, they still want to continue fighting with it. Seb, he was left alone on an island and he had to make stuff happen. He had to be the frontliner, he had to protect absolutely everyone on his side, and sadly, it didn't look that great. He ended up the game with one kill and 10 deaths, something like that.
I feel like it's a really hard job to do for Monkey
so
King.
It is for Monkey,
Right.
like, unless you're winning.
Yeah, unless you're winning. Out of time, Monkey King supports, like you're right. They don't want a front line. They don't want a tank. They want to sit back, get their spells off, and no one from OG, if they once they start getting behind, could really deal with Secret's pressure.
That's one of those things though that only is an issue if you're losing. Like if this went totally the other way, we wouldn't be sitting here looking at OG's draft and being like, oh, they lacked initiation, because the Monkey King would be able to do that. Even maybe like the Elder Titan would be able to do that. And so it is just one of those things where you fall behind and you can't do anything. And then on the other side, I really liked Zai's build on Magnus. He just went Blink into Yules into the Aghanim Shard. And one thing that I've noticed with Secret in this tournament is that when they're winning, they play so fast now. And by that I mean they literally run around the map quickly, killing anybody who's trying to just desperately push out the lanes. It's like somebody will show up and kill you, and if Zai doesn't build the Yules, it's not as much of a threat because he can just Yules you and then skewer you out. How many fights did we see set up by Zai with a Yules into skewer?
we have TI winner here. We have Big Brain Jenkins. Let me put this simple. They lost 3 lanes.
They did.
If you lose 3 lanes and your mid lane suffered super hard, like Hoodwink had half the CS of Tinker, you cannot play the game afterwards. Even if you're OG, you can have them as big of a mental war as you can. It's still so difficult.
So what could OG have done there, or was Team Secret just so like airtight? Was their play so airtight that just there was just no answer after draft? So or what could OG have done there, or what was the key turning point?
I think it was a Roshan. Because OG, they had a good read on the game, I think. I think they were still in that. They were stalling the Roshan, making Team Secret waste 5 of their players' time. But then Zai, I don't even know how he got that RP off. And they got like a triple kill there, right? Like at the Roshan, they got triple kill and Aegis. I think if OG had played a bit more calm, just kept spamming them, just give it the Roshan eventually after stalling them for so long, they could have had a comeback in this game. Like maybe bring more heroes to a fight, maybe lay a trap somewhere, but it just never happened after that.
That's really difficult. And, you know, even, and how about the morale of the game, right? So they weren't doing too well from pretty much the beginning. They couldn't farm, and then they had to take a series of fights that didn't go their way. What could they have done to keep the morale up? We saw like kind of a little bit of a decrease in the chat lines, you know, but
I think the morale is still there. It's OG after all. They psychologically, they're really a strong team. They have Seb as a cornerstone who always props them up. That guy reads all sorts of books for morale and whatnot.
Yeah, they played until the very end. I mean, there's like 2 ways that you can look at that. You can look at that as if you played until the very end because people were kind of sitting there quietly, like toxically, you don't know what to do, your cores go quiet, whatever. But it's OG. It's like they're famous for morale and for mentality. So I think the way to look at that is probably they were just talking, they were just playing the game, they're having fun with it. And I kind of think like it's going to be interesting to see what OG does and for mentality. So I think the way to look at that is probably they were just talking, they were just playing the game, they're having fun with it. And I kind of think like it's going to be interesting to see what OG does when they finally, you know, go back and have one of these like circle pep talks where they're like hyping each other up. I imagine Seb there, you know, doing the speaking, and like, do they come back super powered? And does it even matter?
right. Well, on the other hand, we will get to see what Team Secret's morale and what their mentality is like as we go to this interview with Sir Action Slacks and Team Secret.
Thank you so much. I am here with the legend himself, Mr. 10-time. It's Puppy. Puppy, such a pleasure to have you. What a fantastic game. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Whew.
Sorry for not using your voice lines, but it'll get to that.
You better, Puppy. All right, we had a deal. All right, Puppy, it's been 7 years on Team Secret. You've gone through a lot of roster shuffles. You've gone in and out of different teams, but this time, it's been 2 years of the same guys. What do you think the impact is on that? Do you think it's helping you guys out?
I think we kind of know each other pretty well by now. And we are doing some kind of things in order to find what are like stressors or things that are like psychological to make us help understand each other a little bit better, because we are in this relationship for a long while and we've been playing a long time. So I don't know, like we are just trying to go the right way, the right path, where we all kind of understand each other and our emotional stresses.
Absolutely. Well, after that series, it looks like you guys are going on the correct path. However, let's talk about the path before TI. This is the first time you guys have entered a TI without everyone pretty much assuming you were going to win it. Was that on purpose? Be real.
Kinda.
Wow.
It's not really that, it's just because there's no tournaments, right?
Sure.
There's really no tournaments, and there's no reason to overdo anything, and you don't get the same vibe as going to like ESL Birmingham or like, let's say, some other tournament. There's no such feeling anymore, and I know this feeling will be at TI at least. The majors are great too, but after the first major we already got kind of what we wanted. If we qualify one more time, we're in the solid. It's not the problem is not that we don't want to win. The problem is that in the backlines you always know that you're going to TI, which kind of suffers your gameplay in a way. And it's not really about that also, because we are kind of like boomers, most of them. Like Matu and me, we're always making boomer jokes about each other and stuff, and it kind of like, you know, it shifts to the mentality that let's win the right matches, not the other stuff, please.
All right, well, our next series coming up is going to be the best-of-1 eliminations. You've been there many times yourself, and a lot of these teams are looking up to you as kind of the grandpapa of Dota. Any advice to those guys?
For OG?
No, just for the other guys.
I mean, it's rough being there. I have no advice whatsoever, because there's no such thing as good advice if you're down there. Most of the time, I think there's only one team that knows what's going on, and then they crawl up and do some stuff, right? But I think that comes from understanding the game. And when you're down there, I think you have to have the same mentality if you're up there.
Yeah.
So it's not like you should kind of be blinded by the fact that you're down there. So just don't even think about it.
Okay, well, actually, since you mentioned it, OG has not been in a lower bracket in 4 years. You got any advice for them?
Stay down.
All right, thank you so much, Puppy. Back to you.
Stay down. Those were the words that Puppy had for OG. Well, Puppy may think that he and Matu are boomers, but they've actually got the zoomer moves. And let's see how they did in game 1 with a replay featuring OD Pixel and Fogged.
Smell. He's going to try and jump straight away to Nisha. Nisha puts the BKB remnant off the side. They're going to attempt straight away. Everything thrown down off the eye. They've taken him down. Someone over Saxon. Sam does come out, but Simon Semel's already put the ult, ready to go over for more. Chasing down Yatso. He'll remove the monkey king out of the fight. A double kill for Semel. Now ready to go for something else to the side as he's on top of Matumbaman. Waiting for him out. Semel looks to Nisha, but now he's going to be frozen in position. Semel, he's trying to back out, but the cold feet kicks in. Semel will fall. No tail as well. Cut down by Nisha. With the setup there, Matsu comes in for the finishing blow.
Amazing. Well, they have secured a win 2-0, sending OG down to the lower bracket, and they will be playing against whoever wins Quincy Crew versus Team Aster. And the lower bracket is starting to fill up, and we can't let that happen. So coming up after this series, we're going to have 4 matches of the lower bracket. But in the upper bracket, Team Secret securing the 2-0, IG securing the win 2-1. They will be moving forward into the quarterfinals. We still have yet to decide tomorrow who will be winning in the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, this is probably the game they practiced the most for on the side of Secret. They are playing versus IG, and IG is the team that put them in that lower bracket at the Singapore Major.
Okay, cool. Well, we will see what happens as these matches play out, but until then, we're going to get ready for our next series. In the meantime, check out this cool treasure from the TI archives.
There's a lot of ways to screw up playing Dota 2. Misclicks, bad buybacks, item decisions, you name it. But no screw-ups in Dota 2 history are more famous than Team Orange's KYXY at TI3.
Orange versus 2011 international champions, Na'Vi.
It comes down to one single game, either team to take it, gonna head in to the grand final.
We were waiting backstage to see what's gonna win between Orange and Na'Vi. From how we saw it, Orange had the upper hand. We're kind of preparing mentally to play against Orange in the finals.
We colossally fucked up that game. Like, we fed so much. It's like, if you watch that game, it's like feed after feed after feed after feed.
I remember KYXY was just a boss. He was doing so well at this TI. He was carrying Orange in so many of those matches. And then he has this moment.
To farm up and then just deal with this Aegis when it comes out. Should be on the hands of Mushy, and in fact goes the hands of Windrunner. No.
Denial.
What?
They denied it. They failed.
Oh.
We didn't realize at first. If I remember correctly, we were still playing the game for like 5 minutes. And like the pressure was getting to us too, and like a lot of like stuff's going on. At some point, I think it was Dandy, or maybe Hawas. It's like, oh, they don't have the ages. Like,
I think it took a few seconds for like the casters to realize as well, if I remember correctly. Like the crowd as well. Everybody was like, a few moments later, were like, oh.
That doesn't happen. I mean, who does that, and why didn't he pick the edge? You have so many questions always on this that, I mean, you kind of ruined the game. It's the feeling that you're left with.
There's footage of KYXY at that moment as his heart literally shatters.
VR заденаила VR заденаила Aegis. Кто у нас там? Blood Angel? Blood Angel славился такими мувами. Я не знаю, что еще должно здесь произойти.
When I saw that, I mean, I felt so bad for him. I felt so bad for KYXY.
I think it stays with him maybe all his life.
If we're gonna have him in the seat, we're gonna be talking about it with him.
Poor guy, don't bully him too much.
当时肉山快死了，然后我不想捡到我的队友的，然后我又想要攻击那个肉山，所以我就按 A， 然后就不小心把那个盾 A 掉，然后所以我的队友就很不懂发生什么事情，以为我把盾抢了这样。
That's what he was doing. Literally, that's what he was doing. Just spamming it like that, you know, just going ham, making it feel like it will kill it faster or something like that, or like you're just so nervous, probably.
当时我是超级内疚。过后我的队友就告诉我不要那么内疚，因为我也是有功劳才能够达到前3这个成绩的。对，就这样叫我不要内疚。
The truth is that, you know, mistakes, they happen. And this is when you need your team, you need your teammates to be there for you. Just like when you're going to be there for them, once that's going to happen to them.
I think every pro Dota player at some point has made a fatal mistake in a game. And all you can do is try and move past it and either try and still win the game if it's winnable or just go on to the next one.
然后也希望那些有做失误的人不要那么觉得内疚，因为毕竟还是要继续成长这样。对，没错。
Mistakes happen. It's very normal. Everybody makes mistakes. It's absolutely human to make mistakes. And the beauty about Dota 2 is that those mistakes happen so often that those are the moments that you learn. You get better, you adapt, you stop spamming the attack button when you're, you know, in the Roche pit in a very crucial match, and you learn and you adapt. And Dota 2 is an ever-evolving game that requires you to adapt all the time. And I know there's a lot of people watching right now that might only watch Dota when it's TI time. Welcome back. We love to have you here. But I also know that watching these games today has been maybe a tiny bit overwhelming. There's been a lot of changes since the previous international. And we have Purge here with us, who is going to talk to us a little bit more about what has changed.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, there's been a couple new things in the game. First off, we'll start off with new heroes since the last TI. We got 4 new ones. You've seen some of them already today, but these are the stats from the group stage. We've got Snapfire, we've got Void Spirit, Hoodwink, and Dawnbreaker. And Snapfire's been the most successful with the highest win percentage because she can be played very, very effectively as support. Hoodwink, as we saw earlier today, not in the best place. So, along with new heroes, we also have plenty of new items. There's a bunch across the board, but the most valuable one or the most interesting one is maybe Aghanim's Shards. What's better than 1 Chaos Meteor? Well, more than that, 3 Chaos Meteors. And you get the Ag Shard by buying it for 1,400 gold, and it sometimes upgrades your existing skill, sometimes gives you an extra one. You can get it from Roshan as well, so that's a great way for a lot of carry players to pick that one up. You can see if a hero has a Shard. If you take a look at their HUD at the bottom of the screen, look for those 3 blue dots, that means they have the Shard. Directly above that is if they have Ag Scepter. But what's this thing way over here to the right? That's going to be the neutral item on the right side. The neutral item is another new thing in Dota. You can get neutral items by dropping them from neutral camps. And once you pick it up, you can give it to anybody on your team. There's different tiers. They get more powerful as the game goes on. But that's a new thing that you might be a bit confused about if you haven't been around for a bit. Other than that, I just want to talk about buildings. There's some new building changes in the game. Buildings are mostly the same. I don't want to talk about this one. Let's talk about some different ones. None of that. Shrines are a little bit different. Well, really, they're gone. Outposts are the new thing. They sit in the jungle. They give you vision. You can teleport to them after about 6 seconds. And mostly, they help you retain some control of Roshan. You can take them from your enemies as well after you kill a tier 2. And there's tons more couriers in the game, lots more to be killed. 5 for each team. So now, you don't have to worry about that pesky mid player stealing it for the first 5 minutes of the game so that he can type GG easy mid at the end. So that's basically the big changes in the map, in the game. So hopefully with that, you guys can follow along nicely.
All right, thank you very much, Purge. Yeah, a lot of changes that we all have to keep track of, and I hope that the two teams that we're gonna watch next have definitely paid attention. They are in the lower bracket. It is time for eliminations. It's best of ones. I'm joined by Gareth. I'm joined by Tsunami. I'm joined by Tigov. And Tigov, I'm gonna start with you because best of ones eliminations, that's what we're here for.
A lot of people actually say they don't like them, but I personally, I kind of love them for the fact that it's like an extension of the group stage, right? They weren't good enough to get top 4, but they had like that energy in them that you kind of want in that TI spirit. So like best of one is like prolonging it a little bit more, and then I don't know, I just love best of ones. It's the might of like the captains, the drafting, and then of course anything happening in the game, but this, it's so good.
Getting that edge.
Yeah, he's all giddy. Are you just as giddy, Gareth?
Absolutely. It's like getting that edge, right? You've got maybe a pocket strat you bring out, that little thing, your mid laner outplays in the mid lane, dominates the lane. I agree.
All right, Tsunami, we got Undying Fnatic. That's our first series, right? These two teams, this is the most even best of one we have today, I feel like, because anything can come out of here.
Yeah, both these teams have been coin flips for me, not even just within their own DPC regions, but as the group stage evolved, I was trying to figure out, okay, how good is North America? You know, I know EG's been carrying the torch. Quincy Crew's looking a little bit not as good as I was expecting. Undying somehow cruises right in the middle. Same thing with Fnatic. DPC ends, they're kind of scrambling to figure out who's our roster going to be of. They get something together, narrowly make it through the SCA quals, and then show up to group stage. Still, coin flips all around. They managed to 2-0 Secret, but the rest of it, they had a lot of draws, so I still don't even know what to make of them when they're going head-to-head.
Yeah, because we normally, in the group stages of TI, we expect teams to get better as we go. You know, they learn, they adapt. Do you feel like that's the case for both of these teams, T?
Honestly, I think, Undying has been improving every step of the way. And I think the best example is the series against EG, right? Like, throughout the entire tournament, when they were first pick, for example, they wouldn't even care about IO. They'd let the enemy ban it or just not pick it. And then now, against EG, for example, it was like, we're going to first pick it. Like, they have that ability to surprise people as this tournament goes. Like, they're not just sticking to what happened in the first. And Fnatic as well kind of did the same thing. Weren't doing so well at the start of the draft, but now they're slowly tweaking it a little bit. So both teams are experimenting a little bit.
Experimenting a little bit. Well, there's one thing that they both need to do. No experiments possible. They need to find their way to the stage, the main stage of TI-10. It is Fnatic taking the stage here at the International 10. And amongst that, we got two first-timers in Death and Chuan, and they are walking up those stairs for the first time. Now, I do want to point out that Fnatic, the last two internationals that the organization took part at TI, this was the only time they took the stage because they went out in the best of ones. But this team, they found something. They started clicking these group stages. That was what they needed to find their groove, and now they are walking into those pods full of confidence. We got ourselves a couple of veterans on the side of DJ and Jabs, Sunbi as their coach helping out, of course, as well, and let's not forget Raven. Fourth TI for him here, and Fnatic, I feel that if they win this one, they go far. coming out of the North American region, always considered to be third best. Well, no longer. This team almost made it to upper bracket, looking like the hottest team coming out that DPC region right now. And also amongst them, we got two first-timers in Bryle and Saberlight. This team has just found it right before DPC season started here in 2021. They're like, hey, you want to play DPC season with us? Sure, let's go, let's do it. And they played and they got better. They didn't manage to make it to a major, even though they got very close in that first season. And this LAN, this is the first time that they have met each other, and they've just grown, they've just gotten better. I don't know where that ceiling is yet. We have not seen it yet. We might see it depending on what Fnatic, of course, is going to bring to the table as well. Undying, taking on Team Fnatic. It is looking hot, and before TI started, after the qualifiers, both of these teams made it through the qualifiers of TI10. Undying was able to sit down with none other than Casey.
Undying is a team that had a near-perfect season. Out of the Animajor, and Undying, led by their captain and founder Moonmeander, was left to take a much longer road through the regional qualifiers. Watching the way that you played in the North American qualifiers,
I would say like the hardest part about it was not being able to see each other in person and being able to read the emotions of the team without being able to see someone just through the voice alone and how they're feeling. Constantly needing to check up on them on an emotional level to make sure everything's okay. You need to see the human to really like form the bond. And since we don't see each other, you need to constantly like be there in some other way.
Wow, so you guys formed at the beginning of the year and still have not been able to play in the same room?
Yes, I haven't even seen them yet. I think the Dota is the easy part of the Dota. It sounds as like silly as that sounds. The harder part is working as a team, because this is a team game, and anyone can be really skilled and like really high skill. But at the end of the day, if you don't play as a team, you're gonna lose to a team that is a lot worse than you skill-wise individually, but a lot better if teamwork.
Are there any coaches or captains that you've had in the past that led by example and have helped you find your way as captain?
Yes, the number one person I would say is Fly. Like that's why I learned. Like he would like show me all the little things back then, and he would be so calm about it. He would never get angry, never lose his stuff. I would never play out of fear for that guy. I wanted to make him proud. Another captain I would like model after would be like Swinnemelons. Not the toxic part of Swinnemelons, because it's very toxic, but the leadership part where he would like have a lot of charisma and band the whole team together with his words and speeches, and that's something Fly never did. So I'm kind of like mixing up both of them a little bit, the speech part, the charisma part, with the non-toxic coaching part.
Moonmeander has competed in 2 internationals, TI5 with Complexity and TI6 with OG, placing 9th, 12th in both events, despite being favored in the latter to win the whole thing. Even with this experience, it's been several years of struggling to return to the highest level of competitive Dota.
It's not easy to come back like this. In Dota, a lot of people, like, once you like miss one TI, they think like you instantly like you're trash already. Like Weehaw, second place TI twice, mid one, multiple major winner. Like they're just gone off everyone's roadmap now. After not making it to TI 8, 7, and then 8, and then 9, I had to play in C, I had to play EU, I had to play in NA stacks. 4 years later, I finally did it, and it was not easy to do it. I was like so happy when I got it. I was like I can actually like sleep good again. It was like crazy. It was like I was so stressed. Yeah.
Well, I hope you're able to take some time to just really appreciate what you've accomplished before things start heating up again.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's good to be back.
And it's good to have him back as well. Moon Meander, indeed, on the stage. Many people forget that he also was in a starting lineup, the original monkey business of OG Garrus. And his style of play, I'd say, still up there, still on fire, still the playmaker, even though he obviously changed roles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, bringing into the fact that he's talking about charisma, compassion, understanding the emotions of the team, the players, and things like that. Reading your players and understanding we're on the same page, we communicate the same way, and we know when we want to go in, I think is a big story here in the group stage and now getting onto the main stage, understanding and picking your moments, knowing when your teammates are going to strike.
Yeah, being the captain is a big responsibility indeed. Also, of course, on the side of Fnatic. And for Fnatic, Casey was also able to catch up with the captain.
Fnatic earned their spot at TI10 in the Southeast Asia qualifiers, but it wasn't easy. After making a powerful run through the upper bracket straight into the grand finals, things started to turn a bit sour. Fnatic, along with their captain Jabs, lost the first 2 games of the match to TNC Predator.
We have conclusion that we didn't lose to them. We feel like we lose to ourselves. Yeah, I feel like we are just better team and we just don't lose hope and just keep positive for the team.
I do want to talk a little bit about how the beginning of the season went. It was really, really tough when you first started because you came in first in DPC Season 1, but then moved on to the Singapore Major and were only able to grab 9th, 12th. What happened, and why do you think you didn't play as well as you might have hoped?
We kind of had issue in the Season 1. We don't really work well together as a team at that time. So it's kind of hard to perform well in the major.
When you were qualifying for TI10 in the qualifiers, you played so much better, and you had recently added Death, which meant Chuan could move back to mid. How much of that helped you succeed?
I think everyone just know their role well. Chuan had been playing mid for a long time, and Death had been playing off lane for a long time. So we didn't need so much time to practice. We only have maybe 1 month before the qualifier.
That qualifier, playing entirely in the upper bracket, proved to be just the thing Fnatic needed to begin to gel as a team. All of this, despite the recent roster changes, despite having never all even been in the same room together, and despite having a new captain in Jabs. You were at TI9 with Fnatic last year. What kinds of lessons did you learn there? You placed 13th, 16th there. Obviously not an ideal placement for you.
I feel like I didn't calm enough in the, we just need 1 match against the VP. And we have so much lead and the game's going, you're about to win or something like that. You don't think carefully and you kind of play bad. So you need to calm down. It's even we are winning or losing, we always say in the game just calm down and don't get dragged into the game. When you are too intense, you cannot think carefully.
As they prepare to apply that mindset to TI10, Jabs acknowledges they have a lot to digest from their path here. And when asked who they want to beat the most, he doesn't hesitate.
T1.
Why?
Cause they're my friend, 23. He's a friend with me, and I wanted to meet him in the grand final. Pretty sure. We don't want to lose to them again.
Right.
Or lose to anyone. Yeah. And want to be the best in Southeast Asia and be good in the international tournament too.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Fnatic for this opening best-of-1 elimination series. As mentioned earlier, Fnatic as an organization didn't have the best of luck in the last 2 TIs, TI8 and TI9. They got eliminated in... And Fnatic has had a pretty rough year, Tsunami. You've been watching them the entire time, and it's not been roses and rainbows.
No, but at least I hear that it's good blood between them and T1.
Yes.
Because I think part of me on the former Geek Fam squad, I was is it a Fast and the Furious Paul Walker Vin Diesel type thing where they're smiling at each other while Zephyr, Cuckoo, and Whitemon go to T1 and Raven heads off to Fnatic, but Jab seems friendly. And Didn't seem friendly in the DPC though, and I think part of the success that they've found here, especially throughout their qualifier, is the Cinderella story of Death, which almost to an extent mirrors Moonmeander's journey, because Death has been playing competitively since 2014. He tried to go to North America, played on Complexity for a little bit, and overall was just kind of middling around. Then Singapore Major rolls around. OB Neon's like, bro, we kind of need a Singaporean stand-in
The
right
morning
now.
of.
The morning of, and he's like, all right, fine, I'll play a DPC Major. Rolls up, helps them get top 6 placement, and suddenly shows up on everyone's radar. And this is after he had been critically panned by another Southeast Asian offlaner with Ice Ice Ice. He, on his stream, Ice 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 had done a power ranking of all of the Southeast Asian offlaners, put everyone in A, B, C, D. He made a new tier just to put Death in.
Higher or lower?
Oh, it was lower.
Oh, yeah.
There was an empty gap, and then there was the Death tier.
That's ouch.
That was ouch.
Just to clarify, was that like the unknown, like he hasn't seen him play?
No,
or was it like
I think he had seen too much of him play, apparently. So, if anything, I think that Fnatic trying to reclaim some of their Southeast Asian glory, because this is a mainstay organization. I know when they started out in Dota, they was European, but since then they've been very, very much Southeast Asian. And they've been at all TI since TI3, so them getting that luster, them hopefully not going out in this round for once, I think is what the success story will begin with.
Yeah, a little bit of a history here too with Dubu. I mean, he played at TI9, great. He played in Fnatic at TI9. And that is, of course, the TI that the team kind of fell in shambles, Gareth. Fnatic has had a long road to build up to the current squad that they have.
Yeah, I mean, like Tsunami said, the European squad, right back then it was No-Tail's team, all the way back then, you know, a UK organization. The past, 4 or 5 years, it's been a Southeast Asian team really responding to the players down there. Looking great now, though.
They are absolutely looking good. And I do want to talk about that because I also want to talk about Undying looking good, because both of these teams, I would say, have done pretty well in the groups. Obviously, they're in the lower brackets, so they've not done amazing. But they've done pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, like Undying, for example, they, the only teams that they lost to is T1 and Virtus Pro, right? So maybe if you want to look into that, Undying
T1,
exactly
Southeast Asia.
Yeah, you're seeing it here. But no, I think this is a hard series if you're maybe an SEA fan, because if you like T1, you indirectly now like Undying because they help T1 get to upper bracket.
It's true.
But like of course, now Fnatic being an SEA team, like, where are the fans really lying? Like, I assume it's going to be with Fnatic, right? But maybe there's some maybe motivating and pushing towards the Undying side.
I mean, Undying's incredibly multinational as well. Like, I think you'd be hard-pressed. I don't think there's any other team at this TI that had to do their DPC seasons with a player not even in the region. Saberlight was playing from Europe, which, for the most part, I think everyone else was playing from within their region. Maybe not in a...
There were some rare cases for like lower division teams, but if you think of the upper division, I think it was like Hustler playing in EU. But like other than that, yeah, you are right. Saberlight, of course, standout year, being able to really, make it his way there.
Well, I am very excited for this game, and it is ready. The draft coming your way. Fnatic Undying.
Fnatic versus Undying.
It's perfect, right? Like it's so fun.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, well, the draft is live. What are we going to see here from Fnatic and Undying?
Storm.
What are going to be the Storm?
Tide, yeah.
Okay,
Storm.
Just bring all the the usual suspects out. I want to see some out-of-the-box stuff. We are in for a best of one. We didn't even talk about that aspect of pressure coming into this game.
But that's so important, and it's like during those interviews, like you kind of get to see the human aspect of Dota, right? And like what the players are really bringing. And I think everyone, like, even though the best of one's a fan, it's fun to watch, you have to remember at the end of it, it is going to be a team getting eliminated. Like the work that you put in, like these teams, these players, they have spent an entire year at home putting it in, maybe not even boot camping with their players trying to get here. So it's fun for View, but it's scary for that.
Well, I think there's been 2 Fnatic throughout the group stage. They have a 75% win rate in groups when they picked a Spirit hero for Chuen, 2 games of Ember and Void, and the rest Storm Spirit, and a 0% win rate when they don't have him on a Spirit hero.
Oh no!
So that's why I'm shouting out Storm. I really would love to see them just straight up first pick it.
Well, we're going to find out if they are going to do that. It's a Nature's Prophet first pick for Fnatic, but I believe Sumi and the guys are ready to take you through this draft of the best of one.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. I am here with two of the biggest brain, biggest muscle, biggest heart dudes, Insania and Lizard. Good afternoon, gentlemen. We are here to cover the draft for this game, this only game of Fnatic versus Undying. All right, so we have the first two bans out, and we have some picks out. Tell me what we're seeing so far.
Straight off the bat, it's a best of one, and Fnatic is not messing around instantly into the Nature's Prophet. This is a hero that's very flexible for them. They mostly play it on position 4, but we know what the state of the game is. You can play him pretty much anywhere, so they open up with that, follow up with a Clockwork to prevent that Shaker from having the freest game possible. Meanwhile, what are the bans, Insania? I didn't really talk about that.
You got Tiny Monkey King on the side of Fnatic versus Tide Hunter and
Weaver.
Yep. For Undying.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, it's for now the only really thing that I notice is I think when I think of Fnatic, I think of pretty aggressive support players. I think they're almost their two star players, in my opinion, are their two supports. You got DJ and Jabs, both like extremely highly mechanically skilled supports. And they're picking Clockwork for, I assume, DJ as a 5 most likely, because they tend to run the NP4 on Jabs. But as you mentioned, it could be flexible.
Can you really call him a position 5 though?
I mean, I think they're both like 4s. They have 2 4s basically. Ender 3 plays like a 2, so they got a lot of good stuff going for them.
Tell me about the Storm Spirits pick. We've seen, so I believe that in the beginning of the group stage, we didn't really see a lot of Storm Spirit, and then as it kind of ramped up, we saw a lot more. Tell me about the strength of this hero.
Garrett was shouting out the Storm Spirit. He wanted it, and I can completely understand why. And when you look at the way that Fnatic has opened with the Nature's Prophet, with the Clockwork, when it comes to hero matchups, this hero makes a lot of sense. You will be able to hunt down that position for Nature's Prophet at any given time. And the Clockwork, until he gets Axe, you don't really care about him. Once he gets Axe, perhaps he can double hookshot you and contain you in spot for long enough. But until that point, every time he hooks, you just zip away. So you're not a target that position 5, 4, whatever, can actually go for. Meanwhile, it's obviously Undying's full comfort zone here, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, generally speaking, between the spirits, Storm is the stronger laner. If you play Storm against Ember, if you play Storm against Void Spirit, you're going to have the favorable matchup. I know Taiga on my team likes to say that Earth Spirit's very good against Storm Spirit, but I've yet to see it, and I highly doubt we will in this series. But yeah, so I think a big reason is like you get a very strong lane, and I think when you're in a best of one right now, you're looking at comfort heroes, and you're trying to stay away from like mispicking something or not banning something. So making sure you have a lot of reserve time going into the later stages of the draft.
They're also banning out the other spirit, the Ember. Even though Storm is pretty good, I think it's Fnatic's comfort zone. So they want to get rid of all of these heroes that are extremely capable at making plays in the mid game. If you delete that and take that away from Fnatic, they will have a rougher time dealing with the Storm, who will be zipping in and out of these fights comes mid game.
Yuk masuk in gamenya aja dah.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
A lot of prep. You've been talking about this since as soon as you knew that you were playing against your opponent that you're going up against. So you're just making sure that everything's playing out the way you expect it to. I think when you make your first 4 bans, you have a rough idea of what you think your opponents are going to draft. So you're prepared. Like I'm sure Undying knew that if Fnatic opens Nature's Prophet, we're going to respond with Storm, assuming it's not banned.
Considering Fnatic 1 versus Secret to Ricky Maru, do you think that's maybe an option for them here? It's kind of difficult maybe versus Shaker, but the smoke screen is pretty nice versus Storm.
I mean, I actually think it can be quite nice in Shaker too. Like imagine you're jumping in, you put the smoke screen on top of yourself, you can no longer get Echo Slam because if the Shaker blinks in, he's immediately silenced, right? So absolutely, I think it's a really strong hero. I know we played it a little bit in scrims leading up to the TI qualifiers, and we primarily played it on Boxy because it's just his style of hero, but it's very, very strong. It outputs a lot of damage, and it has one of the most powerful silences in the game because it's ground target AoE, and it has a very large AoE later on when you get the talent. Plus you have a sleeping because it's almost impossible to see, and people and it has a very large AoE later on, which you can like sleep the shaker and initiate a storm. Sleeping Dart, which is almost
for Undying here as well, is Terrorblade. That's something that is pretty decent versus Nature's Prophet. Versus the Clockwork, you really have no problems because of all the illusions. But it looks like Fnatic will go the Spirit route and just take the last one remaining. They pick the Void Spirit. There's their Spirit as well, but besides Taiga, I don't think anyone wants to play that mid.
Yeah, I mean, I think it fits the concept of having something that enables your Nature's Prophet and plays off of the clock and Nature's Prophet. So I think the Storm Spirit actually works out great for Undying. I would imagine they're very, very happy right now that they have like the superior mid lane matchup with the tempo controller of their choice.
So those two picks, Enchantress and Night Stalker for Undying, came out really, really fast. And earlier you said that letting them take their time to think and use up their time is very effective. So on the contrary, what were the advantages of picking those heroes really fast?
I mean, it puts the pressure on, right? You force your opponent to immediately respond, and maybe they thought they would have more time to think about their pick. And you're draining down the reserve time. We're getting one step closer to a potential misclick.
That is true. A misclick like picking Gyrocopter.
Just a tap on the back here, I feel you, man.
Yeah, I mean, I want to actually, we didn't talk about it, but the Spectre ban I think is really important. We saw earlier today in the IG series, like the Spectre Storm, how effective that can be in team fights. So I think that was a really, really good ban by Fnatic. They picked Luna. This indicates to me that it's most likely going to be a Clockwork 4, and they're going to play like this Luna Clockwork lane to try to zone out the Shaker and NS.
You mean Clockwork 5?
Clockwork 5, sorry.
Yeah. But it's 4 anyway, it doesn't matter for Fnatic.
It doesn't matter who plays it.
Exactly.
One of the things that we got as stats from our statsman Leah is that the Undying's most effective heroes are Tidehunter, Spectre, and Lina, and they all ended up getting banned. Some of them by Undying themselves.
Yeah, I think they wanted that good lane matchup. I really feel that way when I see both Lina and Lesh banned. I feel like they just want the Storm to have a good game.
Still, what they got is completely fine. There's a ton of aggression coming post-laning stage. I'm just wondering if this will be most likely your Shaker position 4 now, right?
Yeah, I think the lanes are fairly telegraphed. I don't really think they play Night Stalker carry. And I don't really see any reason to put a carry here. I think most likely it's just going to be our Shaker blocking off the wave for the Night Stalker.
He's and it makes it so much easier for the Night Stalker, right? Plus, you're avoiding this bad matchup for an Earth Shaker in a form of Clockwork. You don't really like that. You don't want to be playing into that. So you're getting the best of both worlds here.
Right.
Pangolier banned out by Undying and the TB that we called for earlier by Fnatic.
All right, Lizard, tell me, what are the two heroes that each of these teams need to pick to really round out their draft?
So when it comes to Undying, they need a carry that's actually decent versus a Luna. And I'm trying to think of some of their carries that are actually still in the pool that can do that. There's also a troll that they've been running before. Something with the build in BKB is always nice versus Luna. There is a Sven that hasn't been touched, but also hasn't been picked recently too.
Yeah.
These are probably the options that they've got.
I feel like as Undying, when you pick Enchantress, you kind of want something that can help dominate the lane with you. You want to utilize the presence that Enchantress has in the early game, like we saw in the series between Secret and OG.
Yes.
I think that was a perfect example of how to draft Enchantress. So you want some sort of carry that will play with her. You don't want to pick one of these like very passive carries that's just going to sit back and lane. Because I think if they do that, then the Nature's Prophet combined with something could be very, very hard for them to play against.
Also keep in mind that these are best of ones. And so far, these teams have picked extremely stable, normal heroes, no chase picks. And in best of ones, you always have to be careful. There are Arc Wardens, there are possible, well, probably not Meepos. Medusa was definitely an option, and that's a very good ban.
Yeah. Immediate response Timber. Yeah, I think it's a hard pick for Undying, actually. I'm curious what they're going to pick here. Nothing really comes to mind. I think, like you mentioned, the Troll is strong in lane, but there's always the potential of the Nature's Prophet 4, so you're not really aware if it's going to have that lane matchup that you really want it to have. So it's a tough pick, actually. I'm curious to see what.
Do you think that Lifestealer is playable? I actually saw Koipa play it a bit. He's your teammate? Yeah.
Naga Siren. Wow.
Naga Siren, okay.
Is that a good pick? Do you? Because you said that you needed someone a little more active, right? Not someone that just sits back and farms and not that kind of.
It's just such a difficult hero to perform with. We've seen EG even try and fail, and Ortiz is considered in NA to be the best Naga Siren. So maybe this is a statement from Undying. We can take this hero and we can actually make it work. It's going to be difficult, as strategically you have to play a completely different game with a Naga.
Right.
I definitely think it's a best of one hero. Like, you're going to get farmed on the Naga. The game is going to most likely be in your hands because there's not really a lot of AoE clear on Fnatic. But if the game goes very late, I think this Luna might have the potential to just straight up out carry you. I think Invoker's open, and I don't really know if Fnatic favor that hero, but it's a very strong hero for this game. You get Alacrity on the Luna, you're going to output a lot of damage.
They go with the Legion Commander.
LC. So tell me how LC fits into their draft.
So this should be our offlane, right?
It most likely is our offlane.
And you have a ton of AoE damage now versus Naga. Your laning stage itself, even though you're playing versus Enchantress, if you block the camps and play with the Nature's Prophet around Edge, LC should still have a good time. And that's extremely important for Fnatic. Still though, I feel like they're on a timer, and Naga is sort of a hero that, like Aiden said, in best of ones, can put you out of your comfort zone. You're struggling, you're making mistakes because you're doing everything possible to stop her from farming.
Yeah, I think while the Legion is good against the Naga in the lane, one of the difficulties is they don't really have good ways of killing the illusions once they start splitting the lanes, because the overwhelming odds is very effective at killing them when they're grouped up, and it'll be effective in team fights, but stopping the Naga from farming is going to be difficult, and I think if Undying are able to split up Fnatic and force them to play the laning game, the Storm Spirit, Night Stalker, Earthshaker, a lot of great pick-off potential. So I think strategically, if Undying are able to execute their draft, they have a bit of an edge here, but I think their draft is also much more difficult to play. So in that way, I think Fnatic has the edge.
It does. So it does depend largely on their skill then. But on paper, you favor Undying's draft. What about you, Lizard?
I think that skill discrepancy between these two teams isn't really high, but the skill needed, like you said, the skill difference needed to play each other's zone. You're struggling, and because of that, I items and take fights. Also, they don't require too many items. When you look at Shaker, he's farming oriented. Night Stalker, sort of as well. He needs time.
All right, well, we will see how this does when we get into the game. Real quick, first, we will have an interview with Jake and Febby.
Anjing, servernya dong, tolong dong. Lah. Gangguan wae anjing mau live stream. Tolong yang bisa endorse.
Elimination, in fact, and we're already into the game. How you feeling, sir?
Oh, I'm feeling so good. These teams are feeling great. Everyone out there, I hope you're doing quite fine as well. And I know you are, because it's the best.
"30 seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Nah, yuk, welcome back.
With me.
course, they're both Spirit Heroes, so you sort of know what they're up to, trying to get good initiations and pick off potential to set their teams up for the 100 to death on a single person, just bringing them down instantly. And, you know, Storm has to be a little bit more concerned about potential rotations, but these days we're fairly busy on the side lanes.
Absolutely. And speaking of those side lanes, can take a look up here on the top side. Jabs facing off against Dubu in the support battles, and trying to steal away those treants every time they get an opportunity to. And Death playing on a hero is very comfortable with this Legion commander. It's been seen a rise, both flexed into position 5, but also still being played into that position 3 route like we're seeing right now, and trying to be a decent laning matchup against Tomato on the Naga.
Yeah, for sure. It's something that you'll see very often, even in just like pubs and stuff. But I thought Insania brought up a really good point about just like when it actually gets in that like mid and especially like the later parts of the game when the illusions get very tanky, it can be a little frustrating as a hero to try and deal with that part of the wave push. So luckily you will still have the pick off potential to try and bring Naga back down to size. But the two of us, we were very blessed during the group stage to watch this Jabs Nature's Prophet before, and it was infuriating to watch. I can tell you easily it was the most annoying looking opponent of the entire group stage that we saw.
Right, and the big thing that he was doing constantly was blocking out ancient camps, blocking hard camps as we DJ get a little bit of pressure here onto Moon, who's keeping the wave back. This is going to be a lot of damage as they connect in with the cogs also, starting to get some creep damage into there, and Moon getting body blocked now. With Saberlight coming over to help, that's going to be enough to get that Earthshaker away. So that does set them up for a little bit of a double wave here,
he's got friends here with all these creeps, more battery salt and cogs.
And some trouble. Saberlight trying to get a little bit away from him, but the damage already coming out from that clock, and Raven moving into position. Saberlight dropping lower and low, Lucent Beam, and DJ drawing first blood.
Oh, first blood onto a Clockwork 2. Already has the boots. That's going to secure the Tranquils now for DJ starting out. And, I mean, you got to love seeing this matchup, too. DJ, an amazing clock player. And then Moon Meander, even back in his off-lane days, one of his more iconic heroes in the Earthshaker. Probably the one I would choose for him if I was going into a best of one. And I said, you know, he loves having the team on his back. He loves being able to just, like, pump them up and make that big play. And Shaker's one of the absolute best heroes right now from the position 4 to do that.
I mean, literally every TI time, Earthshaker just comes back, right? Yeah. Like, people just love this guy. Punish his mistake. It's everything you want.
Valve has an agenda. You know, there's some Earthshaker players there. It's quite obvious.
There you go. That's fair enough. So you can see DJ again zoning back with this clock position 5. As in the mid lane, we haven't really taken too much of a look at it, but Chuen getting a little bit of the lead right now, 20-5 versus the 17-1. Nothing really to write home about. Obviously has that Quelling Blade and a little bit of that damage battle being played out there mid.
Yeah, and of course, Undying always trying to get Bryle off to a decent start so that he can make those plays across the map and secure that late game for Tomato. So you can see they've already covered his small camp there to ensure that's going to be there for the Storm Spirit, always an important tool. Don't want to have that blocked out like so many teams have been doing.
Right, and because of that, you're seeing the rotation that comes over, both supports wanting to ensure that they don't get a Runa, but Chuen's still able to get it. 2 supports rotate to his lane, and he still gets a water rune. Pretty good play.
That is definitely not ideal. On the other side, though, Dubu does secure the bounty rune up top, which, of course, Jabs is now coming over to check. And, well, Jabs will find that his own camps have been messed with this game, thanks to Dubu.
Very well played. So yeah, a little bit of a steady start as we go into this best of one, but the rotation's coming now from Dubu. They want to try and slow down this Void Spirit if at all possible. And for the moment at least, you know, Naga Siren just completely free, heads off into the jungle, Tomato left alone.
Yeah, Jabs is like wandering around up here like, guys, I think they're just gone, you know? They blocked off the hard camp themselves to take away a little bit of farm from Tomato. Now Jabs will send in the Trance to scout, but now he's just helping bottom.
Down bottom, but saved by Moon. Jab's rotation not able to bear fruit as Saberlight going to continue to play a little bit on the weaker side, but now as we get to this 5-minute mark, this is where Night Stalker can start to shine a little bit, going for that 2-1-1 build.
Yeah, we saw Jabs a lot of early points into teleportation the last time we saw him play this hero, just trying to get active all across the map, and he has another good game for it here, right? Luna, if you're trying to like last it versus the hero, you're never quite sure when she's gonna like turn on you and get a stun and lead to some kills, and of course following a Clockwork all game is always gonna be good too. As you can see, Bryle's still not level 6, so they want to put some pressure on.
Jump in right away, only level 5 right now, Bryle, but they move in with the Nature's Attendants to heal him back up, so Bryle will live through that. Not so lucky as DJ. Good rotation, and right now Dubu, the man making the moves.
Dubu with the baits, hiding behind the tree and popping out there with the help of the Satyr. Turning what looked like a free kill onto an underleveled Storm Spirit into a reverse back.
And you can see kind of the differentiation that we're seeing between these two teams, right? There's this core combo of heroes that have pretty good CS, but it's really supports on Undying that are trying to make up for that differential in terms of their net worth as well.
Oh, and Moonman are even messing with these darn treants here. Came over trying to get the rune. He's able to take that. Now, Jabs did manage to deny another one, but he might also be...
Dubu.
Oh, nice.
Goes down. So they're able to make that move over. Bryle does get the Ops Ward, but comes at a cost.
And Jabs is everywhere. Going for the urn, same build as last time too, and yeah, once more Tomato, you can see there, just farming away through the jungle. Nothing too surprising, item build wise. Manta coming out first here after the treads.
Tomato definitely has been a standout player. I will say it feels a little bit different than some of the other heroes that he's been on recently. When I think of Tomato, particularly throughout the DPC and everything else, it was like a Monkey King, that type of active can sometimes get in there hero, but swapping it up in this time and playing that Naga, we'll see how he does on it. As the 7-minute mark comes around, you can see the battle still going off as a couple of heroes rotate bottom. Dubu wanting to get active, and DJ is going to be there to break the smoke. The cogs down, Moon hoping to break this, but of course, the Clockwork versus Shaker dynamic, but he's able to get that fissure block off. Moon Meander moves over, and Saberlight trying to play cleanup as DJ going to take him for a little bit of walk. This space created, but in the end, he will fall.
He's dying there, but he just saved Raven, right?
Yeah.
Raven was in trouble. There are some benefits here. You are the Luna, so you're going to have that bonus night vision. Of course, they're mostly going to be trying to make plays on you at night. You know, that's kind of what Night Stalker lineups do. So already going to be helpful there, but still best that your carry doesn't go down and well played there from DJ. And look what his other teammates are doing here, pressuring into that mid lane, bringing over those supports once again. Moonman or Dubu, I feel like, well, particularly Moon, going to be very under-leveled with how much movement he's had to incur here.
Yeah, not necessarily what you want out of that Shaker. Loves to get into the quick blink dagger, but they need him. As the opening starts in full commitment for the runes, you can see they're really wanting to play around that whenever Storm gets an opportunity. Unfortunately, this time for Undying, it's only an invisibility. Fnatic are sure to be thankful about.
Yeah.
Are fortified.
And the easiest player in the game has got to be Death. I mean, top of the net worth, 58-11, big old goose egg, and the KDA. He's just chilling.
He's having a great time. Ring of Health to start, so his laning stage isn't going to be that big of an issue, and with Phase Boots already done and bringing out the full wand, he can be probably the strongest hero on the map right now, potentially, with the exception of like the Void Spirit.
Now they're trying to pressure DJ down bottom. They missed the Fissure, but they do at least get the block off.
Nicely played. Cogs down. Are they going to fully commit to this one? Doesn't look like it. And instead, they will let him live for the moment as top tier 1 tower goes down.
They're trying to mirror this movement and put some pressure on the bottom lane. The second Dubu couldn't contest top. He TP'd to the bottom lane. Has to come down here, grab a creep. Of course, one of the weaknesses of Enchantress. You're not exactly the best at going from one end of the map to the other if you've recently enchanted a creep, but we'll just grab some creeps here and start hitting away.
Absolutely.
Top lane, Bryle. Yeah, this should be a really easy setup.
And there's the pull-in. They've got him caught for the moment. Gonna pop ulti from Saberlight as the chase down comes, and there was just absolutely nothing Death could do as soon as Bryle was there. And also, on the other side, find themselves 1 kill, pulling back onto Moon. Look at this, Fnatic making the moves that they need to as they find 2 in return.
Yeah, perhaps Death sort of knowing what he's doing up there, right? Being that far in the lane, I'm sure expecting that a rotation would be coming, but you saw what a struggle it was to even bring him down there, right? Taking 2 of the core heroes, so easily able to jump here, yeah.
Again, DJ gonna be caught. Tomato trying to run him down with those illusions, but they don't have the ability to chase any further.
He has wasted so much of their time.
He really has.
Yeah. So he's trying to take the crown of most annoying support player on Fnatic, it seems, because it feels like they're just constantly chasing him, bullying him back. I mean, think about when they dove him behind that tower. That tower is still up down bottom.
Yeah.
After all that, right? Still plenty of space here, and gives Raven a little bit of safety as you move through your own jungle and up to your Ancients. You can see the line even being drawn by DJ saying, all right, bottom's mostly done. We're going up the top side of the map here. I want to push them away from our Luna's new camps here.
So in towards mid they go yet again. Onto Saberlight, the pullback, the rundown. Do they have enough? Though doesn't look like it, but the Clockwork hook shot in afterwards. They got Moon Meander locked down and killed. Last time Saberlight gave up his life. This time they turned around and take down Moon instead.
And now it's pressure onto the middle tower here. The next lane to perhaps go down here. Catapult wave is here. Saberlight being zoned back.
And they just can't do anything. And in fact, Saberlight, if he's not careful, he might also fall. So Chua and DJ making the moves, taking down this mid tower, and if Undying aren't careful, they're gonna get shut out of their entire map.
I see 5 heroes, I see 4 points Lunar Blessing, and I see 1 very dead tower.
This is deadly for Undying. They will also deny that tower down bottom. So even when they're finding tower and objective kills on Undying, it comes at a cost. Undying picking up some extra gold from that one.
Oh, now, surely they got to get this one, right?
No,
but the Tumbler's toy.
It's just away. They're playing it too clean right now in Fnatic. This is really solid Dota.
I mean, I feel like, wait, you heard, well, I'll have to wait for this one.
Oh my God, immediately into the Cogs pushback. Dude, DJ is everywhere.
The amount of resources that have just been wasted by him is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Stormy, you need every bit of mana right now, right? You're playing a hero down. They're willing to bring 5 heroes to a fight. You are not. So Storm has to do a little bit more lifting than is required from the Void Spirit, and hard to do that when you're constantly being annoyed once more.
Well, and some of this obviously is going to be, as we see Jabs also, they're denying one of the bounty runes with those treants. That's the other thing that he was doing pretty consistently. But they haven't really been able to find good runes for Storm, even though they've gotten each of them. The Invis, that one time we saw just now an illusion rune picked up as well. Not necessarily there for kills, but this one at least will allow him to play a little bit more aggro. Chua, in the meantime, trying to get into the Eul Scepter.
One thing that I really like is that Fnatic aren't panicking about the Legion commander. Because sometimes you'll see a Legion who just like starts hunting and smoking and everything, but like why? You know what I mean? I feel like Death's just having a free game. Yeah, it sure died the one time, but it's all right.
Oh my God, is DJ gonna get away yet again? Bryle pops it, the Earthshaker Fisher comes out, tries to bring him down. DJ ends up falling in the end, but they kill off the Storm. What a cost. Echo Slam afterwards, trying to find something right now for Undying. Can they get any more? Chuen backs away, but there's the duel gonna connect now onto Saberlight, and with Raven moving in, it's gonna be another one biting the dust. Undying lose 2 in exchange for 2, but it's much bigger with the mid and off lane going down.
On the other side of the map, you can even see Tomato trying to hold this game together for his team, being chased around by the treants. It looks like he did get the spawn at the very least this time, so we'll have some Ancients that he's able to farm. Not taken away for once, but so much pressure, and there's the replay. All for a D-ward, of course, and DJ almost getting away with another Tumbler's toy.
Unbelievable. And just so much
that pressed the attack right there, too. Yeah. Just a little bit.
Oh, unbelievable. And then the Echo, obviously, to try and turn whatever they could afterwards, but by that point, having lost the Storm, it already felt so bad, and a quick and easy duel rundown. So with that, Fnatic take a 2,000 gold lead. At the very least for Undying, the saving grace, Tomato. Been able to get some AFK farms sitting top of the net worth. What does this Naga need to do in this game?
Well, wants to contribute sooner rather than later. So currently eyeing up an Orchid, which I would say would be quite a good option here. And yeah, Void's going to have the Euls early on for sure, but you know, Storm's not going for an Orchid right away. Tend to try and avoid that item these days on the Storm Spirit, as DJ will shove back his opponent there.
Almost able to connect. The Tumbler's Toy doing a lot for that Clockwork. Maybe one of the best Tumbler's Toy games that I've seen in a while. Able to make a lot of escapes as well as a couple of those initiations. Didn't quite connect that time. But still, Saberlight backs out, and you can see that Undying are not being completely zoned out of the map. They're still getting some good farm, able to farm all the lanes.
Yeah, there is a bit of the vacuum effect happening, though. This tends to happen with your Terror Blades and your Naga Sirens, where maybe you have a greedier support on your team, right? Like perhaps an Earthshaker. We'd love to get a Blink Dagger at some point, but it can be very difficult to actually find that safe place to farm because you've got Naga Sirens pushing out these waves and getting the creeps further and further from your base because you're just so necessary that you pump this Naga Siren up as much as possible.
And you can see right there as well, they brought in Bryle to bottle that bounty rune, worried a little bit about those treants taking it away. So 15 minutes now as the bottom lane will get pushed in again by these illusions, and Raven feeling fairly comfortable trying to queue into that BKB next.
Yeah. definitely worry for Undying when this BKB comes out on the Luna. I feel like it's going to be very tough timing for them to fight. And you're also looking towards a BKB next onto the Legion Commander melee eventually. But for now, it is the Blink and the Hood looking for a kill.
And look at this.
Wants the first duel win of the game.
Saberlight, oh, gets caught off in the trees. Not often you get the Night Stalker at night. But when you have that clock vision and initiation, it's easy as pie.
The Max Lunar Blessings are so good this game. Like, it's such an excellent idea to use this versus the Night Stalker. Just run into their territory and take away that advantage the hero's supposed to have. Like, it's difficult to prep for the setup that you're supposed to have this edge over your opponent. Oh, it jabs. He's hunting. He's looking. Ward behind.
Oh,
Treants
they got
there.
him off in the trees. Fnatic, they find themselves a target. Echo just to try and escape, and they won't be able to. Now Bryle looking to try and turn onto this, but another Cogs pushback. The Fissure onto Luna, getting a little bit of separation. And
Jazz is still back here.
Might have gone a bit too far finally, but the rest of Fnatic is moving in as well. They jump forward, find the kill onto Moon, trying to get that finish. DJ jumps in, but Chuan right on top of him as well. The jump from Death turns to the kill. Saberlight wants to clean up, but do they have anything left in the tank? Chuan gets the TP away. Raven, BKB TP's out. A good escape from Fnatic, although they might be able to play a little bit of cleanup there. Death, blinking one, gets out.
Not going to catch any of those stragglers. Overall, I would consider that a pretty big win for Undying considering how that fight started. First off is, oh, well, even more so, perhaps.
He stuck around to juggle for a second.
I think everyone else is ditched, though. They're not coming. We're fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they hold the tower. Right now, that's the name of the game for Undying. They're just trying to slow things down, extend this game out as far as they can, and it's only a 2K lead, whereas it feels like, for a lot of this game, Fnatic have been in control.
Oh, that's the thing that's kind of interesting about it. And using that first BKB charge, if they do start to wear down a little bit low on Fnatic, that's where maybe you're overextending slightly and things could get a little bit dicey. By the way, Orchid done on Tomato. Gotta be careful here, Fnatic, as they smoke into this.
Oh,
and Dubu,
they need Tomato here.
They're gonna break it immediately on Dubu.
Let him go.
Ends up, but the hook shot looking forward for more. Saberlight, he's also caught. Has to back out of there. He's dropping down lower and lower. And Undying, they wanted to hit that timing and take the fight, but they were already too dead.
This is such a good game for support Clockwork because your opponent is trying to stall. They're trying to hold things out. And so when you get these little picks, they're happy to just send off Dubu. You know, push him out on the ice flow to save the rest of the village. But in this case, DJ, you know, he just says no. He's going to hook shot way into that back line and keep that fight going. Get that +1 kill.
Now looking for more. So many times, how many moments have we seen a Naga song in the Roche pit? Have to be careful about this opening. No Blink Dagger yet done on Shaker. This is the scariest time at this point in the game for Undying if they give up this Aegis for nothing. But you can see Fnatic respecting it. Jump forward though. They find one again. It's Dubu. Song immediately afterwards. Thinking about jumping. They want to get the vision. Moon can get her right on top. And with the silence afterwards, do they have enough for the fight? The Fissure comes out, connecting onto two, trying to find more, but Raven walks up to high guard. Look at that overwhelming odds. They do so much damage, but is it going to be enough? DJ on top and catching two in the cogs. They bit off more that they can chew, and Chuan was happy to give it to him afterwards. As Bryle does a little ring around the rosy, tries to TP out, and oh, zigged when they should have zagged. Fnatic not quite able to catch him.
Oh, that Orchid follow-up there, just not enough to get the finish in the air. In the end, coming off. Not sure where the press the attack. Yeah, it was the press attack on the Void Spirit. Figured that had to be it because it was looking really dangerous. I thought the Soul Burn was going to kill him for sure. So excellent play there from Death to get the save, and that's going to put them right into the Roche pit.
And with this, no Naga song. And Fnatic in the pit. It should be first Aegis of the game and a 4,000 gold lead right now for Fnatic. Moon has to back out.
Oh, he's
still
so close
not
to it's like just there though, you know.
Oh man,
it's like I just get home and sell the stick. Like please,
sell the quelling, but sell anything.
If the danger is there, it'll be all right. And we can wait 50 seconds for that to pop out here. But mid lane, Dubu. Lots of OBS and Sentry vision here. And now a flare even. DJ, you know, he wants it.
Oh, get out of there. That was close. The hook shot almost able to connect. They will Quelling Blade it down as Dubu pulled back into position. DJ now moving also, and with the duel committed, they find another kill, taking him down. 50 duel damage on the Legion.
Yeah, and of course this comes back to another discussion of just like delaying the game and waiting things out, and there is an additional punishment there. Clockwork is getting these hook shots, is giving you like 2 kills instead of 1 at times, but also infinite scaling.
So strong.
Every time we win one of these duels, we're gonna pump that damage up now up to 50, hitting some big numbers here, multiple reps for Death. Let's get huge.
They will take down that tier 2 tower in the top lane as well, which opens up the outpost. Fnatic trying to put their grip really on this
Saberlight down here.
Ravens in the area too.
Dangerous stuff, yeah. I'm trying to catch a cheeky little pick, I think.
Just thinking about how these teams have gotten here as well, and Undying's path and sort of the love affair that they've had with Southeast Asia Dota throughout the past couple of days. You know, the turnaround where they're winning over EG, put T1 in the upper bracket, and now facing off against Fnatic to potentially eliminate them. And Fnatic looking like they might be able to do it here.
Oh, and look, these same plays we saw before. You have the treants in your area, like in your side of the map all the time. So it's nothing surprising, but you can also just smoke and follow them as Fnatic. This is a play they'll like to do every once in a while because they feel like these stupid annoying things you can just run up and kill, but every once in a while 4 heroes pop out and you know your biggest core is going to die.
Sometimes it's good to bait a hero, but if you can bait treants, that's even better. But will they fall for that bait? Time will tell. Blink Dagger done. Fnatic. Ooh, does he think about going?
I mean, they've got vision up top on that pillar, so they actually see Tomato farming. They also recently spotted the Storm moving through too. They see Bryle, so they have 0 fear on this side of the map right now.
Fnatic are just playing so well right now in this game 1 of a best of 1, and Raven going to pressure and take another tier 2 tower.
Oh, this has got to be a timing, right? They just got the BKB on the Storm. Mumiander wants to use this big blink. Only level 10. But has the 4 points in the aftershock.
Has to be careful. They have that ward up on the high ground. Gonna pop it right at the start. Jump now onto Raven. Can they get there in time for the press the attack? No, nothing. Chase down, maybe looking for round 2 now. Chewin pulls back onto Bryle. They caught him. The echo connects onto 3. But where's the damage? It was the song. The timing. Oh, that was not how it was supposed to go for Undying. And now Dubu gonna get dueled. The fissure to separate. But the range is more than enough as they take down that Enchantress. Chewin goes in for more. And now the control's stun on them both. Buyback. Can they kill off this Void Spirit? But there's the press the attack to keep him alive. And now it comes out for round 3 again. Raven will not be denied. And DJ giving the tip to his old coach. Oh, unbelievable. 18-7 and a 9,000 gold lead in Fnatic. I don't know if they're leaving.
Tomato's just heading out of there. He knows right now, right? Oh, he actually finds DJ. Able to catch out of there. Yeah, back in the down.
Bryle looking for more. And that's another kill as they do bring down DJ. So something on the board for Undying, but Fnatic, they got the bigger win. They take that bottom lane of barracks.
That team fight is just so difficult. Like the communications, trying to figure out what to do off that Aegis. It feels like, you know, maybe you just want to give it to them when the Aegis goes down, right? But the problem is you also understand the situation you're in as Undying, and this looks like a time where perhaps you can get that big play. You can make the turning play for your team, and then the song and the echo overlaid. Clearly something happened there in the comms.
Well, and now you're staring down the barrel. This is where you really test yourself as a team. Can Undying hold off the pressure from Fnatic? Fnatic, again, 2 TIs in a row going out in this position. They want this year to be different for them. But will it happen? Can they close this one out? In a dominant position here.
Oh, right back to the same spots here as Fnatic take the bottom, top. Again, still under that ward for Tomato and Bryle. Talk about value vision here. They're going to know the Storm TP back home, though.
Tier 3 tower being hit. Raven, Scotty done. And Tomato hoping to stop this, but the jump in from downtown wants to find 1 kill. Can they get Raven? Hanging on to that BKB, no fears.
That shard there.
It's too strong. And with Saberlight dead just like that, they can go for another round as soon as they regen back up to full.
And they're just showing Raven a lot of the times. DJ's like hiding in the side trees, right? You have that big counter initiation play ready from the Clockwork.
Death is there also, has that press the attack ready at a moment's notice. They jump again, but can they find the kill? The taunt afterwards on the Moon. The captain is going to be found, but will he die? They have the song to separate it a little bit, getting Moonmeander out of there, but they've already lost Bryle. I don't know if it's gonna end up mattering. He wants to save his captain, but they can't save his life as Death comes in with 1 more press the attack. Rax falling in in the mid lane. Fnatic, they won't be denied.
They played masterfully this game. They took such excellent little risks in their play where they brought heroes maybe a little earlier than you'd expect, but utilizing that aura again to just fight with numbers and take the most important team fights. And then also the coverage they have here onto Raven. They make his life so easy with the press of the attack, the defensive hook shots to come in and cover.
And again,
how do you initiate?
The silence. They've got no way in right now with the Earthshaker dead. They're ready to go for round 2. Look at this. And Fnatic, they're playing so safe. They know the only way that things can get really bad is if they all get caught, but there's a way to catch one. Jabs, under control, Raven just gonna TP out. Very well played, Chuan. Oh, he gets caught.
All right, big one, big one.
Undying, able to find something on the way out of this as they chase down Jabs and now gonna kill off this Void Spirit. Glimmers here. Silver linings around a stormy cloud that's been this game.
Yeah, it's a very small rebate after losing a couple lanes of racks here, but the game continues. It's a best of one. Surely they're going to fight this one right to the end. And we have definitely seen wilder comebacks at TI. There's no doubt about that.
Well, and thinking about, buybacks that potentially could come out in a little bit here, we can sort of keep our eyes on that as something that Undying right now only have it on the Shaker.
Gotta go. They gotta keep them off balance. Void Spirit's still down. Go fight. Looking to use this dunk.
Looking for it, but they get vision yet again. Raven there. Hook shot in. Look at this big old hit as they come through onto both of them. Just like that. Fnatic take 3. Yo, Raven's pretty good at Dota. Gotta watch out for that man.
Feels like they just did such a good read. Like, I mean, they have such deep vision as well, of course, on the side of Undying. So, or rather, on the side of Undying's map. So, Fnatic know sort of the options they have to try and get back into this game. And
right.
I definitely appreciate going for the risky play because you can't sit in your base right now as Undying, or you're just going to be doomed.
That hero's not even in the game.
Well, they just picked Nagasar, which works in a different sort of dooming, it seems.
DJ, what a performance from him on this clock. I think that there were a lot of people and a lot of fans of Fnatic that were questioning the DJ swap over to position 5 and if that was actually going to make it. He's still looking unbelievably strong, and even without all of the same resources that we're seeing from Jabs, they're both playing immaculately together.
Yeah, and he'll play the power 5s when necessary and do it quite well, but I love it when you get these heroes that can have a little bit better impact from that role. And I think Clock's probably the best one.
Again, trying to hold off this pressure, but Raven is again going to walk up high ground, and Saberlight hoping to stop something here, wants to get in the back line, but the taunt is there. A little bit off the mark with the Remnant. Raven still standing up front and center, and it's gonna go down as they jump into the back line. Bryo wants to get this kill on this Legion Commander. A good jump to the other side afterwards, but Saberlight down, Raven walking in right on top. They find him on the back line again. Moon killed, and GG is going to be called as Fnatic. They're just a little bit too clean in this one.
They're so strong, Fnatic, strong enough to survive the best of one at TI, and look at that. That's relief. That's what that is.
Absolutely. And again, you think about this roster at various different points. And Dubu there, obviously, heartbreaking loss for Team Undying, and Fnatic able to move on for the first time in a couple years past this round, as they will win the best of ones. Man, what a series, what a story, and it's only 1 of 4 today.
Yeah, that was some beautiful Dota. I think Fnatic really just showing the strength of a unit there, right? That was a very crisp team play that we just saw.
Well, as these teams will exit the stage, we get ready for the rest of the best of ones, and of course, head on back to the panel again.
A fantastic performance from Fnatic here. They survived that best of 1 first round here in the lower bracket. They of course got a long run ahead of them, but at least from this point onward, it's best of 3s. Big relief for sure. Of course, Undying, they didn't pull through. It didn't work out for them, and it was a rough game. We're gonna, of course, talk to one of the winners, but I want to break down this game.
Oh, udah cuma 1 match doang di bawah.
Out who's going to get gold where. Jab's obviously playing that lane push, but DJ on a Clockwork was spectacular.
He's not a 5. They don't have a 5, right?
Oh, God.
It's
Yeah.
whatever.
The thing with Fnatic is, right, like they group up so well where I think this exact same strategy, they tried to run against PSG, right? They unfortunately didn't win that game, but they were still able to accrue like a 10, 12k lead, right? So I kind of had the same kind of vibe from this game. They had that early lead in lane, they killed Saberlight, and they were able to invade the enemy jungle. And unfortunately for Undying, when you have this Naga who's kind of soaking up the farm that is available, a Storm that's soaking up, you kind of then have Night Stalker and Earthshaker who are struggling to try and kill anything, right? Because you have this Fury and you have this Clockwork who are killers compared to the other side. So just because of the awkward nature at the start of the game, they weren't really able to push themselves into the game, and that's where you see Fnatic cleanly just sweeping through.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Naga a little bit, Tsunami, because it's not a hero we've seen too much during the group stages, and it felt like a bit of a too much safety pick for the best of one.
Yeah, for all the soaking that T is speaking on, there was very little ringing. She was soaking it all up and then not relieving a great deal of pressure for the rest of her team. I know Insania was immensely frustrated at watching that why isn't this Naga ever cutting waves? Why isn't this Naga ever really assisting to draw focus elsewhere on the map? And for all the telegraphing that Febby claimed to have seen with Nature's Prophet being played by Jabs and like you had said, 100% win rate on Spirits, well, on Chuend, you would have thought that they would have had a little bit more of a concrete battle plan, but felt like Naga was just kind of a panic pick at the end.
Yeah, it felt like that. Then you're picking Gareth to be already from behind. You're picking for that high ground defense for the comeback.
You're waiting for late game, right?
Yes.
And when you have these active heroes, the Clockwork, the Nature's Prophet, that can dogpile onto a target, they pick their moments, and all of a sudden, there's 5 heroes there. There's 5 Fnatic heroes on you, while Nagasaren's bottom lane shoving out waves and farming jungle.
Yeah, it is madness, and it's also Fnatic. It felt easy for them. I feel like, what's up, T? I see your face. What? Okay.
Because we've done so expertly, where we also dodged the one potential turnaround fight, and I think we could have all agreed maybe to not talk about it.
Oh, that bottom lane?
Yeah. Ooh, 22 minutes. So that's where Moon Meander picks up his blink, and maybe like you look at Undying strat. You can see it has substance if it is, skipping waves, and maybe after such a hard start, you get that turnaround play. But unfortunately, one little bit miscommunication, the pressure of TI on the main stage, it is going to be the 3-man slam covered by a song, so it isn't like that could have maybe been a turnaround where they could have finally crossed the river, finally made a play, but that didn't go their way either. So overall, it's just a rough game for Undying.
It was a rough game for Undying, and that helped Fnatic, of course, a little bit. But at the same time, this is one of those games that could help give them momentum, give them the confidence, because they have looked a little up and down. That's why they're in the low bracket. But this could be the game they needed to spiral through, Gareth. They found their confidence, found their footing.
Yeah, and again, I think it comes back to having Chuend on Spirit Heroes. Storm, I think, was a great pick in that first phase from Undying. Like, Bryle, really great through the group stages on it, but blocking Chuend from that, forcing him onto the Void Spirit, he still looked great, didn't he?
Funny you talk about Spirit Heroes, because now Fnatic have to go face up against Team Spirit. They have defeated the North Americans. Now they need to face up against the Eastern Europeans, who fell to IG earlier today, and that was a nail-biter of a series. And overall, I felt that Spirit were no slouches against what seemed like maybe even favors for this tournament against IG.
Absolutely, it's going to be a tough battle head. That series is already tomorrow, by the way. So all you Fnatic fans, make sure to mark your calendar, or just make sure you tune back in tomorrow regardless. There's no sleeping anyway with all this Dota to catch up. Watch all the games, which you should do probably anyway. I want to talk about Chuend because he had a good game on this Void Spirit, and he was able to make his mark on this game. I know that he has, on the Spirit games, great games, but sometimes it's a little shaky. This one, not so much, T.
Yeah, this is the type of game on the Void Spirit where he was able to farm up and he didn't have to overreact early on. I think when you bring the Enchant Earthshaker to bot lane, because your Naga is just kind of free farming top, and then Def is free farming top lane as well. I think he was hitting tier 2 at like minute 9, 10 or whatever. It does allow Chuend to have that kind of simple entry to the game. It's like you're not seeing supports run at mid, which is somewhat uncharacteristic a little bit, because of course most pro teams nowadays it's win side lane, bring everybody mid, go for the rumble, take that tower, see what happens. But this was a kind of the opposite game where Undying allowed Chuend to have his free game, allowed him to enter at his own pace, and then he demolished any Moon Meander or Dubu who was lingering when poor old Saberlight TP top lane. He was instantly there, capitalizing on those kind of squishy supports and just accelerating his own game. So yeah, very much a This is the perfect game you want in a best of one, because tomorrow they're like, look at us. We just did that in a game. Let's try and replicate that again. Like, this was like what you want if you want to make a lower bracket run.
Absolutely. I think also it speaks volumes to have the Legion Commander picked overall last for Fnatic. He had a Master Tier Tsunami.
Ini nggak bisa di-initiate. Oh, berarti ini beres, gue bisa kuat lagi menang langsung.
Of course, with the DJ, Clockwork Extraordinaire. You survived, buddy. No more best of ones, best of threes from now on. How you feeling?
We're feeling really good, and because no more best of ones, and we're just so happy that we get through the best of ones.
Yeah, you prefer best of threes?
Yeah.
Hey, some teams, you know, they like that tricky best of one, but you guys played absolutely fantastic on that one. Looked like a completely different team from group stage. What did you guys do on the day off to flip it around so well?
I mean, I think as a team we came in this tournament not a strong team, not a weak team, but we're kind of inconsistent. But we know what we're capable of, and we just remind ourselves that, and we just play our best.
Yeah, I think that we saw what you were capable in that last game. They told me that was a position 5 clock.
Yep.
It did not look like a position 5 clock. To all the 4 Clockwork players out there, any advice on how to play that thing like it's a carry?
Just hit the hook shot, man.
Just hit the hook. Well, you certainly did. Congratulations, DJ. It's great to see you guys continue, and yeah, we can't wait to see some more from you. So
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll throw it right on back.
Thank you very much, Jake and DJ, of course. It is crazy to think that DJ is one of the guys that comes out of SEA that is one of the most talented guys there, that especially position 4, now turned position 5, but definitely one of the most talented players from the region. And if I will tell you, like, this is his 5th TI. Oh, you think, oh yeah, great. Of course he's played at many TIs. Only makes sense. This is the first TI, but apart from the first TI he ever played, he came 4th. He's like, okay, that guy, that kid, meant for greatness. But ever since, he's gone last tsunami.
Yeah, and I think Southeast Asia in general has kind of steered away from the youthful talent because so many of them are getting poached. 23 Savage went to China for a little bit, and thankfully that didn't work out for T1, so he came right back, and then
Abed's gone.
Abed's gone.
Ice now gone too.
Ice is gone. So all these exports, all these expatriates means that maybe DJ needs to reclaim the crown. I'm curious. I know he had like a LAN cafe empire going on at a certain point. I'm curious how that has survived in COVID times. So even if the Dota doesn't work out, he does have an enterprise that he can fall back on, but I'm sure making it past this stage of TI is what his true goals have been.
Yeah, I think what I saw there was, I mean, obviously happiness, but I saw a lot of relief there too. Absolutely. We can take a look where Fnatic is moving to, because they are moving. They're on the move, and they're moving lower bracket. And their best of ones are gone. Best of threes, way easier. I'm sure of it. Easy times, absolutely. They're gonna have to go up against Team Spirit, though. It's gonna be maybe a little bit of a tricky one. We talk a lot about Fnatic because they are the team moving on. I do also want to talk about a team that we will not see anymore. We have 3 teams from the North American region playing in the best of 1 eliminations today, and Undying had the dubious honor of being the first one here on stage, and the first one then also eliminated. And that is That is sad. It is sad to see Team Undying go, T.
Yeah, for sure. I think you never want to see any region kind of be in the position where they might already be out of kind of TI, right? And you see three NA teams in the bottom half of the bracket. But that was also Undying's doing, you know. They could have maybe,
That's
you know,
true.
they could have allowed EG through.
This
but
is just karma.
This is very much karma. I'm sorry, no. But yeah, jokes aside, it is kind of worrying when you have a whole region in that kind of spot. But anyway, I think for Undying, they're a team that they were never able to get to the majors, right? But they still got here, they still put on a show. And it's like, this is the type of team that is supported by DBC, that is able to improve due to that kind of regional exposure, and you just hope that maybe next season they actually get to a major to have that international experience, to give them that extra little something so that when they do get to TI, they can come out swinging and just not miss that beat of like upper bracket by, you know, that marginal game.
This was a very promising performance by Undying. Despite going out here, this is indeed, there was their first LAN performance as a squad, and making it to TI then already is something admirable. But they are eliminated from the International 10. It's going to be eliminations for the rest of the day. We're here with best of ones onto best of ones onto best of ones. The next one is going to be Quincy Crew versus Aster. And of Quincy Crew, Casey was able to sit down with the captain earlier.
Quincy Crew started the season with a 9th-12th finish in the Singapore Major. By May, they were playing even better with a strong first-place performance in the qualifiers for the ANA Major. Despite their confidence, the team couldn't get higher than 5th, 6th in the main event.
I think we played okay at that tournament, but I think we also played below our own expectations. The T1 series is a series that we should have won, and even though there were a lot of little things that we didn't do right or that didn't go our way, it's still a game, if we played better, we could have easily won, and then we're a top 3 team, which is a pretty big difference.
Was there something else going on that you would attribute not getting the result you would, I'm assuming, been hoping for?
The honest answers were just not good enough yet. I kind of knew that we would have some of these holes because that was literally the first tournament we've ever played at with our roster even. So people tend to look past that. It's been a long time, and we've played a lot of tournaments, we've played a lot of games, but playing on LAN is very different than playing online. So while the result's disappointing, I think the experience set us up very well to fix some of our gaps and go into TI in a very strong position.
LOA says it's his job as captain to keep his teammates focused on the common goal of just playing good Dota. But he also acknowledges that comes easy to this group because of how long they've played together.
There's been a lot of talk from a lot of captains over years that TI is not a very democratic tournament in terms of teams don't function well when they're pure democracies. And the teams that tend to go deeper are the ones that have a very strong center point that they rally behind. Because things will always go wrong for every team. Nobody plays a perfect tournament. At least it hasn't happened yet, so.
There is something about TI where you have to prepare for the unpreparable, for lack of a better term. So how do you prepare for the unknown at TI?
There's some amount of uncontrollability. Like, you might have to play teams that are way worse matchups for you than other teams. You might have to play on days where people are feeling sick or out of it, or there's certain games you play and just feels like nothing's going your way, and there's not much you can do about it. I think those are some of the uncontrollables of TI. Focusing on that in itself is not that valuable, I think. It's more getting people to understand that there's value in playing the game at a new level that no one's seen and trying to get there.
I have a bone to pick with one of your players. I go on maternity leave, I come back, and I discover CCNC is calling himself Quinn. That's Quinn. I need him to go back to CCNC. Can you ask him?
I can try, but the name is stuck in the system now, right? So it's unchangeable.
Damn it. Okay, I'll talk to Gabe.
Unchangeable. I mean, at the moment, they're also called Quincy Crew, Casey. That's going to be a tough one to change. Or it's very easy for you to choose which team you're cheering for because, hey, how can you root against, the namesake of your child? That's just not possible. We are changing teams, of course, on stage in a little bit. We're also changing panelists. So we got BSJ, Moxie, and Gods joining me for this next Best of One. Gods, we got Quincy Crew taking on Team Aster. Not the series you were expecting in this Best of One, weren't you?
I had a lot higher hopes of Quincy at this event, and I think that's always been the story with this team. They look really good in some of their online tournaments. They show so much promise, so much potential, but then they often just kind of fall a little flat.
They fall a little flat. They have done very well in the Singapore Major, Moxie. They did very good. They're like, well, they even played with a stand-in and they did good. And like, imagine how good they would have done if MSS was there. But they've just not delivered yet.
No, they definitely have a lot of potential with the way that they play. They have a lot of really wonderful players as well, but they just can't seem to really hit that stride consistently. And I'm hoping that, you know, this boot camping and everything will really have given them that opportunity to really just show us what they can do.
Yeah, we have seen what Aster can do already. They didn't do too well at the start, of course, in the group stage. They were still playing with the stand-in, and they are still recovering from COVID, but they're negative. They're good enough to play on the stage, and they are a scary team, right, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming out of the strongest region, at least so far, proven by the results of the teams throughout the season as well as throughout TI. And there's a lot of factors that we know are happening within the team that are outside of the Dota game itself. But now that we've come down to this best of one, I don't know if this would be the team I would necessarily pick to choose to play against.
No, I want to get this out of the way. I didn't do this with the previous series, but I am very curious who you guys have as a favorite for this one, because it is so up in the air. You can make a case for either team. Brian, you want to go first?
I honestly think Aster will win, but on my bracket I put Quincy because it just felt wrong.
You want to be you're heartbroken one more time?
Yeah, just one more time.
Moxie?
Aster really looks strong, especially now that they have the mid player back and whatnot, but again, I'm an SA Dota fan, so I'm used to having a lot of hopium, and like I'd really like to see, you know, easy for Leslau. I want to see that spammed in chat. So I'm a little. I would like to see Quincy Crew. I'm gonna go for it.
I feel like both so far have gone for Aster on the brains, Quincy in the heart. Do you want to join that train?
I have Aster. I've been disappointed too many times. I'm just numb to it now. I love the Quincy guys. Been following them all year. But yeah, Aster, to me, they're the favorites coming in.
Yeah, they did, of course, really well in their region already, and Casey was able to sit down with the captain of Aster.
This year marks the first appearance of Team Aster at TI. While 4 of 5 team members have been to an international, none are as seasoned as their captain, Lanham. Playing in 8 of the 9 internationals, Lanham's experience has guided Team Aster through both of the DPC majors to have a shot at lifting the Aegis at this year's international.
那我们先说自己吧，就是你作为队里的一员，你是怎么来评价Aster 在本届 Major 上的一个表现？
就是感觉打了挺多年职业了，这属于是低谷中的低谷了，就也不是说就是那种状态上的低谷，就感觉是有点那种分屏上的低谷，都快被开除出中国国籍了那种，就感觉都已经被当的不是中国队的骂了，然后。那前2天说实话非常沮丧，然后后面2天调整过来了以后，因为我们队的其他队员就年纪比较小嘛，就是他们调整的话可能就会稍微困难一点。我呢花点时间想一想，其实凡事它都有两面性嘛，对吧？你跌到了低谷，那就证明就不会再更难了吧，对吧？
Throughout the years, Lanham has experienced the highs and the lows that come with the longevity of being a veteran player. And with the exception of TI7, he's played at every international.
TI7那次是我是 TI6 从eHome 然后去的 VG 做教练，那次我说实话我是属于被动的，因为我是 TI6 被eHome 踢掉了，然后没地方去了，然后其他队伍都在打，然后我只能去做教练了，是这样，被动的，然后被动退役。 赛季初刚开始的时候，也和这边的Aster老板有过承诺嘛，说今年一定要带队伍进 TI， 但是按照刚开始的那个状态，练了2、3个月，就是整个队伍没有进步的状态，然后卡在一个点上没有进步，然后后来就只能自己上场去解决这个问题，而且又找不到合适的5号位，只能自己上场去解决这个问题。现在好，问题是解决了，那你说我。 这么老的一个东西了，你让我再去打 TI10， 我说实话啊，我对自己都不是很有信心，就是这样。
Jangan lupa di subscribe guys。
我对自己唯一有信心的就是我在场上还能多说2句话，这自己的这个操作啊，乱七八糟，真的不是很有信心。 我都得克服我自己这一块。
那我们如果说回顾成绩打得不好的这个原因的话，你会怎么来认为这个事情会发生成这样？因为之前在国内的比赛当中其实是表现不错的，对吧 ？DPC 包括打这个联赛。
说实话，战术上有点落后了，有点那种臭棋篓子互相下棋越下越臭的味道。啊，这个我一点都不否认，好吧？就臭棋篓子，就是最后其实也证明了这点，就每个赛区的第一都打得不是特别好嘛。这是客观原因，但是主观原因还是我们选手的问题，好吧？我们自己的问题，这个锅你只需要就是3个字干回来就行了。
Lanham is the oldest player playing at TI and TI10 here, and he's coach made player. And we know how that story goes for some of them, so we'll see if Lanham can follow in the footsteps of Seb. Aster, even though they came second and first respectively in the DPC, Moxie, they have not had an easy time at all, but they did make it, and we just saw them already a little bit waiting in the wings because they did make it out of the groups against the odds. It's Team Aster. Team Aster has had a rough start of the group stage, but they only are getting better and better and better. DPC Season 1, they came second. They came first in DPC Season 2, and they have not yet had the best success on a stage, but that is because they were saving the best for this stage, the biggest stage, the stage where they will play here in a best-of-1 elimination here for TI10. Will they be able to make it through? It's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be a battle of the wits, a battle of the nerves as well. They, of course, are mostly veterans in the team. However, White Album, the mid player of Team Aster, this is his first TI, his potential to be the so-called Royal Roader. Your first TI and winning your first TI, it is possible, it has been done, and we're gonna find out if White Album will be one of those players to join the ranks of the fellow Royal Roaders. Of course, the rest of the squad very, very experienced and also all with great success. Will they be able to achieve such success again? We'll find out. Quincy Crew is also ready to take the stage here in the lower bracket, a team that many people were expecting to see in the upper bracket. They were doing so well in their own region. They did really great at the first major they attended. They did also very good at the Animajor, and so basically the odds were that they were gonna be really, really high up there in the groups, but during the group stage, something didn't quite click. They didn't really find their footing until the very, very end, but they did find it. It's important to know that they have improved, they have gotten better, and they are ready for their brawl through the lower bracket to make it all the way. Will they be able to do it? This is depending on Aster. It's gonna be one best of one. Quincy Crew versus Team Aster. Bloodbaths all around, and two teams with very different styles of play. To give you a little bit of insight into how Aster has been playing, this has been their road in the DPC.
Mana moving forward. Boundless Strike, that's going to be through. Onto the Ricky, the popping and disc. Now they've got the stun as well as the Abyssal Blade. But here comes Ame. He's going to pop the BKB. They've used the RP. White Album walks him down. Takes out, nothing to say. Ame is gone. See you later. They're both going to buy back. They've got buyback on the Ricky. They'll buy back on Ame. They'll take out Innocence. The Divine Rapiers have just been kicked back into the hands of Aster. Just like that. White Album coming back in clutch with a massive RP.
Fissure. And the totem for distance. Whoa! Blowing up the Shroud and losing Lanham. They'll pop the BKB as they'll go after Monet. He's silenced up. The right clicks in. The reincarnation is popped. White Album looking for an opportunity to come through. The BKB popped the Monet as well as Amjad at the system deep, taking a lot of damage here. Right clicks through. Sanity's Rock isn't going to be enough. Wait, slam from Borax is big. They take out Ajit and they'll look towards the Rex. XSS is falling. X-Nova soon to go. Fade right behind him with a foot in the grave. They will take out 4, and the only one to survive is XM. It's really closed the gap on Nico, baby. Neon Disc ready on Mad. So dual scepter. See what they can do with this, man. He's able to dive away. White Album just laying down the Dream Coil, stopping Alliance from initially chasing any further. They're still trying to go for Mad. They'll pop the Supernova. The arena's out. XXS is going to try and turn it because BKB is back up. He's able to get the spear connection onto Hanskin. Hits him straight over the wall. S4 comes in with a roar onto Monet. So they bring it down with Lanham. He's in. He's been out of the black hole and everything. He found everyone. Doing Lanham again. Every single time.
Yeah, Lanham is just too good at Dota. He just caught 4 people.
Minus armor from Sleeves. They've got the Dream Coil on 3 as well as the Silence. Do they have anything to follow this up? Not at the moment without the Monkey King. That's going to keep them close for a second. They need to get more out of this. Second life? Oh, sweet. All right, it lands. They've got the Monkey King back. Now the Static Storm. They've got the Super the BKB beam pop. They'll go to the TP. BKB TP out. Nothing to stop those TPs.
They already used the glyph, so they get nothing. Man, what a play from Aster.
Storm becoming a little bit more scary.
Oh, Fly again ahead of the rest of the team. Monet moving forward with the BKB being popped. They've got the disarm on a Fly. They're chasing. They get him out of mana. They'll send to the boat.
Early BKB here, committed.
Early BKB, but going back in, looking with the diffusal. They've got the arena in a good spot. They'll go to the Supernova. This is looking pretty decent. JT, though, he's already dead. Mortimer's Kiss is coming down on the Emo as well as Fly. They need to be careful. All they got so far was Lanham. Monet going forward. The Ravage on a 4. That's going to be... Oh, my God. Kaka's already calling good game. That is ridiculous. Kaka, Emo, they go down. Fly gone. And once the Ravage was landed, he called it.
Yeah, they didn't even die or anything.
They didn't even need to die.
Aster has been on fire in their region specifically. Can they replicate their results here on the grand stage of the International 10? That remains to be the question. Gods, this is a team of 5 players that for each player you can make a case of why they're the cornerstone. Who do you feel is the cornerstone for the team?
I'll stick with the guy that we saw get interviewed, Lanham. I think just as the captain, as the guy who kind of put this team together, the drafts and tactics he comes up with are going to be crucial for them. And he plays some of these big kind of, game-changing heroes at times as well. We saw his Enigma highlights, so I think he's the guy I look to when it comes to Aster to really pull his team past the finish line.
Yeah, 5 top 6 finishes at the International. That's nothing to slouch at indeed. How about you, Brian? Who are you looking for?
I was going to say the same thing, so I don't actually know what to say now. I
Go with the carry player.
That was my backup, Monet. He's been around the block as well. He's been around for a long time, and I think experience is going to come into play pretty massively for this best of 1. As we saw last series, I would argue a little bit of an underwhelming performance from the carry side on Undying. No offense to Tomato here, but what I want to see is that they pick him a hero that he is comfortable carrying the game on. Because when you see those games, we saw the triple Rapier Monkey King game hyper late, you got to know exactly what you're doing, exactly what your timings are and power spikes, and that's the guy I'm going to keep an eye out for, now that I can't do it for later.
Now, on the opposite side is, of course, Quincy Crew. Quincy Crew has been together for quite a while with 4 of their players, but their most recent addition wasn't that recent, but is Leslau, and he has been, well, apart from their coach, of course, Leslau has been the offlaner. What makes him such a good fit, Moxie, in this team?
I think he just synergizes really, really well with the way that they like to play. Quinn's very aggressive, right? And so there's always someone else on the map that's going to be able to kind of, he's stabilizing, but also creating that space, and that way Quinn can also participate together. So it's not just one person. They move so well, and it just, you can see all the years of experience. You know, Lelis, he was Laposa beforehand, you know, was a staple of the SA scene. And it's really wonderful to see this international Dota happening. We're starting to see these overlaps of the South American and North American players. And sometimes, you know, they start going even all the way over to Europe, which we saw in the DPC as well. So
indeed,
it's a good player.
Yeah, and this is actually his first international. I mean, he's very experienced, but on the international stage, a freshling, a newbie. Here, gods. The other side, we got White Album, also a newbie. How big of an impact do you feel like that has on the players?
I think for some of the young players, I mean, often you see these, like, you know, veteran captains really try and seek out the young players. Often they're going to play with less nerves, more fearlessly, just because they're kind of too young to know better. Obviously, you know, the most memorable being like Sumail when he first won TI, but I think there's been a lot of examples where these really young players just seem to not get as affected by the pressure as much as others. If anything, like, I look at the players who seem to be affected by pressure. I look at players like Quinn, who's really underperformed this tournament. Some of the players who've been around a bit longer, and, you know, you have a bad tournament or two, that's going to be in your mind when you're playing at TI.
It is indeed going to be in your mind. Quincy Crew, they have improved a lot. I think one of the things that I mentioned was that their most recent change is the coach. Kezu only added pretty close to TI. You'd argue that maybe there's not enough time for a coach to come in and actually make a big difference. Brian, what do you think of adding a coach this close to the international?
It's a little bit questionable to me, just because a team like Quincy Crew hasn't had too much international experience. Yes, I know they were at the majors, but I feel like they didn't get to show what they're truly capable of in their strategy so far. They've been bouncing back and forth, and I think that's a factor of they came in the tournament with not exactly the perfect meta idea, and I think the coach does pay off in the aspect of the adjustments that they made towards the end of the group stage that made it look like they had a bit more of an identity.
Yeah, and there he is as Kezu on your screen. One of the things that is very similar for both of the teams on stage is their position 5. Obviously, we mentioned Lanham already. He started out as a coach for this team, specifically for Aster, and then turned player just over a year ago. And now he has a coach with him, Mad, but if you look it up, Mad is actually not listed as a coach. He's listed as an assistant coach because
Hello, thank you.
Still coaches. Now, when you're thinking about Quincy Crew, for a long time, this team did not need a coach
Jangan lupa di-subscribe,
because they have SVG
di-share ke
now,
teman-temannya ya.
who is the coach, and he has been coaching Quincy Crew from the position 5 role, and so maybe, gods, you could consider Kezu not the coach, but the assistant coach?
Absolutely. I think that's a really good point. I don't imagine Kezu's coming in. He's not the guy. It's not like the way that it's structured with some of the Chinese organizations, where you have the one guy who's drafting, who's in charge, and kind of, you know, moving the chess pieces around. With Quincy Crew, it's going to be more that collaborative, like players kind of deciding what their own hero is going to be, and everyone having a voice when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, there's one aspect that we haven't really talked about at all for all the best ones so far. This game, one best of one Dota game, you know, could be 20 minutes, could be 70 minutes. One Dota game, extra $200,000. And I mentioned that specifically for this game, Moxie, because Quincy Crew is one of the very few teams that does not have a official sponsor. Like they're their own team, right? How big of an impact has that?
I think that definitely puts you at a bit of a disadvantage, but you have to remember a lot of these guys, they've been playing together for so long, and they also have a very capable manager as well who's been able to assist them and sort of, you know, figure out what they need. But it's definitely, it's not as comfortable, right? The idea that you don't have someone, you know, necessarily paying your bills if things go not so great. I know that I asked them during one DPC, I said, you know, what do you guys, do you guys have to work? And they were like, no, we can't do that. We'd have to, like, that'd be insane. We're playing so many hours of Dota. If we had to work on top of that, like, we would never be where we are. And that's a hard difficulty for them.
Yeah,
you know?
extra pressure to do well here, because an extra 200K means you can play Dota for that many more years, right, Brian? It's a thing.
Yeah, it's not just the 200K that you get for the single victory, but they could go deeper.
Yeah.
Why stop at the 200K?
I mean, it ramps up pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all these players, they're one of the teams that felt the TI being delayed a year the most. Not only is it the fact that they're not sponsored, but they got stuck in NA in terms of not being able to go inter-regional competition.
Yeah.
And I think that did hurt them a lot, but hopefully we're going to see them bring something, make it so they jump over that hump, because they've come so close. They were at the ANA Major, they lost 2-1 to T1, they lost 2-1 to VG. It's not like they're playing out of their league or something like that. They're just so close, but can they finally make it there?
Extra difficulty though, gods. Brian just mentioned nice scores, but that was all 3-game series. This is a best of 1.
Yeah, and best of 1 means a lot more pressure. I'm sure they're going to be looking at their group stage and thinking, we didn't play the best, but the good news is they ended on a high. They won their last 4 games, so they're on this nice winning streak. And just seeing them around at the event after that last day, it just felt like there was a sense of calm suddenly around them that didn't exist the first 3 days. So, we're kind of talking about how Astra's maybe the favorite coming in, but the hope for Quincy is that they really did bounce back because of that last day where they played so well.
Well, I will tell you that both of the teams have tied some series in the groups, but every time they tied, and this goes for both Astra and Quincy Crew, every time they've tied, the first game was the one they lost. So we know these teams can adapt on the fly in a series, within a series. Can they already preemptively know what needs to happen in order to win a best of 1, as we see a monitor being torn apart here on the message. Everything's under control, guys. Don't need to worry. There's only $200,000 on the line. We'll make sure that all the players feel comfortable enough to play to their heart's content and to play the best Dota that they've ever played, because that is what is needed in a best of 1 to be able to make it to the best of 3s. Then you can breathe a little bit more, right, Mox?
Oh yeah, I love best of 1s.
Oh, hello.
I really love them. Like it's awful, right? As a fan, you're watching and you're like, oh god, the entire time your heart's going up and down. But like you really see just how passionate and how like hard these teams are playing. Like these players, they want this. They're hungry. It's TI10. We haven't had TI in quite a while now. So this is their moment. I love the feeling and the energy and every part of it, even the very nervous bits.
Yes, I think we noticed that first during the qualifiers for TI for all the regions. Is like, there seems to be like a click with these teams to just, they just take it that next step. And that next step is what we are hopefully witnessing here today for both teams on stage as well, because this is it. We've seen both of these teams grow throughout the season, and both, Brian, have come up with a very similar story. They did good in their region, but they still yet to prove it here at this TI. What do you think about Team Aster when you were watching them during DPC themselves? Like, were you expecting to see them here in the lower bracket?
Yeah, I think they were consistently the weakest China team.
Okay.
Even though they
came first and second?
See, the thing is, I feel like consistency is what is required to win the DPC season. You're playing across multiple weeks, and that just means that if you bring a consistently solid game with like a refined plan, you'll probably do pretty well. But when it comes to these big tournaments, you're going to have to step it up a notch. You're going to have to maybe go outside of your comfort zone, play situations to win where you could have maybe played more conservative and safe in your league play, and I think that's what they're lacking. And there's just a few teams that really bring that X factor, especially as a team like Team Spirit, for instance, who I think have had a little bit shakier of performance throughout the course of the year, but I think their highs are much higher, while Aster's average is probably above average. It's just not quite high enough if they're going to keep playing at that same level.
Lanham even mentioned in the interview where a lot of the teams who won their DPC region did poorly. We saw it with Alliance. Quincy Crew won Season 2 and did poorly on LAN. We've seen it in various regions that winning the DPC leagues doesn't always translate to success on a LAN tournament.
Yeah, the DPC league for Quincy Crew, even though it looked great. In case you missed it, we have actually got a recap for you from their DPC performance.
Yeah, but timing here. They're gonna go for this fight.
This is deadly. Gotta be super careful about that BKB. Silence onto 1. They caught Quinn, but from the low ground, Slough has ulti if he wants to drop it, but Spike Carapace is too tough. No, he gets it on the three. Is there enough damage here? Trying to get that stun follow-up, takes down Ice. Looking for crit now. Oh, and they do have him in their sights. Wall mega creep, but with that back in again, can they turn this fight around? It's lasted longer and longer. Another round of Fallen Sky, but the silence is there. Now the right click on his Storm, keep him down for the kill. Buyback now on Storm. Envy tries to turn, wants to do the damage, but it's not gonna be there.
Envy CBing.
Oh, he's going.
He's identified the win condition.
Yuwar's here though, Yuwar's here. They try and turn for it. Can they take down the Storm? Oh, the rest of them are going. He's trying to hit it. Envy going for the ace. The Giant Spring. Okay, the turn, but they find him down. He's caught there for the moment. Tries to kill off Yuwar. Envy. Eyes on the prize. Wants this so badly. The stun is there as well. The ballista. Look at the ballista. He can't take it down. Raffle. Can't believe it. The ballista is keeping him off of the ancient. The greatest neutral alive in the history of Dota. And they don't get thrown. Leslau is in the base. GG is stalled with the crew. They take it down. Good opening here for Quincy Crew.
Ortiz taking a lot of damage.
Disruption with the hit. Right clicks coming through now. It's the stun. Cogs push back afterwards. Now in some trouble. Arteezy, look at the damage he's taking. The flicker away. Gotta back out. Ice back into this one, trying to take down Leslau. He just got his 25 talent. Shroud, Yuwar in trouble. Yuwar going down. Yuwar dead. Has to buy back, but Rapier on the deck of the turn. Can they kill it off? They have two of them on Arteezy. He's gonna do so much damage. They're gonna turn and get the Reaper snipe off in time. Arteezy dead. Yuwar flicker saves his life. Has to back away. There's the disruption. They have some more. Abed taking damage from Quinn. The little shredder in the back line, able to fight all the damage in the world. And Ice goes down to boot. Everybody's gone.
They got him again. 21.
Toss buyback is too much.
They just lost the toss buyback.
Oh my god. And Yuwar, the big carry, ending it. GG call.
Oh my god.
Still able to keep the spirits high here despite dying at the start of the last fight. And then all in all, they may have lost the team fight, but they managed to start to get back over towards the pit before Roche falls. Quinn, can he look for a steal? He's going to head into the pit. They put the linkers. Quinn, he's able to do it. He's able to do it, Quinn. He gets the kill. He's out with the Remnant. He takes the Aegis.
3 versus 5. And I do believe that this is going to be GG in No Ping's favor. Matthew? Ravage. See the Ravage onto Viper. They have the splitter at the follow. He gets forced out. The Sunder save. Nice Sunder. Beautifully done into the Satanic. So Yuwar is very safe and sound as Dark Magoo looks like he's going to go right click down. Can No Ping actually finish this? The Ancient not quite low enough to actually go for this. HFN pops the BKB. Trying to go for all in here. I don't think he's going to get it. And Quincy Crew looks like they're going to somehow win this game. I don't even understand what I watched.
Quincy Crew coming through in a lot of high pressure moments. They were able to turn it around. They were able to either defend their throne or take the enemy throne, which is what is needed to win a game. But in the way that we just saw in the highlight clip, definitely very, very impressive. Let's see if they can perform under pressure here on the main stage against Team Aster as well. It is time to dive a little bit deeper into the players. And now on the side of Aster, XXX and Borax, formerly known as Baboka, this is their third TI together, Moxie. This is a tried and true offlane duo right there.
Yeah, there's actually a whole like little phrase that they use for the two of them because they're actually called the Sakura brothers.
The what?
Sakura. So
what does it mean?
a cherry tree.
Okay.
Because they're as dependable as like the seasons changing, right? These are two players that have been on Aster since the beginning. They're untradeable assets. They will always be there. They're constant. And I just think that's like such a cool thing. You have this foundation because the guys are all going off. They're like, oh yeah, the mid player, the core player. Like, you know, this is cool though that they've stuck with it from the beginning. And it's crazy too to think about the fact that XXS started very, very young as well. He was actually, I think his nickname, I'm probably going to butcher this. Apologies in advance. I'm going to try. Xiao Shui Shang, which is primary school student, basically. Because when he was 16 years old, he was getting so good. His brother actually went on some forums and was like, yo, my brother is so good. How does he become a pro player? And he's still like this little tiny kid, you know? Like, he wasn't able to play during the week. His parents are like, no video games during. And then the weekends were the only time he could play, and he was that good.
It's crazy because actually me saying like, oh yeah, he's got 3 TIs under his belt, but he's 22.
Yeah, he's a baby.
I don't have any excuses anymore. Everything I've ever said is a load of crap after hearing that he can only play for the weekends.
And when Baboka broke out in the scene, he was an innovator. He was one of the people kind of like setting the 4-position meta, playing these weird. He was the first to do the 4-position monkey back before it was a thing. He was playing all kinds of weird, wonky heroes that other 4s ended up copying from him.
Yeah, and a little bit of tidbit in case you're wondering why he changed his name from Baboka to Borax. That is as a tribute to 2-time TI champion Jerax, also of course a position 4 player. So that's it's kind of cute.
Wow.
It's also a cleaning ingredient. Borax is also a cleaning ingredient. I kind of like Bubblecock because it's got a nice bounce to it, but that's a nice tribute.
It is a nice tribute. I like that too. Also, one thing that a lot of people might not be familiar with, these 2 teams, Aster and Quincy Crew, have a little bit of a history. Now, 4 of the players of Quincy Crew used to be in a team called Chaos, the same roster, just different name, and Leipzig Major. They were in the lower bracket. Best of 1 was played against Aster on stage. This one successful for Aster. A little bit of a different Aster roster, of course, then, but still a little bit of a history here in best of 1s with these 2 teams as we are very soon ready to get going. Don't worry, you might not have time to grab your coffee or your tea or your any kind of beverage of choice. Maybe if you run really fast, actually. Maybe if you run really fast, you can get yourself hydrated, which you probably will need, considering the type of games these 2 teams are playing. Gods, these 2 teams are playing some very active Dota.
Yeah, for Quincy Crew, they love to play around Quinn and activate him early. Unfortunately, they've kind of misstepped and made some weird plays that didn't quite work throughout this tournament. But for them, their playstyle is very much kind of 3 playing around Quinn. Once he comes online early, the spirit heroes that he's well known for. Really heavy emphasis on rune control.
Quincy Crew's turn to ban. Team Aster's turn to ban.
Pasti ya smart playing tuh pasti di ban tuh.
Team Aster versus Quincy Crew game 1, but it is a best of 1, so this is where they need to bring out all of the strats. Here with me to talk about this game are amazing Dota geniuses, Insania and Lizard. Gentlemen, don't laugh, you're geniuses. So tell me a little bit about the different play styles here, because we have NA and China, and a lot of people tend to look at China as like the meta definers. So what does that mean for this?
Definitely. China was defining the meta for the last 6 months or so. However, not perhaps Aster, especially not in TI, because of the problems that they had with their roster. However, now with White Album being in his full force, first, you expect a Weaver. Right. That's the first thing that you expect from them. They literally play 3 heroes on that position 4, and if the Weaver does go through, they will pick it.
So what makes Weaver an instant pick for them, specifically for Aster?
They I think, almost always play it on 4. Maybe they played 1 game of Weaver 1, but Borax is extremely capable position 4 that always likes to be doing nasty stuff. He likes to be cutting the backlines, he likes to be killing your couriers, he wants to have that one spell or one item that changes the game completely, and you will see this Weaver buy an Aghanims eventually. If the game is right for it, he goes Vessel into Aghanims, suddenly he has a different dimension and he's saving teammates left, right and center in team fights.
I feel like he's also the kind of player that I expect him to early pick his hero frequently. Like back in the day when he was playing under the Baboka tag, he was playing Monkey King every single game. Yeah. And then after Monkey King, it was Earth Spirit. So he seems to have like a pretty one-track mind when it comes to heroes. Just a limited hero pool, but he probably plays them extremely well. And that seems to be his playstyle more so. I think Aster's probably the team that figured out China. They're probably the team that knows how to beat like LGD. They're the team that knows how to beat Vici. But they don't seem to do as well when they go up against other teams. And after the interview with Lanham, it kind of makes sense, right? He understands the Chinese scene really well because he's been playing there for a long time. So I think that's their weakness, but also their strength. So if they get matched up against maybe like Elephant or one of the really big dogs drop down to the lower bracket, I think Aster will look really strong against them. But
what about the side of Quincy Crew? They picked Rubik and Ogre Magi.
So I think when you see Weaver nowadays, you kind of can almost expect Rubik. I think Rubik's like a pretty standard response, and I think it's one of MSF's better heroes. And I think what they realized throughout this tournament was that they needed to put MSF on more comfort heroes and heroes where he can shine more and he can play more according to how he wants.
And when it comes to the Ogre, he's just a stable safe laner. He will buff up one of the heroes later on if you have anyone that benefits from that bloodlust, which they, I assume, will have. But most importantly, he will be that strong force at the safe lane, which will prevent the offlaners from actually having a good time. Meanwhile, Team Master actually first phases Storm Spirit. This is a throwback to not only the last series, but Singapore Major, right? Storm Spirit was picked up quite often, even in the first stage. And yeah, I'm interested in seeing how well White Album will perform on the hero, considering that he has now fully recovered, as I have read. And in full force, this man is a beast. He is young, and pressure might get to him a little bit, but I'm sure he will perform on one of his signature heroes.
So what about these bans? I feel like these bans aren't really that surprising, right? They're pretty standard. Is there anything that jumps out to you in the current bans?
I think Doom is considered a pretty good hero against Storm Spirits. I'm not sure why they banned it, unless you're maybe eyeing up that Tidehunter, which has managed to slip its way through the draft.
Ah, that's true. Tide was picked first phase pick throughout pretty much all of group stage, one of the highest contested heroes. Why has he dropped down to second phase, or maybe even never?
After the group stages, teams go over every single draft. They look at the win rates, they look at what worked well for different teams, and they decide, with all that data, they decide what was actually important and what not. Here in this game, I already see that it could be a decent Tide game from Team Master, also from Quincy Crew. So either one of these two teams could pick it up. I think maybe it's a little bit even better on Aster because you have this minus armor combination between the Weaver and the Tidehunter's Gush.
I think we see quite a lot of player-targeted bans as well from Aster. I think both the Medusa and the Terrorblade are specific Yaoer bans. He played both these heroes really, really well in their last series against Vici Gaming. So I think that's specifically why they banned it. They probably think they like those two heroes against the Chinese playstyle.
That's a very interesting point, because Lelis, if you remember, he likes to be playing these Venomancers as well. And you really don't want to be playing that hero into a Storm Spirit and a Weaver, right? You don't want to be playing into any sort of a Spirit or a hero that can get on top of you without needing to buy that Blink Dagger or Silver Edge or whatever. So not only did they ban heroes that are good against Quincy Crew, but as you should, they're picking heroes that are naturally decent versus popular heroes that Quincy Crew is picking.
So now that we have two bans that are specifically targeting Yaoer, does that mean that, and they have two bans left, where do you think those bans are going to go to? Because there's still 3 heroes left on Quincy Crew's side. Well, I guess they're going to get picked, but what do you think is going to be prioritized now?
I believe they're going to pick the Void Spirit, yeah.
Oh, yes, genius.
It's a really good call. You think the same.
Amazing.
Yeah, and there's no reason really needs to be added. I think it's very obvious to everyone watching why they picked the Void Spirit.
It's not obvious to me.
No,
Can you explain to me?
We saw this earlier, right? This was played in, I believe, the last series, and it seemed quite effective at killing the Storm. So I think Void Spirit, one of the advantages that he has against all the spirits or even the pucks, and the reason we saw it quite popular at the Singapore Major is you can buy the Yules into that instant stun. And these heroes that rely on escaping, like Weaver, like Storm, they no longer have the ability to do that, and it becomes very easy for Rubik and Ogre to follow up with additional stuns and secure the kills.
You just get another semi-carry that's flashy and playmaker from the mid lane, and like you said, Void Spirit and Storm Spirit at the Singapore Major, I believe 10 out of 10 games these heroes were contested, either banned or picked.
They really were.
Which is interesting. I think Ember Spirit might have also been an option for them, but generally Storm Spirit is considered the big brother and the one that is generally easiest to play in these matchups.
I think what's interesting is they're starting to draft more telegraph drafts, I've noticed, throughout the entire main stage. In the groups, you saw a lot of flex, a lot of not showing what heroes we want to pick, where we're going, what lanes we're playing, but it feels like the drafts are getting more and more telegraphed. So the only real flex that you see here from Aster's side is a Weaver that could be potentially ran. I guess
a Legion as well, right?
Right. The Legion and even Destructor to some extent. I guess you could see the Legion 5, Weaver 1.
That sounds like a lot of flex.
But most likely.
But it's fairly, yeah, exactly. Yeah. You will, most games, you'll be able to draw the conclusion that this is going to be a Disruptor 5, most likely. So when you're in Quincy Crew's position where you have the counter pick now, you can kind of like guess, like, all right, we can set ourselves up for a lane now against the Weaver to get a Legion Commander, which I think is, for teams like Quincy Crew, they tend to like to snowball a bit more. I think that being in that kind of position in the draft is a lot more comfortable than what they might have faced up against in the group stage a lot.
And they go with the Spectre, a hero that has been extremely successful in the group stage on that position 1. I love the Aghanims build. We've seen it today as well. Actually, we've seen the fastest Aghanims at the TI on a Spectre at the 15-minute mark, something like that earlier. And it just allows you to be more active. You will have the Sword Spirit, who's a playmaker for sure, but Spectre, you won't be waiting for her forever. She'll join the fights as soon as that Aghanims is online. And you need to be joining the fights because you can't really be playing defensively versus a Storm Spirit Disruptor and a Weaver. They will have a lot of vision coming from the Supuchi, cutting in the backlines, from the bugs, from just giving vision constantly, and then you can't run away because Storm is either jumping you or you're being glimpsed back. So I like the fact that they have a hero that, yeah, definitely can scale later on into the game and gives them that late game win condition, but also can join fights early on.
We also have some stats from Leah, and he said that Aster's favorite heroes are Weaver, Io, Monkey King, and Snapfire, but one of their favorite pairs are Leshrac and Weaver. So is there a reason why they would pick something else other than Leshrac here?
They pick Storm, right? And once you pick the Storm, they mainly play Leshrac on mid lane, and because of that, you don't really have an option.
I think when you see this Rubik, you kind of tend to want to pick heroes that make Rubik's spell steal ability quite useless.
Okay.
And Storm Spirit doesn't really give away any major spell. You are ideally looking for some sort of stun, like the Leshrac Split Earth, or even the Edict to push towers, like
with an instant cast.
Precisely. So the Disruptor and the Legion are also heroes that don't really have like ideal spells for Rubik. They have spells that you can obviously use, but not really great Rubik targets. So I think the Storm became attractive for that reason too.
By the way, look at that respect ban on the Venomancer on Lalitz. Not only do you have Legion Commander, you have Storm Spirit that can jump into, but you're still banning out the Venom. You just don't want to be playing against that.
I think it also indicates quite clearly that it's not going to be a Weaver carry. If it's a carry Weaver, you most likely feel fairly comfortable
winning that lane,
the
right?
Venomancer. Yeah, exactly.
So now now Aster's looking for a carry, right? So what hero is going to fit that, given that most of the bans have come out? There is this one, okay, Tiny, which is very strange. We haven't seen Tiny banned in the last phase in quite a bit. Usually he's banned in the first phase. So what's left?
It seems like teams have moved away a little bit from the Tiny. And I'm trying to think about what's left. We've seen some Silver Edge Sven builds, right? Like Sven versus Spectre with that Silver Edge, you can't take it down.
Really nice.
I think that might be the best option for them.
It's definitely one of the heroes that a lot of the analysts have been talking about throughout the group stage, Sven.
Yeah, I really like the Sven here. I think another thing that's important to note is you have Void Spirit versus Storm Spirit, and generally speaking, with the Spirits mid, the power runes become extremely important.
Okay.
And you're going to need your supports to be able to contest them. So usually you want to pick some sort of carry that will manage the matchup, and Quincy Crew now has a big advantage in the fact that they can pick something that will lane up against a Disruptor Luna that should be able to pressure Luna off the lane, because they have the ability to counterpick here, right? And you know the two supports are going to have to go for runes. So you're going to, if you're in Aster's position now, if Quincy decides to pick the right hero, you're going to either be forced to give away runes to Void Spirit, which leads to pressure, or you're going to have to accept that your Luna is going to go to the jungle fairly early.
Who's the right hero here?
That is a question only Lizard can answer.
I was already wrong once. I went with the Luna. I'm trying to think about what's good here. Some extra catch as well. Maybe some Underlord would be kind of decent, even though you're playing versus the Glimpse. I don't know the matchup with the Luna in the lane. Should be fine. You're just constantly pushing in. But it doesn't seem like a greatest counter pick here.
All right, I guess we're going to see.
They just go with the Prophet. Yeah. So
I think kind of similar to the series we had before. I think Quincy Crew has a good draft, but they're going to be forced to play the map game, and they're going to have to make Aster run around them. Because if this game plays slow, I'm sure this Luna is going to outfarm the Spectre, and at that point it'll be very hard for them to fight into their ball.
Quincy Crew are definitely on a timer. You have this Prophet that can TP mid, that can pressure the Storm before he hits 6. He's probably going to be building into that Orchid, just constantly pressuring the map. If they manage to do that and buy enough time for Spectre to hit that Aghanims before before Luna hits the critical timing, I think they have a solid chance.
Do you think we're going to see a lot more aggression from Quincy Crew as a result? They have to do this early because Aster has the late game. Do you think that, so that means they're going to set the pace of this match? Is that correct?
I think if Quincy Crew doesn't set the pace of the game, they're going to have a very hard time.
All right, well, we will see how this match plays out. But first, an interview with Sir Action Slacks and Quincy Crew's new coach, Kezu.
Last death.
A confident Kezu is what we hear from the coaching staff. My goodness gracious, Trent. We're in game number one, another game number one, a best of one, an elimination match. How you feeling about it? Are you confident with Quincy Crew's draft?
Yeah, I think it is very similar to matches we had earlier, and I love the way that Aiden has framed this game there. Thank you, Insania, because it really feels like you gotta make sure that you're not just being worked around this map here. And so Quincy Crew trying to find some map control near the end of that draft, particularly with the Spectre and the Nature Prophet. So if they can get off to a good start, they have the heroes that will have that global punish in there. But if Acer start well, it just feels like their heroes are much easier to sort of like push this game forward in their direction into a snowballing victory. Very similar to the Luna that we just saw for Fnatic.
I know, that was just thinking about that. Like, Luna didn't get a ton of play through the group stages and now picked in both of these best of one elimination matchups. Maybe something to think about there for other teams going forward. But regardless, we'll have to see how it performs as Aster versus Quincy Crew. A lot on the line, and also two teams that really struggled throughout the beginning of the group stage and recently started to make a comeback. Both teams are coming in with some pretty good momentum in this.
As we take our spots around the runes. See if we'll get an actual brouhaha or just some fists being shook across the river by the looks of it here. And we once again have a Nature's Prophet. You know, the hero popping off here is in the best ones. Now this time it's going to be the core Nature's Prophet, so a little bit more difficult to match that same macro map movement that you can see from Jabs on the support, simply because, you know, the core Nature's Prophet, he wants to make more use of his treants other than just blocking off the enemy camps.
Yeah, you need to do a little bit more around the map, for sure. And getting that level 6, making an earlier rotation, definitely something to watch. You can already see some of those voice lines coming out. Teams feeling themselves and wanting to get off to a hot start here. We'll have to see. I will say I saw MSS the other day in the sort of canteen area getting ready for breakfast, and he was super duper pumped. It felt like the entire team had a bit of a revitalization. You have to imagine for Aster as well, finally being able to get out of their rooms and play on this main stage. They're going to be feeling really well prepped and ready for this game also.
Yeah, you know, Quincy Crew, they were kind of already at the rope of just like, oh, we might be done today at the group stage, and perhaps with Aster not having faced that, maybe Quincy Crew a little bit more relaxed coming into this, but we're also now moving on to the stage, and that has its whole new set of challenges with it.
So saw a courier snipe right there that just happened a moment ago. The pullback as Leslau trying to put the pressure onto that Disruptor. Disruptor, an annoying hero sometimes to be played, running out there and throwing the Thunder Strikes on people, but also once this initial pressure has been landed, can be a little bit weak. That's
Yeah, I hate that. I love playing Disruptor. It can be really frustrating sometimes when the opponent tries to pressure you, like you can see with the Trans, because a lot of them can't do anything about Trans. Like, you have no tool. Not, you know, the Enchantress last game, take a Trant, that's all good. So instead they're just focusing down MSS and trying to burn through his regen, and that's really all you can do in this setup.
They did a good job of it right there as he stepped just a bit too far forward. No boots right now on that Rubik, instead opting for a little bit more regen in that laning stage, and so just the Fairy Fire in case the trades come out. As far as the mid lane is concerned, White Album versus Quinn. So often, I feel like both of these teams kind of rely upon their mid laner getting off to a hot start and then play the game from that position going forward.
Of course, in North America, Quinn is well known for his ability to seemingly force the rune to spawn wherever he is. And throughout this group stage, it felt like that wasn't really occurring, so I don't know if he's going to have some main stage magic here or something, but those runes trying to enable yourself, a Storm Spirit players always hunt for those, right? Your team's going to ward for the rune, because that's how you get your first couple big ganks off.
As we'll see a stun get thrown out there onto Borax. XXS on this Legion Commander. Another one of those heroes that has started to pop up a little bit more often with both the flex potential and, of course, XXS very accomplished on that one as well. Down bottom, does look like there was a TP in, actually. So don't know if this is going to be scouted. The Borax movement.
This is a really nice play because the wave's pushing it up top, so he doesn't need any help up there. Ooh. And of course, yeah,
sneaky,
that's a good
sneaky,
go.
Moving in onto Leslau, able to find him, trying to TP out, and able to get away. Not too bad there by Leslau.
Well, the tree won't be feeding here today. Nicely done, Leslau. Good counting of the stuns to ensure he'd be escaping. And of course, with the Nature's Prophet, he can come right back in. A lot of heroes, that's a lot of punishment to TP out of the lane like that. Maybe just stay and try and go for it again, but Nature's Prophet always going to have that avenue to come right back on in.
Well, and in the meantime, as you said,
mid lane, White Album. Oh, all right, he's good, he's good, he's good.
Careful, careful. Quinn thought about going in more. Borax in the area reveals himself there. Now they're able to get in for that deny. So Borax making a lot of movements around to try and help out these other lanes.
Yeah, could ensure the bottle is filled here as well for White Album, I'm sure.
And the fact that Legion is not being punished for this at all right now.
We're all coming mid, by the way.
Wait a minute. LOA, he's like, all right, I'll come help too, don't worry.
Oh, he's got top, MSS has got bottom. Oh, but he doesn't got it. Borax stole it right under his nose. But in the end, it's not for his mid, right? He didn't take the bottle or anything.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a benefit at the very least right there for crew. And you can see Quinn picking up that other water rune on the other side. Man, a very mobile early start to this game with Nature's Prophet and then Weaver just zipping around all over the place. I'm curious if they're actually going to be able to first blood, because with all the movement, there hasn't been a kill yet.
Yeah, or like maybe even punish XXS, because he's just been up here alone in this lane. He's absolutely killing it on the last hits right now, and I just see LOA like running through his creep wave at the moment, so
it's tough.
He's now just heading on back to the small camp because he can't seem to contribute quite out there. Of course, you have a dispel on the Legion, so you can't really like stack up a bunch of the ignite. So just trying to bring that lane even further towards the tower for Yawar.
And it's very interesting too, right? You think about the history of what Quincy Crew's team has been like, and it's very much a win the lanes and then struggle situation. Right now, they're the ones that are behind. Aster doing a great job, mainly off the back of that Borax movement, as White Album pressure is going to come onto Quinn, able to catch him with the taunt. Good amount of damage out here. They won't be able to do anything else.
Such a tease, you know? It's getting there, but we've got the wand available and the sticks, so.
Does have to walk home though.
Well, that's going to open up opportunity for Quinn here for the level 6 to be done before White Album.
Down low bottom, and Leslau. Easy for him as he was able to find that kill.
Some momentum heading over to the side of Quincy Crew there, as mentioned, Quinn now at that level 6, so would love to get the 6-minute rune here and try and be prepped for a kill. Can imagine there'll be some focus on that from Aster. See if they can actually help White Album get it this time, as well as get his level 6. Looks like Quinn's just abandoning the mid lane for now to go farm some neutral, so that will be there for White Album at the very least.
Quinn, can he get this one? We'll see if he gets lucky on the spawn. It's going to be up top where White Album gets an invis.
Yeah, it's TI Quinn, he doesn't have the rune spawns. I don't know what it is. It's an NA server thing or something.
In the meantime, I haven't talked a whole heck of a lot about Yawar up here top, and while XXS has had a completely free time of it, Spectre also getting really good farm on this top lane. And again, not all that much action earlier. They're going to try and do another punish here onto Leslau. They will have Glimpse available for Lenham.
This is more like the best of one we were kind of talking about before our first match with Fnatic and Undying. You know, you expect this hesitancy, this more, you know, staying on your own side of the map sort of deal, but
a no rush 10 minutes, if you will.
Yes, exactly. Of course, at any moment though, that can start popping off like down
right
bottom.
There, Leslau got it. Careful, chase down, and with the right clicks coming through, they're gonna find that kill on the offlaner.
We're just simply outnumbering each other to go for kills, and our mid laners trade damage back and forth the whole time. Support's just bumping into each other, and we're just 1-1 at 7 minutes.
Easy peasy. Glenn? up some more of those items, and are they going to try and make any pressure happen? It's interesting, right? Because normally what I feel like we're seeing is the Nature's Prophets TPing to other lanes, but he's actually getting rotations coming to him instead. Oh my god, that is an early armlet on XXS. Straight armlet, no boots.
I mean, when you're farming this well and you're just sitting in the wave, what else do you need, you know? Keep nerfing Helm and all their options, and you're just like, yeah, okay, I'll just go armlet. You know, we're back to this. And obviously, Legion Commander just a fantastic hero from the enemy in the first place, so really suiting any offlaner that can go for it at the moment.
Has LOA caught in the woods, not going to make any type of move though towards him, and it is instead White Album farming up this hard camp here.
When you're vortexing the neutrals, you know, it's just a slow one.
Exactly. Borax goes on in for the rune, and it's illusion.
He can't get one.
No, Quinn stuck up top there.
Quinn no runes Callahan.
Middle tower is under attack.
And of course, without the runes, the kill potentials are very limited. So it's farm up central. Where do we see that first movement? I mean, I guess that's one of the things is like, if there's not an overextension, it's really hard to find any type of action.
Yeah, it's, you know, maybe it's a good thing in the end that they're not diving too deep. You know, this Legion Commander, if you want to TP for... Good TP.
That's a lot of mana used too.
But, you know, let's say you try and dive this Storm or dive this Luna. XXS is going to show up. It might be slow, but he hits pretty hard. And well, that was a fast hit.
Nicely played by Lesloud. Come in with that ulti at the last second. Combos for the push, and now time to try and take that top, or rather bottom tier 1 tower. You can see immediately, Aster.
You weren't wrong. It's
making
top
the same
as well.
move. So will back out, has the Falcon Blade done, queuing up that Aghanim Scepter, and Monet wanting to stick around bottom. This is interesting. The fact that he's allowed to do this. I mean, Quincy Crew, are they going to commit to try and make any moves? With the ward down there, Aster feel confident keeping their position 1 in the lane.
I imagine they'd love to make some sort of move right now, just because, you know, Yawar has the Haunt now, he has the Falcon Blade. He's going to be running towards that eggs for a long time, so you wouldn't mind hopping in for a kill at some time.
They scout the Luna though, nighttime, so has that extra vision, and we'll see Quinn making the move, so that puts the signal on that time to back out for Monet, and will go to farming in the jungle. This is the nice part about having the Luna at this stage in the game. It sort of times up your nighttime vision with making sure no ganks come through.
I feel like Death had so many good opportunities last game on the Legion Commander with the press the attack, and XSS has been given another pretty nice game for it here, particularly versus that Nature's Prophet, because he's rushing that Orchid once more.
And the rune is up top instead, but the pullback is there. Trying to find a kill. White Owl pulled in, and the Haunt is enough for the finish. Quincy Crew making some moves. Now
keeps going.
Looking in the jungle for Monet. Y'all were playing very
like
aggressively.
Just a zone out. You know, I want this farm.
That is a bold move right there. And the glimpse pulls back stolen, and MSS able to run down Lanham. Oh, denied that one as well, the regen rune. That would have been huge if they could have gotten that one earlier.
Yeah, knocking me there for the Storm Spirit, the very least for Aster, so also hard to turn around some pressure like this from the Quincy Crew. Have Borax here, just kind of shakuchiing through.
Ooh, people moving in. Yeah, and that long TP, there's no chance that White Album can anything else done. So the Catapult going to do some damage to the tier 1 tower, but then called off afterwards. And Monet still staying on that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they'll get the rotation in towards the Ancients quite yet either, of course, which Luna's love to do. Now, mind you, XSS does that armlet, as you mentioned, so he's quite capable of farming up whatever he wants on the map right now. And LOA just playing bodyguard right now to Yawar's. He wants to kind of try and play down in that same part of the map that Monet is going for as well. So they're going to bring over White Owl. And they decided not to. Okay, back to the mid.
What's so interesting about this too is normally with Aster you'd be able to have like a big bank of Ancients queued up as LOA is going to get turned around upon. Although Quinn is here too. Wait a minute. Are they trying to go all the way in for this? They find Monet, good amount of damage. Static Sword down. Do they have enough to kill him off? Stolen Static Storm. Oh, they got their mojo back, and he's the kill for them. And now the jump from White Album lifted again. MSS backs away. So too does Quinn. But he's going to be glimpsed in afterwards with the Simulate already used. In trouble, Quinn ends up falling. No duel for XXS.
Yeah, actually, just got the blink in there too. So
yeah.
Incredibly quick timing here. XXS, the most farmed hero in the game. Would have loved to get some free damage there. But that also just means now they probably still have a chance for a blink reveal. I'm not even sure if Quincy Crew noticed that.
Right.
And they could smoke right up and go for that now. I believe also I saw smoke get popped accidentally from Quincy Crew too, which that's not a resource you want to waste right now when you have an Orchid being rushed on your Nature's Prophet. You want to try and get into these deep positions as on your support duo and allow that TP in to happen.
Right. Well, and one thing at least that's to the benefit right now of Quincy Crew is if you look over on Radiant Ancients, these have been blocked out for a really long time. At Sentry Ward, they weren't able to get the D ward on it, and I think that Aster maybe thought that there were treants that were blocking it or something else, but that's huge economic damage.
Yeah, there's a couple of very frustrating blocking spots you can do with the back, so, and we'll have to go for the second Sentry. Monet finds it now, so the Ancients will be back to opened up at 13 minutes. Meanwhile, this smoke, half duration already gone for XSS. Not finding a hero to jump. Oh, mind you, Quinn, though, will be a juicy target, and I don't see a good save here.
Oh, he knew. He knew. Very aware. As they do have the Nature's Prophet Orchid done. So Leslau waiting for an opening when will present itself.
And look who's there to help set it up. It's MSS already having the Shikuchi level 4 stolen. This is why you pick the Rubik into the Weaver. It's one of the reasons why Rubik is making a little bit of a comeback right now, because it's such an amazing spell to steal. And XSS will not find an opportunity to jump on him as MSS is already back to the mid lane.
This part that's a little bit tough is, of course, only having that 1 point right now in telekinesis makes it a little bit more difficult to get the lift into Orchid from the Nature's Prophet, but let's see how it goes.
This game is tense.
It really is.
Like, we're staying on our side of the river, like no one wants to go the other way.
Oh, and look at this. And I'm gonna do a good job of killing off that tramp before it can get in there to block at the 14-minute mark. So very nicely done by Aster, and now smoking a break. This will turn into a very quick pick.
I think his foot was touching the water. I think they're keeping their territorial waters sovereign right now on Quincy Crew, and of course very important to not allow your opponent to block out those camps, as you point out, because we're in a bit of a stalemate. And if you're just farming your side of the map and you have one less ancient camp, well, mathematically that's not good.
That's mathematics right there.
That's as far as our math skills can go.
That's true. NA Classic. And Sporax and XXS gonna run through the river together, smoked, hoping to find something again. The treants, they're off to do their job, locking out those Ancients. But will Leslau get caught? Walk forward, Sporax jumps in, and he'd be able to save this one. Can he do it? I'm not so sure. Sakuchi through, Leslau lives, there's the Orchid, and now MSS trying to chase. Nowhere's there. Pull back, maybe, do they have anything to slow? XXS will be able to get out of that one. Not bad at all. And at that, a 3,000 gold lead is starting to open up for Aster.
And MSS missing it on the Shikuchi does now have the press the attack, so what you could actually see here is them baiting out Quinn. This is what you tend to do is Rubik, right? You take your spell and you hope that you have to rethink about like what your hero is, and Legion Commander players, of course, they love to try and bait out another core, right? Make him dangle him out there a little bit, as some of our friends would say. So I imagine that's what MSS will be looking to do with Quinn. Just don't miss the save.
Absolutely.
A little tip out there for you support players. They tend to not want to go for another dangle when you let them die the first time.
You're not wrong. As Borax there.
Great scouting.
Yeah, can they get the catch? The taunt walks in afterwards, and there's the attack. Nicely played. That Orchid reveal not getting what White Album hoped. As MSS being the playmaker in this one. Panel talked about the fact that they felt like they wanted him on a stronger hero. We saw a lot of trees.
No more trees. No more MSS trees.
Rubik's the way to go.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, though, you can see Monet, top of the net worth. This Luna has been pretty much free to do whatever the heck she wants this entire game.
Yeah, and will we, of course, find a similar situation to our last match. Now, mind you, last game, like by now, with the Luna, you already saw so many group up plays, and they were just moving together as one, storming that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Aster not able to find that, partially because of the great map movements here from Quincy Crew, just pushing out those lanes, but also just like the slightly greedier stance that Aster are taking. They're not trying to force it that hard. I do continue to worry about some of these gank possibilities for Aster. And
easy pick off there. LOA just catching the gank.
Yeah, and that is okay as a support, you know, to tanks in the ganks like that and try and slow down the smokes and the aggression as they try and hunt for your Spectre. But if they can transition this into an actual tower, that's where it becomes a problem.
800 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter for the Spec, which has so often been that big team fight winning and also sort of tempo increasing hero.
Absolutely ridiculous, you know, and we have a combo here. We had the Storm and the Spectre earlier today together. Now we have the Storm and the Nature's Prophet. Or sorry, the Spectre and the Nature's Prophet. So what happens is, of course, you haunt, you get the full vision, you can cast the ulti from the Nature's Prophet. You're going to try and find who I want to TP in on, and much like Storm Spirit benefits from that vision for initiation, Void Spirit feels the same way. You want that that hero hiding in the trees for you to target first.
Trees walking forward to get some vision, giving away some gold as well while it happens, and underneath the ward, Leslau going to be found. Orchid on Orchid action, the walk away. Now Quinn jumps in.
Good press the attack.
Comes a second afterwards, and White Album going to live through that one. Dude, this is on a knife's edge right here.
These fights are so interesting because we have so many great tools, and you know we have to be like keeping an eye on what's available in this deck of cards and in the stack and what's happening. We're throwing out Orchid cards, we're counting them with press the attack. Rubik's looking to go for the steal.
Jump in.
Legion's looking for duels.
Can he get a kill? Yes, he will. But now White Album down low. The stun is there. Static Storm. Is it enough? A couple more hits and they find it. Yule Scepter afterward keeps Quinn alive. So a trade of 1-for-1. You'll take that every day of the week for Quincy Crew.
Yeah, LOA coming through with the stun and then the Orchid as well to actually bring down that Storm Spirit. So finding their way through the coverage of XXS, not able to save him with a press the attack this time, and a big loss here from Aster from what looked like a great pickoff.
It was absolutely perfect from what it was looking like, and then everything fell apart, as it sometimes does. So 18 minutes and still very little separating these two teams.
And there it is.
Big question, the Shadow Step.
I believe we had the fastest eggs just this morning in terms of like TI main event. Of course, a relatively new build, so we're popping up, but I mean, that thing was like 15 something. You know, this is relatively on the later end, but getting there eventually, and now they're going to find some kills to tune up the net worth, and those are the kills Quincy are looking for. That's what Aster wants.
That was perfect.
40 dual damage now for XSS.
Wait a minute, though. He's got to be careful here. The jump in from Storm afterwards doesn't find a target. Quinn backed away, but they're going to get another kill, this time onto LOA. And just like that, Aster find the kill. Going to go into Rochedown with the BKB online for Monet. This is that timing you were talking about.
This is a very different temperament than last game. Last game, they forced a lot of issues early. Instead, Aster been much more patient. They know they have excellent initiation. They can kind of wait for you to sort of approach them a little bit more, and then they're going to go for that really quick punish. Maybe they haven't gotten any tier 2 towers yet off of these kills, but going in for the Roche is really going to help that.
This is exactly what they're hoping to do on Aster. This game is looking a little bit dicey there in the middle part, but now looking pretty strong, and the next couple of minutes we'll see how Aster decide to play. Denying the mid tower by Lenham, and what does Quincy do? They're grouped together like they want to fight, but
interesting choice here as well from Aster, right? We often talk about Storm Spirit with the Aegis being this like amazing hero and can really enable your mid game by taking this, but instead, this kind of goes back to, again, putting the Luna in the front, right? They're really going to be gunning for this tier 2 towers by putting the Luna straight up there with the Aegis, and how do you play that fight as Quincy Crew?
I mean, you basically have to go for the backlines, which is not an easy proposition at all.
No, when you have a BKB Luna, and she's so fast that you try and go to the backline, she's going to get there. She's going to be BKB, she's going to run at those heroes that you're trying to jump on, and you might find yourselves dead.
And we've talked about how much Borax has been able to do in this game on the Weaver. Getting towards that Aghanim Scepter now, things looking very, very dangerous.
I've definitely done him a disservice this game, because he's only 1-1-3. I feel like whenever I look at him, he's shakuching somewhere on the map and just getting information, right?
Yeah,
it's not providing like necessarily like a ton of kills in the moment and everything, but he's delaying moves from Quincy Crew. He's, I mean, they have amazing wards down as well from the side of Aster that he's helping like give Lonham the idea of like where to go to place those. And then you always got the bugs, max level now, and very scary when combo with the medallion.
Look at that Radiant scan. They know they're right on top of them.
And this is a smoke without Haunt for 35 seconds. So yes, you're gonna have the egg, so you can be a little bit more aggressive. But obviously Haunt, you know, gives you that real power force here. And when you're fighting into Aegis, they're not looking for all 5 heroes without Haunt. That's for sure.
Ooh, this could be an interesting pickoff. But you can see White Album. It feels like he knows what's coming.
I mean, again, those deep war. Right, like they just have so much information about what they're up to on the side of Quincy Crew.
So White Album will show in the mid, and as that happens, the rest of Aster starts to rotate towards the Storm Spirit. playing safe as can be. At the same time, you're seeing Quincy Crew not really lose out on that much on the map, it feels like. The lead is not expanding hugely, but maybe with this fight it could be a move.
They're going to try again, right? You know, we stalled it a wee bit, but they're going to force the fight into that top lane. Still 2.5 minutes left on the Aegis for Monet. That's going to farm him towards the Scotty, and then they're looking for White Album to get that BKB. A definitely White Album would definitely be a problem. XSF going to have to make those big saving plays, but with the blink and the BKB, expecting him to be there.
Leslau's there, jump forward duel, couldn't get the BKB off. Static Storm, everything dropped. And with no buyback, there's no chance for Leslau to get back into this fight, but they're going to take it nonetheless. Shadow step in, yet we're on top of one. Quinn backs away, Borax still there, and LOA thinking about walking in on this, as Aster have used a lot of resources.
Yeah, again, impressive bit of a trade though, considering that jump. You know, you'll kind of take that when it's an Aegis on the side of Aster. They're also somewhat okay with the situation as they've now garnered themselves an outpost, and they're also eyeing up Quinn here, but he's got a haste turn on Yule, so he'll be all right, barring some bad misstep when this duel comes back.
The other thing I really like about that play by Aster is that they only used the one BKB on Legion, right? Like that is super useful. The ability to find these pickoffs, has 60 duel damage now on XXS, and not really committing that many resources. So, 23 minutes in, 9-9, still very close game, but you can feel Aster starting to take a little bit more of a lead.
Yeah, Quincy Crew don't have much choice other than just wait out this Aegis before they want to go for that Haunt fight. They still have some very terrifying tools. Their next big jump up, probably not until Quinn is able to go towards something closer to like the Aghanim's. For now, he feels like he might just need a Kyra, so his... You know, he's not going to have a massive jump up in power anytime soon.
Oh, and Monet jumped on. The rest of the team is there. Press the attack. Down to about half HP. The glimpse back afterwards. Quinn has to be careful. Jump in, wants to find them. They get there with the duel right away. Horn comes out. Quinn down low. Quinn is dead. Monet also in some trouble.
Static Storm here for coverage, too.
What else do they have after the fact?
They should not fight this.
So that is going to be Aegis down. And Quinn gave up his life for that one, has buyback.
Oh yeah, and I love this too, just rushing right for the tower. Now, at your bottom lane, Leslau finding a trade, didn't like the look of that fight, so they have taken the tier 2 in the bottom lane. That is at least something for them, but Aster, again, I'm sure very happy that Aegis was running low anyway, and now they'll just come back down to the bottom and recapture that out.
This is the thing, you can see Quincy Crew, it's just little pecks away at their net worth over and over again, and Aster starting to build this lead. Oh, they're gonna shadow step into this. Do they go for any extra fight? This is without Quinn.
Yeah, the Glimmer Cape there too. So many defensive tools from Monet, just shoving them in the front line and daring Quincy Crew to engage fully.
I mean, this is looking maybe a little desperation-y. If they try and go into this direction, they do have Glimpse stolen from the Rubik. But now the turnaround and finding LOA, he's gonna get caught and he's gonna get dueled and killed. And Quincy Crew not really sure why they're chasing there.
It was a long chase with little payoff, but again, it's the wards killing them. They saw Leslau just go up top. There's a ward in their jungle, spotting that he couldn't actually come through because he TP'd in up there, and his TP was, obviously he's not gonna be able to like, use the TP scroll to get down to that fight too, so easily able to jump onto to LOA without much fear.
I mean, Trent, I'm gonna be honest, like, as we, oh, wait a minute, Monet. Press the attack. Looking for more Quinn, Yule Scepter, Static Storm down, in trouble, and Quinn caught again! Ends up falling. XXS doing so much damage. I was gonna say that you look at Monet, he is so incredibly strong right now, but really XXS is the one that's winning these fights, whether it's the press the attack or 100 duel damage at 25 minutes. I mean, this is scary.
It's the whole team. And now it's going to be Borax there too. Like, Lanham's covering him with the Glimmer Cape. You got the press the attack from XSS. And now they have an Aghanim Scepter from Borax. So,
I don't know how they kill people.
It is very, I mean, you need a haunt. You need to see where the Weaver is. You need to target. You have to burst down the Weaver first, right? 1700 HP, has the Aghanim Scepter. You have to hope you can get the full disable off, but again, you know, they're going to be focusing down on you. So the way that Aster are just playing right now, grouping up together and pushing, you just have to look at last game of Fnatic, and you saw how that can win a match very quickly, and why it's so hard to deal with.
Well, and Monet continues to farm, getting towards that Scotty next. There's going to be a window here where, like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's a big kill. Yawer going to be found and going to be killed off. just farming in the jungle, didn't know where to go, and got bopped. MSS takes it, but that is not a trade you want at all.
Yeah, he did his job, right? He got the Spectre in for the squad, and of course there is an issue with this build on the Spectre. It's harder to get into some of these tankier items. The Agnums gives you much more offensive capabilities, and the HP is okay, right? Overall, you're gonna have some issues playing against some of these heroes when you get those earlier Mantas.
And Spec was so close to finishing off that Manta staff at that point. Like thinking about how much that could have changed that dynamic, but I was talking about it, the slow chip away and the slow build-up of Aster. Now a 6,000 gold lead.
And it's all going to culminate with a second Roche, like it has so many times in the past year for Dota 2.
Wait a minute. Is this a freebie? Lift up, jump in, White Album, what you doing?
The team's coming though.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, look at the wards that he's got around him. He felt like he was safe. He felt like this was just a safe area where he could farm and finish out his BKB cooldown, right? There was still like 20 seconds left. And
well, very well played by Quincy Crew to take advantage of that and to get through those wards.
And what would be really crazy if it had been a super fast Roche. But unfortunately for Quincy Crew, it's going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds till it returns. So for Aster's sake, they will have the return of White Album for the Roche fight.
What a big engagement. Like that pickoff right there changes so much about this game, it feels like. You get a huge cut into lead and now some amount of control over the game. But this, a DD for Monet.
And you're actually allowed to, you know, hit creeps right now. Exactly. If that storm's still alive and you're missing heroes, you're starting to walk back towards your base. And core heroes dying obviously has a massive impact on your economy, much more than just the kill bounty. But, there's Luna, you know, Monet been the stalwart driving force at the front of this bus. Now up to level 20, has the plus 100 Lucent Beam damage talent, and is looking towards a Satanic. And when that is done, and if the Aegis is claimed for Aster, you've got to imagine they're going to feel so confident moving towards that high ground.
Well, it is going to be a fight and a half, depending upon if Quincy Crew will be able to contest for that Roche, as Monet still the one up front and center.
They needed this Silver Edge done on Leslau. Like, Quinn is playing this this very mobile and around the map sort of hero, sacrificing his own farm. He's not going for the next big item. He's not going for the eggs. He's not going for the BKB. He just wants the Sanj and Kaya. He's piecing it together one by one through all these little pickoffs and mostly these little depths that he's also finding. But now the Roche is there. The Shard is up. And how much information do they have on Quincy Crew? Not a whole lot, but they are swooping in behind. They've got the right movement.
Quick enough though. The movement just a bit too late, and with that, Aster get the Aegis and Shard.
The Trans do spot them at the very least, and of course that Shard going to be given right over to the Luna, so it's going to be the bonus attack.
And Aster, they're not messing around. They want to run right into this one and take this fight. Quinn, the smoke breaks right on both of them. The jump to the back line, finding Lenham, but there's the pressing attack and the time lapse. Both of them used. Maybe a fight that could work here. They used everything on this last round. Away, walking away, but going to fall.
Okay, that seemed okay, but they still don't want to go for the jump in. As you mentioned, many tools used by Aster, but if you don't actually go for the haunt and you don't bring in the Nature's Prophet, I don't think they're really going to get that full punish on that you might want. And Aster very confidently running down your mid lane. And what is the plan here from Quincy Crew? Because they're going to start knocking on the door mighty fast.
This hurts. This one hurts a whole heck of a lot.
Leslau's pushing bottom. This is his answer.
Hoping to get a little bit of a counterplay. Don't know how well that's considering it's a Luna, but does have some chance to spot the pull back in, time lapse.
I mean, that's only a 20-second cooldown. How do you punish this?
It's incredibly difficult, but you can see the counterplay right now from Leslie. Oh, he's taking that bottom tier 3 tower.
And Yawar's even staying nearby too, of course, has some help that he can be globally available as well. So Aster, the not sure where to go.
Man, Leslau keeping him in this game though. You can see this pressure down bottom has completely forced back Monet.
TV's right to that top lane too, but White Album quickly there to clean that up. So I envision now we're going to start seeing some side lane wards from Aster. I feel like they're going to want to try and go for these pickoffs onto Leslau because he's got a massive target on his back after little plays like that. And has he gotten himself towards that Silver Edge? He is getting there. And of course, that's where you really got to get things together for the big damage kill.
Smoke up again from Aster. going to start heading back towards mid. Now, all of the lanes have been pushed out, but not super significantly. And in fact, top has got a bunch of trainings that are there.
With that dual cast range talent, they're so much bolder on the Legion commanders. They're willing to jump a little bit more blind. Doesn't see anything at the moment.
Yeah, no wards in the area right now. Their main wards over in the dire triangle, but don't need wards towards this high ground.
They also see a very annoying Nature's Prophet on their bottom lane here too, so they're just going high ground.
And this is going to be quick. Monet press the attack, the pull back in again, catches onto a creep actually, and now the lift up. So they will focus down these racks, and nobody else from Quincy Crew can really make a play to contest this at the moment. When Luna gets ahead like this, you have to get something on the opposite side.
Yeah, and all they can do is just take back the outpost and throw the trance at the higher ground. Still no contest here from Quincy. They're going to let the racks fall.
This is good, but the jump in afterwards, White Album forces out a bit of rotation, trying to cover his team's retreat. Thought about the stun, didn't call for it. And there's the press the attack, but you can see that this is going to be the trade-off. They get the tier 3 tower bottom.
And a lot of damage on the range racks too.
You're not wrong. Well, wait a minute though. Wait a minute, the pullback. The haunt, it's down, Static Storm is there, and on the overlines, they're able to find the Disruptor. Trying to bring down a couple of them. Monet, they're going to leave him alone, very low HP. White Album now turning on to LOA, there's the lift up. Let's wants to find a kill, turning now on to White Album, the back away. They have no detection, but Leslow TPing out of that one, and does look like he's going to complete it. The buyback from the Disruptor and the buyback from LOA, they were able to get an okay fight, but they didn't burn through the Aegis.
But TP outs this game. He's getting the big reads on Leslow to ensure he has the escape, but it feels like it's only a matter of time. It feels like it's just delaying at this point before you actually need the massive clash, you know?
Where's the sort of big item that turns this all around for Quincy Crew? I'm not seeing it.
I feel like it's a lot of items. I feel like they all go on your Spectre until she is absolutely massive. So Yawar doing his best to revive the Spectre with what is needed.
Delay, 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 but will it be enough delay? Because you can see right now, 8,000 gold ahead of the Spectre is the Luna. Like, that's a big hill to climb.
It's tough too because Nature's the core is so item based, and obviously, you know, he's doing great on Leslow. He's the top on his team, but you're kind of hoping to be that like second big hero on your team, right? In these situations, but he's been forced to take up so much of the farm because he's the only one who go really deep now. Oh, Borax actually leaving where he is. He's quite near Leslow. Still gonna head on out of there and go to that bottom lane. Gonna join the team and pushing this tier 2. Not caring about Leslow. Kind of going for the ignore the Nature's Prophet strat here.
It's true. Which, I mean, if you keep taking these buildings, it works pretty well. The other thing is that besides NP, there isn't really another tower hitter on Quincy Crew.
We're gonna go another layer here. We're pushing creeps to the base. They gotta find themselves another one of these great pickoffs when someone comes back to push out one of these deep lanes, like when they got White Album the last time in the bottom lane. Now, I say that, mind you, and they're at least successful in their first mission. They have delayed out past this Aegis, and the game is still going. They're down to racks. Not good, but you're still alive.
I think that, again, the thing to consider for both of these teams is for Aster, this is a moment where so often they've been the ones that have been knocking out other Chinese teams. So often they've been the ones that have been eliminating them and then, you know, getting a good amount of criticism from their own community from it and hoping now to actually be able to get some work done.
They let the creeps get a bit too close.
Yeah, and that's going to be the punish that you see there. So hoping to finally actually get some results at this TI would be such a win for Aster if they could make it happen.
Again, this great vision from Aster. A little technical issue here, but they know where Yawar is right now. They know he's farming up inside the jungle, so right at his Ancients. Could potentially see some movement there. Currently their lane's in an okay spot. We got creeps all the way down through that bottom lane and doing all right in the mid as well as pushing out top lane too. So could see a smoke here from Aster in a moment.
Definitely, and obviously want to make sure that all these players are able to play at the highest level, sort out these technical issues as quickly as possible, and get back into the game. But to sort of expand upon that point that I was talking about before, you know, in much the same way that for Aster it was this, you know, needing to perform well on big lands, the same situation exists for Quincy Crew. This is a team that has been to multiple TIs under various different organizations and not had the results that they wanted on the main event.
Yeah, they've started upper bracket
twice, and both times they were knocked out by OG. And this is the first time that they're going to have to be coming in through that lower bracket and be in a situation where they would go out in the best of one's elimination unless they're able to turn this back around here.
Best of one Dota.
It's one of those things that just like the pressure of the moment. You can't even imagine what it's like for all these players to be working at this point for 2 years and have it all defined potentially for you, whether it's success or failure within the scope of just this one game. And potentially devastating or amazing.
Yeah, the discussion of like relaxing and just like playing Dota like it's any other game, I feel like has become a more and more common topic for pro players as they discuss like you know the sort of discussions they now have as teammates. And best of ones have got to be the hardest one to put that into your head, right? This is just another game of Dota. This doesn't mean anything. This is one very important game of Dota.
Absolutely.
To put you one step further in TI and of course get yourselves to that best of 3, because you know some teams they just perform better on the bounce back. Some teams they learn a lot from a loss, and all you can learn from this loss is a lot of pain and suffering.
You're not wrong. It's a sad way to put it, but
we keep it happy here at TI and the best of ones.
This is the problem, right? Is that it's like in these best of ones, it's all battle and it's all bloodshed down in the bottom. The upper bracket, it's like, oh, you can make memes about it and stuff because you know they got more games to play. There's no meme in here.
Competition is the greatest thrill, and so if someone needs to lose for us to have competition, this is the necessity. So, thank you.
Too true.
To the losers. To the exiters, my mistake.
That's right, there you go.
The exit bracket.
That's the one.
Yeah.
This is the exit bracket for sure, as we are waiting for this issue to get sorted out here. Again, just state of the game. 15-12, Aster in a very commanding lead at this point. You can see Dota Plus, 80% win probability they got it set at.
Ooh, you know, that's actually surprising considering Spectre. Usually you get a little bit of a buff there. Maybe that is with the buff. It's not a good side for Quincy Crew. Usually it's like 10%. Kind of over the how you might actually feel. But then, you know, Spectre, of course, famous for many comebacks in very recent TIs, so could find themselves in another one on that that long list of successes. But it's going to be tough, and yeah, MSS, he's feeling it, and this is good. Keep the mood light here.
Exactly.
Right? You got to make sure everyone's staying engaged. I mean, it was him who paused, so if he's chat wheeling, I have to imagine we're getting close.
Maybe that's the test. The chat wheel is the test to make sure everything's working.
Maybe that wasn't working. Maybe
you know what else we need to test?
Unbound.
For all you people that are out there, you know, you give the cheers in the client. That's how we need to test to make sure that everything is working. We'll see it up there on the screen in just a second.
I like the floating letters.
You do?
Yeah, it looks nice.
Absolutely.
When they're really going, you know? Fire off to the sides.
I didn't even notice that. I'm going to be completely honest. There's more focusing on the game itself. But yeah, it's sort of this, again, oh, look at them, there they go. It's only the NA broadcast, though. I don't know if the Chinese broadcasters listen to us that much.
I don't think they're listening to us.
No.
I think they have more interesting things to talk about.
Yeah, I think that it's worth, again, reiterating just like how strong of a like dual save you've got on Aster at this point with the Luna up front and center, and like how important this Aegis is.
And they're going for the triple save play in a sense, because rather than going for that ever discussed Aghanim Scepter, on him currently at least is actually eyeing up a BKB, which I love.
Okay.
Because that gives him everything. Right? I mean, eventually there's going to be a Basher, but if you can force the Basher, like the Abyssal Spectre, to jump on you as Disruptor, you've already done your job. Yeah, I'm completely happy with you at that point.
Yeah, it does feel like he has just sort of stood as such a strong stalwart force in this one. And being able to, you know, force either the fight on a bad term. I think again about that Yawar kill inside the Dire jungle when they're running up there, got the glimpse back, get the kill. You know, whatever the case ends up being, this is that hero that can punish mistakes in a way that it doesn't even sometimes feel like you made a mistake. It was just, I was just trying to farm there. And he got caught and killed.
Yeah, and in some games as a Spectre lineup, you have this you know, there's unrivaled confidence going late. Like, eventually, guys, everything's going to be fine. But I would not peg this game as necessarily one of them, right? There is a Storm Spirit in this match who also tends to be one of the absolute best heroes in the late game. Just so many tools. I mean, there's a reason why some teams will just straight up first pick it every game. Even if it feels like it's being countered, even if it feels like an obvious thing that you're going to do. Storm Spirit has movement. It has freedom. It has freedom almost unlike any other hero in Dota 2, simply because you can point, click, go.
Oh, and speaking of point, click, go, we're going to go right back into this one, Trent.
I got the segues.
You nailed it, man. What a brilliant performance. And as we get ready to go into this one, hopefully we will
able to see this next Roche fight and how it ends up playing out, right? You've got the potential there for not really a sneak, but it feels like at every stage, Quincy Crew haven't been able to come in. Oh no,
they went the quick pause fight.
Yeah, they were ready. They were ready. Big play.
Now that's a Dota classic.
Yeah.
They pause, you run at them, because everyone loses that brain image of where the minimap is. It's something that it flows the entire time you play Dota. You're always thinking, okay, they were there, and they could possibly be here, and you're thinking about how far people move, and then it's like this big eraser just wipes all the chalk off the board, and you don't remember where anyone was. And well, sometimes it's a pretty big punish, and they instantly go higher. This would be an absolutely massive punish. Look at the smoke supports way in the back.
And look at this down bottom. There's simultaneously pressure being mounted by Leslau. They're going to glyph up the wave down there as he continues to beat away at these wrecks.
Oh, those creeps in the top lane, Leslau.
They're also going
Double
in over
trouble.
there. The lift up now. Monet going to get time lapse and press the attack. They have a window. White Album jumps now onto the Rubik, able to get the silence and the kill. So 2 dead. They do a buyback on Rubik, but at the same time,
and he's going top as well. Leslau, he's got the tower.
I mean, Aster, they got their eyes on the prize.
The pressure.
They want to end this one now. Go for the tier 4 towers.
You gotta fight him.
Rubik, he's back into this one. Have Aster gone in a bit too? They need to commit now because they've already lost those other racks on the other side. The chase down, looking for a finish. XXS jumps in. The duel there on Quinn, able to get him for the kill, but he has buyback. Buyback comes out for both of them. Chasing for more, wanting to kill off that Luna. The shoot forward, the finish. They take him down, and now killing off White Album. Have they been able to open this one up?
It's very expensive though on the side of Quincy Crew, and there are buybacks here from Aster, but what a hold. Cost them a lot.
Wow, that was huge. Now again, you have this big win condition where Quincy Crew only have 1 buyback left on this Nature's Prophet, and Roche, it's a long spawn. Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Is indeed a painful one for them, and you know, there's actually a little treat left in their base from Aster, a ward that got dropped down in this fight here, but you can see that pressure that was on them looking for the base race plays. You can see how it really forced the hand of Aster. They felt like they had to do something special.
Oh, wait a minute now. And things always become so tense, and they're going to try and force out the buybacks. You get it from the Luna, you get it from the Legion. Tier 2 dead, Tier 3 assaulted. White Album, he's jumping, testing the waters, but going to back out. How crazy is this? It's down to 4K gold lead now, and more importantly, like objective-wise, you can actually see a pathway for Quincy Crew to win this off the back of just a little bit of insanity for Leslau.
Total chaos factor coming into play here, and now we're going to be looking towards that Roche and wondering what'll be there. Is
true
gifted from Roche. Either team, I mean, imagine an Aghanims for Storm would just be probably the best that you could get here.
Oh man, this is that tense moment here. You've got the Aeon disc done. They're underneath a ward. Aster going to D ward now. But those like little random walks into a vision, it could so quickly go terribly. And now, if you're Aster, you also have to prep for potentially pressure onto tier 4s and throne of their own. Smoke up. 4 heroes gonna go around the pit. Still a minute before it's gonna respawn. Leslau in vision, but will back out afterward. They try and hold this area.
Another smoker from Quincy, but they're playing blind. They don't see anything ahead of them.
Trying to do some vision and scouting with these treants. Monet.
All they can do is push the waves, right? That's their vision key right now, is trying to get bottom lane shoving in, top lane shoving in. They see that Storm is down there dealing with it.
Press the attack now.
That's the big haunt.
Looking for more. What can they find? There's the jump in. The duel on the other side. Able to catch on the Legion. Trying to blow him up, and they killed her. Dead for 2 minutes. And with that, Quincy Crew, have they opened this game up? They buy back now on the Legion. White Album BKB'd, but the chase down is coming. Quincy Crew streaming in, and White Album, where you going? As they run him down through the mid lane, get the silence. They're dead with no buyback. Unbelievable, as they got their eyes set for these tier 4 towers.
Motions, they're just staring at each other. They're not sure what to do. The call's been made. They're running for the tier 4.
Okay, don't worry, he's ready. He knows, he's hungry. He wants a way to move on at TI. As the tier 4s will fall. Aster, how quickly things fall apart. GG.
menangnya menang hoki.
Easy for Leslau. Unbelievable play on the Nature's Prophet to put the pressure when they're coming to your high ground. He's knocking at the back door, and they didn't know what to do. They panicked, and Quincy Crew pulled it in.
Dari tadi gitu anjing. Terus TP nanggung banget gitu, nggak mau di belakang sekalian kan aman anjing.
So much trouble.
Unbelievable and heartbreak central for Aster. The game, they could feel it. It was right there. The pause happened. They got a kill.
Oke, ketemu PCM atau EZ aja di sini ketemu Fanatic. Kalau nggak ketemu Fanatic, ketemu Spirit. Senang Fanatic sih harusnya. Senang Fanatic, sini Fanatic oke aja.
Pulled out from under you so quickly. That really is best of ones here in Dota. You can see LOA just pumping up the team right now, keeping them in the booth and having a talk.
And I saw a deep exhale there from Yawar as he exits the booth, and obviously going to pay their respects to Team Aster as they will be eliminated from this. But for us now, oh my God, Quinn, what are you doing? We're going to head on back to the panel and break this down.
Oh, I thought this was going to be a very different talk, but oh my goodness. This is forged in the fires of NADPC. He just takes his headset off. You don't need sound. He's just going for it. Did he just take his headset off? He did, right?
He's still playing.
Look at that scoreboard, you know?
And the coach reactions as well. Oh, that must have been an absolute roller coaster there. It was a roller coaster for us. It was a roller coaster for everybody watching. But Quincy Crew, they do it. A big sigh of relief, big happiness that we saw from the players. Can only imagine what's going on in the Aster squad right now, because they were so close to being able to pull this one out. But yeah, we're gonna break it down, because of course a game like this, it's all able to be broken down with logic, but nah, not this game. Never mind that. Let's actually head over to an interview with Lanham.
Hello. Hello, we are here in the exit interview with Lanham from Aster. I thank you for your time. Thank you for giving us this time to allow us to interview you.
谢谢你给我们这个时间去采访你。
不客气。
You're welcome.
Lanham, you're the most veteran player in the international, so I just gotta ask you, does it ever get easier to be in this position?
你是 TI 最有资历的一位选手，就每一次站在这里会更容易或者更困难吗？
还好吧，就这次感觉就好像没有那么大的特别大的起伏吧，就是情绪的那种起伏还好感觉。
It's alright. This time it actually doesn't feel that much of an up and down emotionally.
That game was a very up and down game, however. And was there a moment where you started to realize or to feel like that game was getting out of control for you?
就上一场比赛其实起伏挺大的，有没有哪一刻你是觉得这场比赛很难获胜？
没有吧，就感觉就直到最后我们买活死了以后才感觉有点难打的，就是之前其实都还好的，只不过我们就是感觉我们对面的带线处理的不是特别好嘛。
Not really. Up until our dieback, we actually didn't feel much of it, but we didn't take care of their ratting well enough.
Aster has had a great time in the Chinese leagues, but some says has struggled internationally. Do you feel like it's the style of the Western teams, or does the pressure at LAN sometimes get to you guys?
Aster 其实在国内成绩非常好，但是每次对上国外队的时候就稍微有点弱。想问一下，是因为国内赛区国外队伍的打法的原因呢，还是到了线下比赛感觉到压力呢？
其实我们队是有比较明显的那种缺陷，然后并且我们自己知道，而且就是无法修正的，就是其实这一点还是比较那个啥的吧，就是感觉我们自己的有特别关键的那个点， 一直解决不了呢，然后就感觉就不太，就每次打就风格稍微偏激进一点的队伍，进攻一点的队伍，我们就会很难处理得不好。
Aster as a team has always had weaknesses that we are aware of and weaknesses that we cannot solve. However, whenever we play against teams that are more aggressive, we start to struggle a little, but we are aware of our weaknesses.
I think Aster is one of the nicest storylines of this TI in the sense that you guys got to beat Cygnus. You were playing in probably the worst of conditions of most other teams. Did you feel like that made you stronger, or did you regret having to go through that?
很不幸的 Aster 这次其实经历了蛮多的，然后打这个比赛的条件也挺艰苦。你觉得这一点有让你更坚强吗？还是更困难？
就是肯定这种事情还是稍微。就是相对来说还是没有经历过嘛，经历一下也算好事。
Well, these sort of things we've never been through it, so I guess we have the experience now.
Well, thank you for your time. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the people that were supporting you from home?
非常感谢。最后有没有什么想对家里支持你的人或者粉丝说的话吗？
谢谢大家的支持吧。然后中国队加油！我是 IG 粉。
Thank you for your support. Go Chinese teams. I'm a fan of IG.
Well, this has been our interview with Alanum from Team Aster. We won't be seeing them again in TI10, but they will forever remain in our hearts as the team that stood through sickness, through anything going against them, even at rough group stages, and stood tall, playing their best to the bitter end. Back to you, Shiver.
Thank you very much, Avo. Indeed, they played their very, very best, and they came
sure they're going to win this, then it went down to 27, and then it went back up to 86 again. But,
and you were 100% the whole time. You had full belief.
Full hopium, guys. I'm like screaming, like slapping the desk, you know, because he's the last of the Brazilians here in TI10. So, you know, vai Brazil.
I know that you weren't the only one screaming. We saw Quinn scream quite a bit there too on the main stage after that victory, and it is Jake sitting down with Quinn right now.
Hello, hello. Quinn. One of the greatest games I have ever seen. One of the best comebacks.
Sampai low ini doang kan, ini besok. Ayo. 2 game lagi. Yuk, bisa yuk.
I mean, you're more calm, cool, collected than I am. There was a moment, the pause in the middle. You guys were down. You were looking out. What changed in that moment? How'd you bring it back?
I don't think anything.
Your face. Did you still believe in the rat?
Yeah, I thought when they were going Thrawn that we were going to win the game right there.
Really?
I mean, we have buys on 2 cores. It's some like 8v5 or something.
So you think they just got a little too close to it? And...
I mean, they're getting antsy because this Furon is hitting their base. He just squeak. They can't do anything.
Oh my goodness. Well, sir, you're done with the BO3s. The BO1s. You're on to the BO3s. America is safe for now. On your back, are you excited to be out of BO1 town?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're just taking it 1 game at a time. I think we already hit our all-time low in the group stage, so, you know, it's only up from here. I think we all feel pretty, you know, carefree and fancy-free, so we're just out there just trying to win 1 game at a time.
Well, that was truly 1 game at a time, and it was an amazing performance. Thank you so much, and man, I'm so jazzed for you. Congratulations. Anything out there to say to the Quincy crewers that never gave up, the real members of the crew?
Real OGs, seems good. Haters, so bad.
Hell yeah. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, he definitely felt that one hard. Love to see it, love to see it. Quincy Crew moving forward here at the International 10. And guys, you've seen this squad perform in the DPC season, and these type of wins, that's just a Tuesday morning for them.
Yeah, it's never smooth sailing in some of their more clutch moments. We saw their DPC recap, the EG game, their game at the major against Noping. They're a crazy team. It's always a wild ride. It's no different here, and can't wait to see them play against OG next round.
Yeah, we're gonna have some brother action on this main stage, Brian. We got Yawar versus Sumail there.
That's as good as it gets. And honestly, I'm really happy for them because I know a lot of these guys pretty well, and they had pretty high expectations of themselves, not in a way that they think they're better than what they're doing, but that they believe in themselves, and they also have a chip on their shoulder because NA's been receiving a little ish, for the last 2 years. And I just want to say that the first series of the best of one, when they picked Legion Commander, Fnatic, I was like, why did they pick that? And then I looked at the top and saw 25 level Dota plus. This is his best hero.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
We went to the back, and Aoi was like, did you really like that Nature's Prophet pick? And I'm like, strategically, no way. For Leslau, yes. You play your best heroes. I looked at all 5 of their players, all 5 of their heroes. That's exactly what I wanted to see them playing, signatures, and it doesn't matter how far behind you are if you've been there, done that. So really cool to see them win, and I'm happy to see Quinn in such good spirits after the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looked like he has always had faith in the team. In the game we just watched, Luna at your base, hitting tier 4s. No worries, had it on lock the whole way through, and they have it on lock now for sure. Let's take a look at those brackets because we move closer and closer to being done with some eliminations today. Of course, we have to wave goodbye to 4 teams today as we go through the lower bracket portion of this double elimination bracket. And yeah, that means we got 2 opponents in the second round of that lower bracket. Quincy Crew taking on OG tomorrow. Now that will be a spicy one. That is a series that hasn't happened yet. We saw Aster 2 OG, and I thought if that was gonna happen, they'll have a good shot. But Moxie, Quincy Crew versus OG. Excited?
I'm so excited. You don't even know. I'm crazy. Yeah, it's very exciting. I was talking earlier too about Lelis's dad is hilarious because he has parties every time that he watches his son play, and he was very excited because he was like, oh, he's going to the international. He made this whole announcement before we found out that unfortunately due to COVID we wouldn't be having any viewers. He made a whole announcement. He's like, we're bringing the Brazilian barbecue to Romania. He was so hyped. So I know he's gonna be so excited. We'll probably see posts coming out from him. I'm very excited. Those are 2 incredible teams, and can't wait.
Can't wait indeed. Well, we're gonna have to wait for a little bit because the best of ones, as said, are not yet done. We are moving on with more eliminations. We said goodbye to Aster, we said goodbye to Undying, and our next 2 teams, one of those teams will also face the door. Will it be Beastcoast or will it be Alliance? We're gonna find out very, very soon. And of Beastcoast, Casey was able to sit down with the captain earlier.
Beastcoast dominated the South American region all year. They finished Season 1 first in their region, earning a direct invite to the Singapore Major. And yet, it seemed that every success came with a bump in the road, with the first coming just 2 days before the tournament.
Yo creo que sí nos hubiese ayudado jugar la Singapore Major porque había pasado mucho tiempo desde que íbamos a una LAN y la razón por la que no pudimos ir fue porque yo me contagié de COVID y no se sabía si es que mis compañeros tenían, y eso pasó unos días antes del vuelo, entonces al final no pudieron ir ni siquiera con un standing.
Your previous coach Moose left in December to play for Thunder Predator, and I'm wondering how that impacted the team and how you feel about him now playing for the other guys.
O sea, me siento feliz por él porque era como que uno de los players que se quedaba a hablar conmigo a veces y me gustaba, ¿no? Que él siempre veía el Dota de una manera estratégica cuando jugaba con nosotros y es bueno verlo en el TI, ¿no? Con otro equipo, aunque sea un traidor.
Going into Season 2, Beastcoast once again saw success, qualifying for June's Anna Major. But after going 3-11 in group stage, they were eliminated from the tournament. As their captain, Stinger felt an even greater responsibility to help them refocus.
Diría que como al comienzo, creo que lo mejor es siempre jugar lo que nosotros más nos sintamos cómodos, como que olvidarnos del meta. Recientemente estaba leyendo un libro que es sobre, acá lo tengo, es sobre on leadership lesson from esports. Así que estaba leyendo o viendo también entrevistas en YouTube de cómo es que los managers o coach preparan a su equipo en cualquier deporte, ¿no? Como por ejemplo en el fútbol, que es uno de los más antiguos y más competitivos, por así decirlo. Lo que me he propuesto es aplicar estas cosas para mi equipo.
Ironically enough, all of Beastcoast's dreams of competing in TI-10 hinged on the outcome of the tournament they were just eliminated from. After all the ups and downs of the season, it all came down to this moment in the Anna Major. That single match was enough to secure Beastcoast a spot in the top 12 and a direct invite to the International.
Me siento muy agradecido, muy feliz. He visto varios memes aquí en la región de Te quiero mucho, Arturito, que hay un polo con Artici ahí estampado.
If you become the first South American team to lift the Aegis, what is the first thing that you'll do?
Creo que me gustaría que mi mamá esté ahí o cuando lo haga, o si no, cuando yo esté en Perú, ir y decirle que lo logré, ¿no? Que siempre quise hacer eso y ella lo supo desde hace muchos años. Y vamos a ganarlo.
Yeah, Stinger is familiar with the position that he's in right now. He's done it before, and this time he's planning on going even further than what he did last time. We've, in the meantime, swapped around the panel as well. I'm here with T-Gov, Gareth, and Lyrical. Good evening, gentlemen. Are we ready for some elimination? Lyrical. I can't wait. I can't wait as well. Best of ones is when the best comes out of the teams, or the worst, Gareth. It could go both ways, right?
It absolutely could, and looking at the group stage, Alliance, they've not been performing as we expect to, and I think Beastcoast have got a lot left in the tank to actually pick themselves up and play together, like we saw in DPC SA both seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah, they can definitely pull it out. I think also for most of the panelists, we kind of favor Beastcoast a little bit, isn't that right, T?
A little bit, but we have seen today, best of ones, they do
True.
anything. And this series for me is just so scary because, like, Beastcoast, the entirety of SA is now on this team, right? To carry, the region through. And then, of course, Alliance, it's kind of like the proving ground, right? They've had the adversity of, being the best in the region, but not doing so well at majors. So I don't think they personally want to then instantly drop out of TI as well. So there's kind of like, this is kind of the best series in my opinion, just because there's so many ooh.
There's a lot of moving parts for this series. So let's break it down. Let's break it down properly. Let's talk about Beastcoast, because this is a team that, as we just heard Casey say, they did really good. They qualified for the first major, but then they had these expectations put on them, Lyrical. These expectations because Thunder Predator did really well in the major that they couldn't attend. And that set the bar high, but they couldn't reach it.
No, it's true, and it's one of those things where it feels almost unfair in a way, right? Like there's so much pressure that gets put on when you're the one team from a region.
We can't hear you, but that's okay. Sign language, it works out.
When you're the dominant team in the region, right? You're like the best. You have been there for years. Everyone kind of expects that real strength from you.
Yeah, absolutely. T, this Beastcoast squad, though, I mentioned it earlier briefly, they are not unfamiliar with the best of ones.
No, they've made their way through. I think I remember them as a team at ESO Hamburg, like 2019. That kind of like lower bracket storyline where they're able to just kind of like surprise everyone. They did actually eventually lose 2-1 to Alliance in that one, but like it's just the fact that they have kind of sparked the creativity of breaking down SA as a region at tournaments, they kind of lack the ability to push deep into tournaments, right? Maybe Thunder Predator Singapore, but Beastcoast, they consistently have moved away from that kind of stigma for the region, and they can do anything in any series. Like you could never count them out, and I think they are probably one of the scariest teams in the best of one we have today, because look at their heroes. They're dabbling in some CKs. They even were the first team I think to pick Enigma. Like they're doing whatever they want to do, and when a team has that level of self-confidence, that's when you're the scariest at the best of one.
That's when you're the scariest, absolutely. So the big difference between Beastcoast and Alliance. Beastcoast, they, as mentioned, they played at TI9 with this exact same roster. Sure, they added a coach in the meantime as well. But Alliance, they had a whole different roster at TI9. Some of you might remember that is now called Team Liquid. But they rebuilt a team from scratch. The organization rebuilt a team from scratch after TI9. Lyrical, well, I think we can actually hear you now.
Hey.
Yay. And it is super impressive on what they've already been able to achieve.
Yeah, totally. So to me, like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen, there's a great movie called The Replacements with Keanu Reeves in it. That's what Alliance feels like to me. This team of like a ragtag bunch of people that came together and that felt like, all right, we're going to actually try and, you know, revitalize our careers and make it work. And it's actually worked throughout most of the DPC. The problem has been Atlanta events, and that's sort of been the problem for them here so far through the group stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is a lot of us, we're at a lot of Van Gareth, that doesn't bode well for Alliance, but as you mentioned, it's best of one, anything can happen.
Yeah, it is, and I think one of the keys to the success of this squad and bringing in all these players was FNG, right? He started out as a stand-in, and everyone's kind of waiting with bated breath. Is he going to join the squad properly? The announcement comes out, and we're like, yes, finally, you know, a solid captain, going to lead them to victory, and they look really good for an extended period of time, but like you said, Atlanta events, they've been shaky.
They have been shaky. We're going to find out if that is something they have been working on. To get to the game, though, we have to get them on the stage, and that is what we are going to do right now. It is Team Alliance here at the International 10 as they take the main stage here for their best of one in the lower bracket. This team is a bunch of veterans mixed with some fresh blood. Of course, people remember Nico Baby. This is his second international. We saw him take the stage last year as Mineski, and he was the absolute star player of that squad, making him a hot commodity for the season that came after that. And Alliance wasted no time to make sure that they were able to snatch him up. And now we're going to see what he can do on the main stage here today. Their opponents, though. It is time to welcome in Beastcoast. Beastcoast here for their TI10 main stage performance. The only change they made in their roster is the guy you see at the end there. It is Mariano, formerly known as Pepita. He is coaching this squad now, and this squad, this Beastcoast squad, these 5 players, K1, Chrislock, Whisper, Schofield, Stinger, all these guys are, in my opinion, the reason the SA region has seen such tremendous growth. Their performance at TI9 created stability in the scene. Them sticking together was an example, lead by example. Beastcoast is leading by example, and now the whole region seems to be just being able to take it to the next level time after time. And they are looking hot here, of course, still in the lower bracket, but guess what? Beastcoast had to choose their opponents. They could choose, was it Aster or was it Alliance? Don't think they took too long to think about that one, Lyrical.
No, and it's interesting. I think that there were a couple people that maybe were a bit surprised, but, you know, Alliance is who they wanted to face off against. They felt like they were going to be able to take them down. It was a bold decision. We'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I think in a large part, Beastcoast, during SADPC, I know in Season 1 in particular, we talked to a number of their players, the coaching staff, and it may not look like this outwardly, but they kind of model themselves on Chinese teams. They want to be that, you know, top of the region, playing like the Chinese squads, where they play that macro game, they extend games a little bit like VG Gaming does, and that might play into it, where they think, you know, we're too similar to Aster, let's play against a European squad where our style can shine.
Yeah, and it might very well do. It all going to depend on partially the draft. The draft, of course, concocted up by the captains, and the captain of Alliance was able to catch up with Casey earlier.
S4 has played with some of the best players and teams in Dota history, but has yet to which is one of the things he says made him want to return to competitive Dota after taking a few months off.
This was kind of the first break I've had in forever since I started Dota. I've never really taken a break, so I felt like I was way worse at the game.
How have you changed as a captain over the years?
I know that's gonna sound weird, but sometimes you need to like kind of say no to people, and for me that's something I've tried to improve on, and I feel like I've become a little bit better on that.
I have some questions to ask you that you're probably not going to like. Is that all right?
No.
Dream League Season 15, Western Europe DPC is Alliance.
One of the bigger stories surrounding Alliance this season was their use of PPD as a temporary captain over the course of a month.
Getting more?
Our throne is in trouble. Our throne's in a little bit of trouble.
I can push it.
Yeah, I think that's it, guys. GG. GG.
Specifically during the Animajor qualifiers, where event organizers emailed teams to let them know coaches would be allowed in the room during the games.
When I first contacted him, it was because of a reason, right? We were gonna use him in game. This is a bit controversial. However, this is how I understood it, that I feel like other teams are gonna use this to their advantage. So I better get to it early to practice for TI if this is gonna happen.
So you brought PPD on as a result of reading that email?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Not beforehand. Interesting. Okay. And so what was your reaction to the way that that ended up playing out?
I was actually surprised that other teams were not using their coach already. In my mind, everyone was using it, but actually nobody was using it. So then I was like, oh, are we the bad guys now? I guess we're the bad guys. But yeah, in that sense, it looks a bit unfair. And I agree with some of them, but we just did what we thought was best for the current situation.
Despite the controversy, Alliance shifted focus back to their main goal, making it to TI-10. S4 not only knows how it feels to play at an international, but also how it feels to win. Limp and Hanskin, I know, haven't been to a TI before. What sticks out in your mind about what that feels like as a player? How are you communicating that with your teammates to prepare them for that feeling?
I'm always gonna say that they need to enjoy the ride, kinda, and don't focus on down the line what's gonna happen. Just focus on now and what you're gonna do next, and yeah, enjoy the journey also.
Did you enjoy the journey?
Definitely. I mean, it's a rough journey, but it's not really regrets. But I feel like at the end of it, you kind of look back and you're like, I could really like push myself to actually win another TI or 2 more TIs. You know, just be the best that I can be, kind of.
And S4 definitely has had also tremendous growth, not just as a player, but as a captain as well. And his squad is actually, at the moment, the only team that does not have a coach with them at TI-10. However, Gareth, you got yourself in your squad FNG, former captain.
Yep.
You got Hansgood, former captain. Of course, you've got S4 as well. Do you even need a coach at that point?
You've got Loda as well, right?
You've got Loda as well.
You've got so many people there. I do think there's always a role for, you know, a coach in terms of communication, analyzing, gathering stats, because it can be a massive workload. But if you're spreading that across 3-4 people, then you know, potentially you can find yourself in a decent spot.
You'll find yourself in a decent spot for sure, T.
Yeah, I think the only concern I have for Alliance, or other than them being low bracket and best of one, is the fact that like out the 16 games they've played, they've only opened with the same pair like twice. Everything else has been slight shifts every single time, and like every opponent, they're always looking at their opponent going, okay, we need to now do this. We need to now maybe take that hero from them. And unlike other teams that often try and draft for themselves, it feels like Alliance has very much shifted away from the DPC, where they were the teams probably, you could say, maybe being boring, but winning, where they'd go like Tide Lion, Timber Lion, etc., right? Like they would ground their draft out pretty quick. So
like set a trend and...
Exactly, yeah, they were the trendsetters. And at TI so far, they have been kind of bouncing around a lot. So maybe this coach narrative, it could have helped ground them out.
So the one other thing that I would mention about is I feel like the time when the coach would be the most useful is during those group stages when there's so many matches going on you can't catch up with all of them. If there's a time when it matters the least, it's right here in these best of one elimination matches. You had time to talk with everybody else, set your prep, and then get ready for the game.
Absolutely. This is going to be their, of course, the start of their lower bracket run. And for one of these two teams, for either Beastcoast or Alliance, it will also be the end of their lower bracket run, however brutal that sounds. I know that Beastcoast was the one that came in higher in the groups. And of course, as mentioned, they chose their opponent Alliance. But based on what we have learned during the group stage, are we feeling that Beastcoast is a favorite coming into this?
I think that they are. I think that this team is so often been underrepresented, underrated, that people are now starting to recognize, like, yeah, they're actually unbelievably good. I think it happened last TI, but more so than that, I think it's also sort of what you were talking about, Gary, that play style of like waiting it out and being willing to sort of take it to the later stages. I think that's proven to be effective this TI.
It was kind of funny during SADBC. I'm just going to continue being biased.
Of course,
like,
do it to it.
12, wait, just keep on going. But it felt like season 1, they stomped everyone. It just looked like super dominant. And then season 2, the first 3 weeks or so, it felt like they were not losing on purpose, but putting themselves in position out of laning stage where they could continue practicing these longer games, so they could figure out, hey, at 30 minutes we're behind 10k. What do we do? What do we do now? And we see that from like Schofield's playstyle, from K1, who is the king of hitting creeps. But being able to actually set yourselves up on the opponent's side of the map is something they do really well.
Yeah, and they're going to need to do that, especially against Alliance, because TI so far for Alliance has been very much these kind of defensive style, big team fight heroes where they want to play into their opponent, and often Alliance was punished because they would be trying to play at a high pace, but didn't always have the resources. Beastcoast though, they have these like skirmishing heroes, one tanky lad, be it a CK or a Timber or whatever, and they're surrounding this guy and pushing him into the fight. So this is very much in the balance.
I think that Timber is like a really important point you're making about right there. It's banned out 8 games against them, and they got it 4 times.
But they didn't win it, and the rule is if you don't make it out of the wild cards, you didn't actually technically play at TI. But they're gonna do it right now nonetheless. It is
Alliance's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Again, as we have a draft that we're going to be enjoying together, and this draft will be analyzed by my wonderful analysts surrounding me, AUI 2000 and Effie. Anyway, what can we be expecting for this game? What things do you think the team should be looking out for?
I think the team should have taken time to sort of identify what they think are the strengths and the weaknesses of both teams. I think for me personally, I think both teams should focus on shutting down each other's offlane. I think both S4 and Whisper are an incredibly important sort of pillar for both their teams. And I'm interested to see how they draft around that.
Would you agree with that?
I agree, and to add on to that, the most interesting thing to me about Beastcoast is it feels like they have 3 carries, kind of, in that there's always a player that you can depend on if they get a good game, right? And they have that in Whisper, Chris Luck, and in K1, so it just feels like that dependence that they can have on each other really makes it so that they draft kind of carefree, really.
What do you think the strengths of Alliance in the draft are, Owen?
Well, during a lot of the DPC, they would sort of default to playing 3 strength cores and a lot of damage on supports, and just be not static in lane, but wanting to play all 3 lanes, have these really tanky heroes, and wait for Nico Baby's timing. As soon as he hit that, he would sort of lead them around the map. I think their strengths are mostly like, when I think of S4 as a player, he's actually one of the players I learned a lot from. Like, he was the first player who would be like, okay, guys, we should wait till daytime to smoke, because when our smoke pops during daytime, we see them first. He's like a really big innovator along the Dota 2 scene. Of course, one of the original members of the Team Secret captain squad. So he has a lot of accumulated knowledge over the years. And I mean, I haven't talked to him recently, but I feel like he comes up with new stuff constantly whenever I talk to him.
Do you feel something similar about FNG, also considered innovator back in the Virtus Pro days in his time?
Honestly, I just know a bit less about FNG. Like, I know he's a good captain, I know he's a good player, but I just don't have a personal connection with him as much. So.
Let's go to the other side of Beastcoast. Who is the innovator on that team, especially in the drafting phase?
Honestly, I feel like it's a bit of a team effort, but one of the players that enables the innovation is Chris Luck. No, I think he enables the innovation. I don't know who the mastermind.
Can you elaborate on
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
He will play anything. If they draft a carry Slark and they think, okay, this is a bad lane for Slark, Chris Luck just goes, give it to me. And he plays it mid. And just having a player who is so flexible in his ability to adapt to an overall gameplay change or some kind of hero that is unconventional mid makes it so that it opens up the draft for the other players. And I think that's one of their biggest strengths, actually. We've seen him on Snapfire, on Slark, on various support heroes. He's just a nice pillar to have, I think.
I completely agree with that. One of the things that I always remember about Beastcoast when I was talking about them, he was just like, Chris Luck doesn't have a hero pool. He has a hero pool. Look at his games, he just plays everything. I think that's what I like watching about Beastcoast. They're just a weird team. Like, I play versus Whisper, I click him, and he has Spirit Vessel, no other items on puck off lane. And he just like, they're really good at identifying what their win condition in the draft is. I watched their game versus, I think maybe Vici, but they had a Troll versus a Razor. So they had their 4-position Tiny rush a 4-staff, which is very like not normal. Normally you just go for the blink, so he could push him out the link. And then Whisper on the offlane Mars, he went for Meteor Hammer, Arcane Boots, so he could get just a bit quicker Lotus Orb, and then they could protect their Troll. So they think as a team, how can we enable K1's game? Because at the end of the day, like, they're all sort of, they play sort of carryish, but after a certain point, all the resources go to Hector.
Okay. And in case you're wondering, you're a Beastcoast fan yourself, but like, who's actually drafting on this team? I have an answer for you. It's actually Stinger, who's the main drafter. He talks to Hector about this draft, K1, and now with Papito, the inclusion has shifted, as Hector now has to deal less the drafts, only concentrate on his carry pool, and instead Stinger and Papito talk about the overall effects. So if you were curious, as we get into the draft, we have some unique picks, some picks that we have seen pretty decent win rate, but not very often, but a very Schofield pick on the Nyx Assassin here. What do you think of this Beastcoast draft to start off, Effie?
Well, when I say Sven, I think of K1. That's just a hero that fits his playstyle so well. He flash farms, he will hit his timers on time, and then he will steamroll them up with his team. So this is a hero that they are comfortable playing around, and they are comfortable setting up for. They can badly, he's very dependable.
Ya, di sini mulai di pick. Yo, ayo, yo bisa yo.
And he isn't a typical 4, and
Yo,
he
bisa
likes to
yo.
play these kind of boring heroes, if that makes sense. But he loves his Earth Spirits,
Yo,
his
bisa yo,
Earth
bisa yo.
Spirits, his Nyxes, and seeing the style of roaming, fighting 4 just
Yo,
makes
bisa
me
yo.
fond of Beastcoast, because
Yo.
seriously, because a lot of the teams will just go for something more traditional and not that exciting.
Yeah, I feel like Beastcoast, they don't, I mean, you care about the tournament meta, but they don't let it force their hand, you know? Like Stinger Shadow Demon, I feel like he's played this hero 50 times in competitive games. And what I find interesting is that they chose to first suit Sven. I feel like before this match, they just went to Hector, like, what hero are you going to carry us with? And he's like, Sven, give me Sven. And they will design their entire game plan around this one hero.
Also, I would just like to add that it really does does feel like Beastcoast play for their own personal enjoyment of the game. That's why they've never really felt like they had to force themselves into the mold that is the meta. They just play it the way that they
Elder
like,
support
and
4,
they
Leon
impose it
support
on other
5,
teams, and that's a
Linanya
very
bisa di
interesting
mid atau di
characteristic of this
carry,
team.
Dekanya bisa carry atau mid juga atau offlane. Sven-nya pasti carry, Shadow Demon-nya bisa mid atau support, Nyxnya pasti support, Nyxnya 4, Shadow-nya 3. Shadow-nya 5.
Doesn't look bad for Beastcoast right now,
offline,
but I think
offline.
they need something convincing. Okay, so this was their answer to Monkey King.
WR offline lah.
Usually, right?
Meta
I'm actually
WR
curious
offline gitu ya.
why they want Wind Ranger this game. Because in my head, I don't think that lane is good for Selena.
Masih bisa
I think
WR
Lena should
offline.
be pretty well versus Wind Ranger. So maybe just like a comfort here. I'm not sure.
Can you elaborate on the alliance draft?
Atau WR
first,
mid
because we
juga
talked about
bisa sih.
Beastcoast, but you talked about the
Tapi
strong
nggak
team fight
mungkin.
alliance draft. Is that what you're seeing here?
I mean, I feel like this is like the stereotypical alliance draft. Like you have S4 on a stunner, strength stunner. I mean, maybe Limpalina is a bit more unusual. Usually he would actually have been the DK, but it's not really meta mid. And you have
Atau
like these,
Nyxnya 3
Hanskin
gitu,
will
Nyxnya
play-
offline.
Hanskin or FNG will play
Jarang
pick off hero and one team fight hero, I think, usually.
But
Di atas
I do
masih
enjoy
bisa
this
mid
Lena
kalau nggak
pick
carry.
because it tells me
Harusnya
that
sih carry sih kayaknya
Alliance
dari
are going
Alliance.
to try something that has seen success, right? Because
Kira-kira
Lena is
apa
a
ya?
hero that was rising to popularity actually when TA was popular because she functioned in a similar way in that she could shove lanes, build the BOTs and fight early and scale all the way to the late game, all the while maintaining her farm. And she's kind of become even
Masih
more
bisa
popular during groups
Spectre,
than other heroes
Spectre,
that may have taken priority in the past. And I think
Void-nya
it's really
di-ban
good that
dua-duanya.
Alliance are able to identify this and try this because if you don't do it now, if other things haven't worked, you have to try something new. And I agree with what AY said completely about this looking like an Alliance draft. Like you
Medusa,
have two
Medusa masih
tanky
kebuka tuh
heroes,
Medusa.
you have something that can just right click from a
Buat ngelawan
distance.
Sven ya, Medusa sih.
And I like the idea of their draft too.
Get
It's
Medusa,
like
bro.
ET plus a lot of long range nukes here, right? If they see someone, I mean, there's a little bit of counterplay with Shadow Demon, but honestly, it's not easy. If they DK stun someone, throw nukes with an ET spirit from afar, it's very simple to play the team fights. You can sort of force Beastcoast to have to run into you and commit. And Effie, I think you were mentioning to me before that Beastcoast's lowest win rate was a lot against these big team fight heroes. I think Outer China should
Medusa,
sort of fit that category, or what do you think?
I think it fits that category a little bit, but I do feel like this is a hero that they play a lot, so they understand how to play against it as well, right? But I'm really glad that you brought that up because if you look at Beastcoast's bans, their first one is Tidehunter, and they have lost every single game in fighting against that hero. So to me, that is very indicative of the style of Dota that they play and how they don't necessarily like to run into defensive lineups and just fight head on. When they prefer to win their lanes, just go for picks with Schofield, centering that and just playing around Whisper.
So what are the weaknesses you think they should cover with this last pick on Beastcoast? You were doubtful about the Wind Ranger.
Medusa AM,
I think it's Alliance's pick now, right?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so Alliance, I think. I mean, I want to see is Faceless Void. Oh, they banned Faceless Void. I would have said Faceless Void because it's Nico Baby, one of the best voids in the game. For some reason, I was thinking of Slug for this series. Like, if I was Alliance, I would have said the same thing to Nico Baby as they said to K1 on Beastcoast, I think. It's like, what hero do you think you will carry us in this game with? Like, the four of us, if I look at the game plan, you'll pick some stuns, some long range nails, we would pick them off. But I think if you give Nico Baby map control on the hero that hits the timing, okay, Spectre, okay.
So what are the strengths of this pick here?
I mean, he's really good for Shadow Demon, I think, right now. I think Spectre is primarily picked for the Falcon Blade into Aghanims build. When you use your Aghanims, I don't know what it's called, reality, something. Mini Haunt? Sure, Mini Haunt.
Oh, Shadow Step, sorry.
Shadow Step, okay. It puts a dagger on them, and then there's a 15 dagger talent. So you actually double dagger the person that you go on. It's like a 700 damage nuke, which allows them to just blow up someone like a Shadow Demon or a Nyx. And Beastcoast actually ended up going for the Sand King.
Okay.
I like this pick so much because earlier AI was mentioning that it doesn't really seem like they can match them in team fight, and by picking a team fight hero and enabling their ability to fight back if they need to, they have covered that with Sand King. Also, he's a very good lane.
S4-nya Leon sih.
Okay. Can you tell me the strengths of this Beastcoast draft?
S4-nya offline aja.
They're gonna farm this Sven and they're gonna run at the rest of the team with these four heroes, and they're gonna play for picks, they're gonna play for map control, and eventually when Sven hits his timings, they're gonna just barrel through.
Yeah, I agree with what Effie said. I think this game, still, it's all about how these offlanes are going to go. DK and tanking, they're going to be the tempo controllers for both their teams. So I'm going to watch those lanes particularly closely this game.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to ask an expert in this matter, which is Beastcoast coach Mariano, previously known as Papita, as Sir Action Slacks has him, so I can ask him some valuable questions.
That's right, Slack said it. Beastcoast is the last hope for South America. Meanwhile, last chance for Alliance to prove themselves on LAN. Elimination awaits, Kyle, and they've both been here before.
Indeed, they have. In fact, Nico Baby was here last year, playing against this exact same roster when he was still with Mineski. Obviously, they lost that series 2-1, and I'm sure he would like revenge. And Alliance looking for a little bit of vindication because, you know, a lot of people thought they might find themselves here in a BO1.
Yeah, who were those people, Kyle?
Not me, but
fair.
Many. This team, incredibly strong online, has not had the same success on LAN, and I think it's just really interesting to look at the two personalities of these teams. You see them in the green room, Beastcoast dancing, having fun, enjoying themselves, and Alliance all serious. And I actually talked a lot about this because to me, you know, I think the teams having more fun are likely more confident.
Sure, we take that principle from like OG, right?
Yeah.
Two-time TI winners. They have fun in the booth, and that shows inside of the game that they have some confidence, that they take away the nerves, right?
Exactly. And I agree, Loda, different philosophy. Just because you're serious doesn't mean that you're not confident. And you don't need to have fun to win games of Dota, but
I mean, that's fair. That's the wisdom of a TI winner right there. So definitely you can take different philosophies to how you approach the Dota 2 game, but there's no doubt that nerves are going to play a hand here in a best-of-1 elimination, as it has for the last two teams, and it will right here as our bounties are about to come underway here. We're going to have a little bit of a split here. Early stun on FNG, just a bit of poke, as the two teams will just split the bounty runes 2-2.
And I'm personally going to be keying in on Whisper because, yes, Sand King, one of his best heroes. I think he's been one of the best offlaners at this tournament. But matchup-wise, like this is a hard Sand King game. Spectre Haunt cancels the blink. You're playing against a ton of disables, and Elder Titan as well. Very frustrating. If you catch Spirit before you're trying to blink in, all of a sudden it's on cooldown. And in addition, like, you know, the hero dies after blinking. It's the main issue with the concept. There's so much burst, and Alliance's lineup is incredibly durable as well. Limp with first two Lina should have a slight edge in the Wind Ranger matchup.
So it sounds like to me Beastcoast is going to have to make a priority in setting the initiation first in a lot of these team fights. Whisper's got a key component of that. Whisper, who has been honestly a star player for Beastcoast over the years, just incredible performances day in, day out by him, and he's going to have to give them one more in order to get out of the best-of-1 eliminations.
Yeah, they're going to need to play some pretty damn good Dota because their lineup is, you know, it's a lot harder to execute because you're going to need so many more kills than your opponents to win the game.
Right.
If you look at the, you know, Sand King,
top lane, K1 Hector in a little bit of trouble. He does have the Fairy Fire, but the last hit, is that going to be enough? S4 claims the first blood. The captain of Alliance manages to kill that all-important carry of Beastcoast. I mean, this is supposed to be their anchor. K1 Hector has had marvelous performances on lands. He was held as one of the best carries to look at TI9, and well, he's already dropped an early kill against a Dragonite lane.
This was their opening too, right?
Yeah.
Like, and how classic is it that it's the S4 DK, the Alliance Dragon Knight, that scores the first blood. They rode this hero all throughout the DPC to a bunch of victories, so no surprise they take it here facing elimination.
Yeah, when they need it most, they go right back to what was most successful to them throughout the year. And they do have that like hard, let's say durable carry in Nico Baby Spectre, which we just saw in the last series, right? It can really help you out to be able to know, just, hey guys, relax, we have better late game, we've got this big carry that will eventually take over. It worked for Quincy Crew. And Alliance, they're not losing their lane either. FNG looking for another kill here. But won't be able to find it. Schofield will sacrifice his own health points to keep Whisper alive.
Yeah, really, if you look at the three cores of Alliance, you can argue they all outscale the opposing core on the side of Beastcoast, which is why, you know, the South American side is really going to feel pressure to make moves and find kills. They're lacking in tower damage, they're lacking in sustained damage, so you really need these lanes to go well and break out of the laning phase early, start rotating around the map.
Yeah.
Like Lina may slightly nerfed, but this is still... Wait, Schofield?
What is Schofield doing? I think he's just keeping him here a little bit while longer, taunting him, goes back to the tier 2. What is happening?
Oh. Yeah, I mean...
What? I've never seen that tactic before, Kyle.
Did FNG like Mango? Did he not expect to have a spirit?
I have no idea, but we saw the camera. Schofield, he didn't look particularly upset with that. Obviously intended for something there. I'm not sure feeding away the second kill to Alliance is the play, but I guess he does get a free trip, a free ride to face Hanskin. Being very offensive, very impressive. Stinger does manage to get a pull off, but he's not having a fun time, nor is really anybody on the side of Beastcoast. You can see top 2 CS going the way of Alliance. Limp is winning his matchup against Chris Luck, and this has got to be a little bit concerning, Kyle, because Beastcoast, they chose Alliance, right?
Yeah, and these lanes are not looking great. Bottom.
Gee, that cost him so much damage, they underestimated it. Nico Baby takes a huge chunk as FNG explodes, and they're going to keep going. They have the Bro Strike, they have the nice healing salve to be able to take up a few more tower hits. They just need a little bit more. Schofield's in, he takes away the healing salve. And that means Nico Baby is going to need some help from FNG. But look at him, Schofield and Whisper. They don't want to let him keep a healing salve up. They're going to be able to find him behind the trees. Cut it out again. Miss out on the impale, though. Whisper has tended a little bit too far into the Alliance forest. They are going to be able to get a third kill now. I don't know what to say. This is Beastcoast playing with a little bit more loose than maybe they should.
This is TI, right? It's a best of one. These things happen. Whisper, I think they might get the kill Spectre. He auto-attacked a creep twice trying to get a caustic proc. And you don't get the kill. I understand the reasoning, but then you dive tower into an Elder Titan TPing in. Oh, it's a big risk for little reward. And this mid lane, man, Limp, considered one of the strongest mid laners in Dota 2 for some time. The question is, how does he play his mid to late game? That's considered his weakness. But right now, this is comfort hero for him.
Yeah.
He is crushing this lane.
Hector getting him a little bit low against, again, a Dragon Knight. Expecting Hector to be so close to death against a Dragon Knight, notoriously a very low damage hero in the laning phase, just incredibly durable, but it looks like he's using that to be able to constantly assault the top. He's dead.
What is, man, Alliance, what? Or something. What? That's a solo DK.
And FNG just baited Whisper into a little bit of a duel. And Whisper is going to walk away with very low health as Nico Baby has full control of the lane now. Top 3 CS, all going the way of Alliance. They're killing it in the inning phase, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. K1, he's known for prioritizing his surprise. He maxed cleave. So they really no threat whatsoever in this lane with only 1 point stun.
Just keep on going. They're relying on the finale to blow up Nico Baby, but instead they just end up feeding more and more deaths. Nico Baby's going to be able to pick up that second kill on scope while Lane is losing out as well. A late TP is not going to stop S4. He retreats cleanly. 2,000 net worth lead at 7 minutes, Kyle. Beastcoast is supposed to be known for being able to show up to lands, to shrug off the nervousness that affects every single team, and yet they look like they're totally falling apart here.
Seriously, Alliance, you know, this is This is the dream for them, right? If they were going to show jitters, you figured to be in the laning phase, but so far they're dominant, and every player is on a comfort hero. They outscale, and the concern with Beastcoast lineup is, like, look at the damage up levels to do anything.
Dude, Schofield, he's got to get out of here, otherwise he's just dead again as the dagger is incoming. Take away the sentry. Schofield will barely survive there. K1 Hector trying to do his classic farming creeps as he works his way back right in front of the enemy. But at TI9, when Chris Luck and Hector were doing that, it was cocky, it was fun, and it got into the heads of the opponents. Here, it just looks damn dangerous.
Indeed. And this is not pleasant for a Sven. Like, he's level 6, he's got to walk all the way back to base. You look around, you know, there's no stacks anywhere, not as if he really had the power to take them at the moment, but there's a just pushing your tower. He's nearly got a Blink Dagger on S4. You might have it by 10 minutes. Limp closing in on BOTs. In fact, they're flying out to him on the courier. That's an insane timing.
Another stomp. They do have an early bust after their success in the laning phase. FNG is able to afford a lot more than a 5 position normally would. As a result, Whisper forced back once again top lane. They're going to watch. Going to K1 does manage to get up that extra bit of armor with the war cry before they go on him. So the punishment is minimized a bit. But the fact that Alliance can just keep doing this and keep chipping away at this tower, Beastcoast doesn't really seem to have a planned response just yet. Chris Luck is going to head down to the bottom lane.
That's a product of the draft though, Cap, because you don't, Sven, Wind Ranger, you need actual items to deal damage, and your two supports, you know, Nyx and Shadow Demon, you need ults. Like right now, you offer very little in terms of damage or control. So S4 is just like tanking poison and just hitting tower. Chris Luck, he really wanted to get something down bottom, but you can see him. He's walking right past this ward. It showed him earlier as well. And Limp just solo kills Schofield, standing in.
Right in front of Chris Luck, and now the other support's going to die as well as S4 will actually back out, respecting Chris Luck's TP here. They're so far ahead, they don't necessarily want to be trading. Nico Baby, he's going to pop his ultimate and join in on the fray. He's going to go for Stinger. Stinger is certainly dead. S4 not caught just yet as the reinforcements from Alliance are here. Limp is going to join in on the fray, and that will allow S4 to get away from Chris Luck.
You can see this Alliance lineup is so dangerous, especially if Beastcoast play into the DK lane, because both Spectre and Lina can global in, and you're always going to want to take that fight. You're going to blow spells with my Dragon Knight with like 1 billion HP and armor. It's just not, it's not a successful strategy. They're only up 2k. K1 has got a lot of space. It's a troubling game.
Is that space going to be enough? I mean, you talk, they scale so well on Alliance, so Beastcoast have to hit some amazing window. The Sven feels strong. I don't know when that is. Does he have to wait for BKB? It feels like it with this Lina Lion. I don't know if he's going to be able to hit anybody before BKB.
Yeah, it's the offensive threat of Alliance, because their timings are just so accelerated because of how well this laning phase has gone. Because, you know, Blink is flying out to S4. He's going to be able to play with either support or with his Lina threatening that global bots in. And Nico Baby is halfway to Aghanims. As soon as he has that up, suddenly you're effectively applying threat in all places. And the issue with Beastcoast 3, 4, and 5 is that they're incredibly susceptible to just being jumped and 100 to 0. Wind as well, really, until BKB. Both cores need BKB.
Yeah. And most teams have been taking OG's lead when it comes to TI9 and the coin flip, when it comes to playoffs and who they're going to be choosing. But you said that Beastcoast, they apparently picked Alliance. They were very
confident.
Well, they got to be questioning themselves now. Maybe they should have just relied on fate rather than their own decision making, because now a beautiful stomp is going to be able to come in, and that is another dead hero. 9-2, Alliance just keep on heating up here. And a cold Romanian night.
It's Schofield, I think he's...
Another one. He's going to go for Schofield. Schofield does have the spike carapace, but Hanskin is here on the other side. He's dead, and they could probably even deny the tower if they want to.
Like, the thing is, we haven't really seen Beastcoast like make a move yet.
Nope.
Alliance is just, you know, they crushed the lanes. They've taken 2 T1s. And Beastcoast, like, they had placed a ton of early ward. They're very low now. They had 4 on map for that end of laning phase portion of the game.
Whisper, they're going to have to do here. This is a start. They pick up the Blink Dagger, they kill Hanskin, but they need to start getting more than just some support pickoffs.
To be fair, K1 is actually enormous when you consider the state of the game and how rough top was. He's actually catching up to Limp. 0 and 2, but still at 10 CS per minute.
It seems to be the mantra of K1 Hector and Beast Coast teams in general. And Hector, he'll be farmed no matter what happens. And the rest of the team just needs to be able to make some sort of successful team fights happen without him. Just needs time, more time, and they're going to smoke through over into the mid lane here, but that mid tower prevents them from being able to invade any deeper. So they're just waiting for somebody to show from Alliance. But you could see Alliance, they may have some idea of this. They're smoked, but they're not moving aggressively into the enemy side of the map. Being very cautious.
I mean, Beast Coast, they're showing nobody but K1 just now in the mid lane, so they're something might be going down. No reason really to push the envelope. Alliance are, they're stronger right now, but they can wait. Every that goes by, like Nico's just free farming. And
yeah.
Aghanims on Spectre, BKB Lina, that's impossible to fight into with the exception of Beast Coast getting a really nice opening from Schofield. He's going to have to find some angled pro outside of sentry range, and then him plus Chrislock could theoretically explode the Lina before she's able to cast a spell.
And that's going to be our priority target, right, for Beast Coast. When they start fights, you can kill Limp first, then it's probably a good fight. If they go on the Dragon Knight or even the Spectre, it may not be so good.
And this just... Oh, I thought Schofield was about to walk up the high ground. Would have been certainly his demise. And I like what Alliance have done. You see how they're placing these wards with sentries nearby? It's all to just find the Nyx as he walks up and down choke points.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
this means Alliance
under attack.
It's really nice control of both this mid lane because their tower is still up and top lane. I'm gonna go for Limp here. A good opening for Schofield, but Chris Luck is a little bit too far behind. Capitalize off of that one, and now he's gonna be caught. Nico baby immediately joins S4 and gunning for this Wind Ranger. A long range shot. Oh, the Earth Splitter just a bit shy. Whisper running interference will give up his life to ensure that Chris Luck gets out, but it's another disaster for Beast Coast.
Oh, S4 almost caught Chris Luck on the end there. And that's, like, it's kind of a desperation move from Beast Coast. That opening comes onto Limp, but no one's even in range. Yeah, the shackle lands, but Chris Luck had to blow his win run to do that, which means that you just, easy counter-initiate, press Haunt, Dagger, chase him out of the fight, and Whisper. That's the trouble with his hero in this game. You can blink stun, sure, but then you're just blink Tranquil Sand King.
Yeah. He is not going to keep doing a whole lot more. Like, the best we can hope for is a decent epicenter and a good burrow, but he is not going to keep scaling at this rate. 4,000 down, Beast Coast going to go for a smoke here, but it just reeks of desperation. It reeks of one of those plays where they feel like they have a move here. Schofield leading the charge. Hector, sentry on out behind the tier 1 tower while Hector bangs on it.
Yeah, but they don't have cooldowns. Limp is so close to BKB. I don't think Alliance are really going to want to contest this. No Haunt, no Finger, no Earth Splitter. So yeah, just let them in tower go. This is a really wise move.
That's smart, very smart from Alliance. They're ahead. They don't need to take any risks here.
Dude, and Nico has his Aghanims.
Nice. Oh, that is a big Spectre. Shadow Step ready to join in all of these little skirmishes now. For all intents and purposes, this is a Spectre online.
This is the dream for Hanskin, for S4, because all of a sudden your carry can just play with you. Anytime you're able to find a hero isolated, you've got so much lockdown. You've got a guaranteed Spectre on top with the double dagger damage. You can see Schofield, like, he's level 6, but he's got to play this aggressive. They have these great wards. He'd love to find Limp, but with no one around him, who's going to execute this kill?
Yeah, he's scouting just for scouting's sake, and he doesn't even find this smoke. Alliance was a little bit too fast, and they are going to be able to catch Chris here. And even better, Nico baby can be a part of the kill. Maybe make the last hit, but no. Shackle shot denies that. S4 finds it instead.
Yeah, Schofield is still tracking his entire ultimate, just sticking on top of the Lina.
nothing doing there. I mean, look, you first do this Sven. You know what the Beast Coast strategy is. It was similar to their idea at TI9. Thor was often the most farm player, whether his team was winning or losing. And it's, again, they're kind of giving him the keys to not just their hopes in this game, but the entire South American region. Beast Coast is the last hope. It's all going to rest on their shoulders.
14-3, 17 kills a minute. Most of them coming from the Alliance side, as you can see just the way they're playing around right now. They're not necessarily trying to play on Beast Coast side. They're happy just to keep the map split 50-50. They're going to go for an Orchid next for Nico Baby. So these supports, and even Chris Luck himself is going to have a really hard time with things. And Limp, well, he now may be indestructible in these next team fights. If he does not get initiated on, which he might here, BKB goes off first. He turns around, goes for Schofield. Schofield should be run down pretty easily. They're going to pop the hog here just to see, okay, is this a kill by itself, or can we get more? It's just a single pickoff.
A little skittish there from Limp, but he does get the BKB off in time. The concern, though, is Alliance just used a lot of cooldowns, and this is some breathing room for Beast Coast. Chris Luck, he's just a recipe away now from his BKB. 300, 400 gold.
Okay.
It looks like K1, he's the same, 400 gold or so. So it would have been, like, Alliance, that was their big timing, and they got kill on an Nyx Assassin.
Yeah.
The next engagement, you're going to have Beast Coast ready to go.
Nice reactions there from Whisper. Goes off, he immediately blinks himself away. Can't afford another death, otherwise he won't be able to pick up that Yule Scepter he's gunning for. There's Maelstrom for Chris Luck, which means he is... Okay, never mind, sorry, he's breaking apart, yeah. So should be getting the BKB in a second like you were talking about.
But Alliance, I think the time is now to cross the river. I like that they gave up the mid tower, but they've been very reluctant to make any sort of aggressive plays on the map. And you're giving Beast Coast this window now where they're going to have a really strong spike. Both fours now with BKB. This is a totally different game. You have Yules on Whisper, so he should be able to survive for at least that secondary stun.
Do you feel like this is the best hope for Beast Coast? If they want to be able to come back into this game, it's going to be off of this timing right here, right?
Yeah.
All right. That means the 10 grows for Beast Coast. Will they be able
because
to get the right kind of team fight open?
Keep in mind, like Nico Baby, next item up is Orchid. That'll help him kill supports. But now all three cores have that defensive tool. And I think that's pretty accurate. Like, Alliance is ahead, but this would be more of like a 90 or 95% probability had they gotten a big team fight, more wards aggressively in that window where they had all these first up and Beast Coast were still lacking them. Now all of a sudden it's really anyone's fight. Like, the gold advantage, sure, yes, Alliance is winning, but doesn't mean that they can take a fight that isn't on their terms, especially if Beast Coast force it under one of these ward sentries they placed around the Roche pit.
And that is an interesting proposition for Beast Coast. Taking a team fight around Roshan just enhances the rewards. They can win that, get themselves an just then all of a sudden they can be playing on Alliance's side of the map, which is something they're going to have to do seemingly, since Alliance are not willing to play forward. Beast Coast has to be the one taking the first steps.
And what's keeping him, you know, not only is K1 like one of the farmers in Dota, like he's got almost 300 CS. Like, he's a Sven playing a passive game against Spectre. So you're naturally going to get this net worth lead, and I would say in about 5 to 10 minutes, he'll have that Sanjin Yash and then probably AC. And if he can hit the Silver Edge timing early, you know, you eat Spectre for lunch. You remove Dispersion, you've got so much follow-up stuns, things get spooky. And then I'm sure Fog knows, if Stinger can ever get Aghanim Scepter, all
they're
these
going to find the opening, they're going to be able to get the initiation onto Whisper. Alliance strikes first.
Schofield.
Beast Coast can't afford anybody else to get picked off right now, because if they do, Alliance may be able to just send for Roshan themselves. A pickoff on Whisper isn't a big enough opening for Alliance, and they might be able to find S4 here. They're going to stop him being able to blink away, but he does manage to get out the BKB, turns around and just kills Schofield right away. They're going to go for more, actually using the Shadow Step to be able to jump in. They have the Orchid, but at the same time, wake up, Shadow without the BKB, the is not there. Limp gets off the BKB, but the physical damage is tearing him apart. An unstoppable streak given away to Beast Coast, and they're going to look for more. S4. Shackle shot just to close that distance. Echo Saber to be able to slow it down, but now no more BKB. Hector's in trouble. Earth Splitter hits. Big 2 minutes. Next 2-man stun from Hanskin. And FNG, he wants to be able to get this battle. Turns around, gets stun onto S4. K1 Hector dropping a little bit low, and God's strength is beginning to wane, and that's an opportunity. Alliance see hesitation. They see weakness, and they pounce. They take down 2. Whisper in the back line hopes to get a. They grab him. This is going to be S4. Baby. Uh-oh, he's low. The Shadow Demon's got him. Hector runs. Whisper's gone, and all of a sudden, Beastcoast, off of a death of K1 Hector, their primary carry from the ashes of his death, they managed to make a really nice closure to that team fight for themselves.
Huge. They used both buybacks on supports, but they were so necessary. Incredible job from Stinger. You can see those Shadow Demon illusions are just eating Baby apart, especially when he's afflicted by the Purge. Still in an even fight. You can see Alliance, they're committing with their spell usage. They used Finger and Haunt just for that opening kill. Watch the replay real quick. Nice peek at S4, but I think if they can just take this kill and maybe get out, they're going to be okay. But there's going to be back from Schofield in a moment. Yes, you kill Stinger, but now look at the positioning, right? Chris Luck, BKB, ultimate, there's no save on Alliance. So Limp is just dead to rights. It'll take a little time, but there's nothing you can do to save him. And both of those support kills you just dove for are now right back in the action.
And Beastcoast, you can see, just kept on going. Nice hits there from the 2 supports of Alliance. Honestly, they did a great job keeping this fight going to their favor, keeping S4 out of danger for the longest time. Back inside the game, though, Whisper's going to be able to find an opening. Alliance is right behind him, though. They've already taken down Whisper. 2-man stuns keep raining in. They're going to be able to kill both Whisper and Schofield. And another BKB charge for K1 Hector used as well.
Yeah, and that is a big. Really, it was changed. BKB used to go down to 5 seconds at its minimum. Now, of course, it's 6. But even that doesn't feel long enough when you consider how much disable Alliance is playing with. And you can see the issue just with Whisper Sand King in this game. Like, fantastic player, but if he catches a stun, he's going to catch another one, and he's likely dead before he uses an ability.
Glimmer Cape really needed for Stinger, because I just assume that he's going to be dead every haunt, right? Yeah. I mean, this Spectre does not want to get disrupted and purged.
No.
So if he could just pop a haunt, find Shadow Demon, Orchid, he should just be dead. Maybe he can keep himself alive with Glimmer Cape at best.
Yeah. One to note, the Limp is going for a less traditional item with the Lincoln Sphere.
Okay.
Trying to guarantee that he can get his BKB off. It does mean his damage output will be a little lessened. I think we're used to seeing, Silver Edge, maybe Daedalus' MKBs.
It sounds like to me you disagree with it a little bit. There is a lot of single target stuns on Beastcoast, though.
Exactly. Like, it saves him from the Sand King, but my big concern is always that late in the game, it's a 5,000 item that the enemy offlaner support, they buy a 4-staff. And their 2K gold beats your 5.
Finds the initiation, pop BKB, Whisper uses Burrow Strike in order to get out. That is both a BKB and a haunt being used. Beastcoast, almost undoubtedly here, are going to be looking for an opening to be able to take another fight against Alliance. This is an opening for them, and Alliance need to be careful.
Really good smoke. They know it's an opening. Alliance have to be conservative here.
Vendetta leading the charge, Schofield. They have to be careful about where they move here. You can see Alliance, they're very aware of this move. And if Schofield can sneak his way around here, find an opening, that's going to be on FNG. Where's the rest of his team? They're going to go for it. Oh, they managed to catch him through the Lincolns. They managed to get the purge on him as well. And here comes Hector. 1, 2, 3, and Limp is knocked out. FNG is going to be up next. Nice Earth Splitter, but Alliance seem a little bit skittish about going back in, as they should. No haunt on the Spectre, no reason to fight further.
And what a ball. Whisper, that is so confident. Like, he blink, Yules to cancel and stunned immediately. So he's just in no man's land, trusting in his team to be able to finish the kill.
Oh, Whisper is in again. The rest of the team was going for Roshan, and Whisper's like, I'm going to catch somebody from Alliance scouting the Roshan pit. And for is desperate to be able to get control of this area of the map. They're going to Schofield behind as he's orchided away by Neo Baby. The rest of Beastcoast coming back in, and S4, he's been pretty here, and he got caught. Chain stuns, but he managed to get the Essence Ring BKB off, turns around. Chris Luck Keeping his distance here. Whisper may be caught by this line. Disables. He may never be able to get out of this one. Maybe he does. Burrow strike through S4. Gets a little distance. S4 charge in. Gets met with K1 Hector and down he goes. Limp is just back though, and Beastcoast are Roshan they were originally searching for.
I think you're okay with that. Like the Aegis would have been a huge window for BC, but you did have to spend a buyback on FNG, and a huge streak just went to Chris Luck. S4 was worth 613 gold. But man, it's tense now. Like the Trouble Alliance, it feels like their damage output is a little lackluster at the moment. All these items defensive on the Lina, yet to pick up a real damage item.
And that is the one thing about the items build-up of the Spectre.
Exactly.
It's amazing, no doubt, but it's not a strict damage item. It just increases your uptime, being able to join in on team fights. You combine that with the Lincolns, another non-damage item from Alliance, and I could see where this is kind of colliding.
These items are not really built to deal with the enemy cores. So the Orchid timing is great, but all 3 cores on Beastcoast have a way to deal with it. Your only real way to get the value you acquire is if you can pick off the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. That means your Manta's delayed, your Scotty's delayed.
Yeah.
Sven will have an easier time for a longer time in this game as we approach the end of the mid game. Still no Roche. It's 30 minutes in. Oh, now whoa, DD.
They're gonna go for it. Double damage on Limp. Great opening for Alliance, and it's too late. Beastcoast. A power shot reveals. They're gonna go for it, baby. But the Haunt has already gone down, and S4 struck first. Neon Disc from Whisper's gonna be able to keep him alive, and S4 is being ripped up by Chris. The damage of the focus fire. It doesn't matter how tanky you are or if you've got the BKB. It's Chris Luck Wind Ranger. Single target damage is off the charts.
And that, there's nothing you can do about that. Alliance have no save. Really heads up by Chris Luck. This is going to be his MO for the rest of this game. Utilize your BKB to kill somebody by just running next to them, focus firing.
And when you say somebody, do we have specific targets in mind, right? We still, like, Luna's still a big target, though he's now got the Aegis. Do you agree with him going for Act 4 every fight? What do you want?
I think so. Well, he rushed the MKB. Those procs, of course, deal magical damage, but he also got the Mind Breaker. So it's an extra 25 magic attack per hit.
Oh, my God. So that is such a good neutral item for him.
It is the perfect neutral item, especially in this game. Because it also means that, you know, you pop on somebody, all these Alliance heroes have stuns that spot violence will really frustrate somebody like Skin.
Well, they don't call him Chris Luck for nothing, as Beastcoast is back up and probably look for another smoke here. This item build from K1 Hector, we talked about the potential of Silver Edge. Really good against Spectre, really good against Dragonite. Hector here has a different idea. He's going for like the Satanic build up first, just Chrysalis into Satanic. What do you think?
It makes sense, right? He kind of a soul damage dealer and the frontliner. Whisper and Chris Luck kind of him to be making this chaos and putting attention onto himself. Oh,
Stinger. He had an opening there. Doesn't get the demonic purge off Limp, and maybe it's for the best anyway. Again, Lina does have the agents, as Alliance have been recognizing the priority targeting from Beastcoast. 1,000 net worth lead for Alliance, but it's closing down a little bit. They've been in control of the game this entire time after that disastrous laning phase for Beastcoast. I'm a little bit concerned for Alliance now.
Yeah, just because, you know, look, Beastcoast, the flaw in the laning phase was being a little too aggressive, looking at you, Schofield.
Yeah.
But they've kept that mentality even after getting washed in the laning phase, so...
Now it's Alliance's turn to get aggressive, though, and a big opening. Being able to kill this Shadow Demon opens possibilities for the Spectre to be able to get in. K1 Hector's already taken too much damage. He pops the BKB, but if he could just get some swings in, look at the Spectre die! Chris Luck! K1 Hector is supposed to be the carry, and he doesn't actually get any hits in. Finally hits him neutral for a little bit of bonus, but he's running, but that's not direction to your base. K1 Hector, he is stuck in a dead end, and he is going to die here. Alliance corral him, kill him, and now chase for more. Next up, Schofield chain stuns very easily. A nice little cherry on top to a good team fight for Alliance.
That was an intimidation